Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, good morning everybody to the ESCA plenary number 63. Before I start, can I just request that mobiles go on silent or off before we start? I have to do mine as well. Yeah, we've got a record attendance here today. Our record previously was 120. We've now got 153, which is amazing. We've got lots of new members attending, and just to give you a feel of who they are, we've got R-Waves, RSK, Jibtel, Microsoft, DESNES, APEM, ERM, TCI, SSER and SSE Distribution, all joined over the past year, which is fantastic. In terms of the actual plenary, it's going to be YouTube screened. And I've sent the link round to the distribution list, and hopefully you receive that, and it will be recorded as well. Big thanks to all the speakers that have come along and given their time for us. Hope you enjoy the tea towels, as well as the books and pen, of course, but I'm sure the tea towels will serve a purpose at home. So with that, I'd like to pass over to Steve to give Steve Dorr, who's the ESCA chairman, to give the official welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Again, we're really pleased to see so many of you turning out to Scotland. It's turned out to be a very popular event for everybody to come to. And I'm very, very pleased to welcome today to the podium Mr. Ivan McKee, MSP and Minister for Public Finance of Scotland. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Steve, for the introduction, and it's great to be here. And as I heard, it's a record turnout. So clearly Scotland's very popular, and you want to come and see what Edinburgh and the rest of Scotland has to offer. So I hope you really enjoy your couple of days here. I'm delighted to be here to address ESCA, and it's great to see such a broad range of industry experts convening here in Scotland to discuss what are very important strategic and global issues around subsea cabling. I'd like to thank Seaguard Limited for facilitating such a prominent and important event here in Scotland. So as you know better than me, subsea critical national infrastructure is absolutely essential globally, and we absolutely recognise that in Scotland as we develop our telecoms connectivity, both nationally to island communities and internationally to mainland Europe and to North America, as well, of course, as the powering cable required to enable our burgeoning offshore wind energy industry, which I'm no doubt you'll be all very familiar with. I'm obviously a wee bit biased. I used to be the Minister for Tourism as well, so I'm very used to talking up everything that Scotland's got to offer. But I think anybody that's spent any time here, or if you're visiting for the first time and you get to see a bit of the countryside that is visually spectacular. If you look at the Highlands, the mountains we've got, the glens, sandy beaches, and of course our islands, it's an array of beauty that I think is second to none. It's also may come as a surprise to you to hear that Scotland's got almost 800 islands, of which almost 100 are inhabited. So of course that does present some challenges when it comes to delivering large-scale infrastructure projects to those island communities, particularly when we're working hard to ensure that we don't compromise those stunning landscapes that I've described earlier. So, as you're very well aware, installation of subsea cables is a delicate process which requires significant planning, and I'm also the Minister responsible for planning in the Scottish Government, and the consideration, of course, of many different environmental factors. Got to be cognizant of marine life, rare birds in their habitats during nesting season, historical locations such as Iona, and there's many others across Scotland, require specialist archaeological input to ensure those historic sites remain unchanged. And as if all of that wasn't exciting enough, Occasionally there's a discovery of unexploded munitions on the seabed, which requires specialist input, of course, from the military services. So there's a lot to, as we understand, laying those cables. And delivering connectivity to the islands presents many logistical challenges. Capacity on ferries to get engineers to and from the island, scheduling of cable ships, accommodation for the workforce are a few that spring to mind. I'm outlining all of that not because I want to put you off coming in to invest in Scotland, but because to highlight that we in government recognise those challenges, and we're very focused on working with the industry to address those challenges and make sure that any investment in Scotland is delivered successfully and to the benefit of the sector and their communities across Scotland. Because it's also important to recognise the size of the prize that's on offer. That affects our island communities, which are a key part of Scotland's economy, and it's vital that they can access the infrastructure they need to maximise economic growth and contribute to our economic drivers across the country. And a key factor in delivering that growth is ensuring, of course, that they can access fast, reliable broadband connectivity and, of course, power connectivity as well. And access to that infrastructure provides flexibility, of course, in people's day-to-day lives, improves resilience on the islands, creates greater opportunities for rural businesses to grow and flourish and export to the global marketplace. So we recognise all of that, and we recognise the criticality of the service that you and the industry bring to Scotland to help us support those island communities as well as the broader economy. Scottish Government-led programmes have to date delivered 36 fibre optic subsea cables laying over 600 kilometres of cable along the seabed to provide future-proof, resilient connectivity and giving island communities access to broadband infrastructure that is on a par with that of our largest towns and city centres. And this transformational work would not have been possible had it not been for significant investment, hard work and determination. And it's also our hope that access to that technology and the many benefits it brings will help stem depopulation and encourage more people to live and work in our island communities. Over recent years, we've seen many examples of island communities being impacted by subsea infrastructure faults or damage. In October 2022, Shetland was affected when a subsea telecoms link was damaged by a fishing trawler. That impacted digital services, including landlines, internet services and mobile services for a large proportion of the island's population. Also caused card payment services to fail, of course, which was not only inconvenient but impacted businesses on those in that economy, particularly during the tourist season. During the winter of 2023, Orkney was also impacted when a subsea telecoms fibre link was damaged during a winter storm. So those aren't isolated incidents, but they do highlight that it's essential that governments, infrastructure operators and our responder agencies and partners work collaboratively to ensure our subsea infrastructure is secure, resilient and has that redundancy to respond to a wide range of threats and hazards. I mentioned earlier Scotland's offshore renewable potential, which is vast, and we're only really at the beginning of rolling out our ScotWind programme, which is going to transform energy supply and our economy. And as a nation with rich wind resources, that offshore wind potential is at the heart of our energy and our economic policy in Scotland. It's a critical part of Scotland's strategy to achieve net zero, but also the wider UK and indeed further afield with the export potential. So we're determined to maximise those economic opportunities. Scotland's already recognised as a world leader in floating wind technology. We're home to the world's first floating offshore wind, Hywind Scotland. We've got world-leading test and demonstration facilities at the UK Floating Offshore Wind Innovation Centre, and we're home to the world's largest commercial leasing round for floating wind that I mentioned earlier, ScotWind. Through that ScotWind work and the innovation in targeted oil and gas, or INTOG for short, leasing rounds, as well as other projects, we've got the potential pipeline for over 40 gigawatts of offshore wind energy. We're almost tripling our capital funding into offshore wind sector in the next financial year with £150 million of investment from the government, and this is part of our strategic investment of up to £500 million over 5 years that will strengthen Scotland's infrastructure and supply chain and positioning Scotland as a hub for global clean energy partnerships. So we're serious about this, we're putting serious money behind it, and we want to work with you as partners to help deliver that. The availability of grid connection and subsea cables to transmit power to the grid is of course critical to harnessing the enormous potential of our offshore wind energy. And while the availability of cable production is expected to become constrained globally in the coming years, we're already beginning to see major manufacturing developments here in Scotland. Sumitomo is looking at a subsea cable factory in the Highlands and moving that forward at pace. This facility is the first of its kind in the UK and will address a critical global supply chain constraint for those offshore wind projects. XLCC is also developing a subsea cable manufacturing facility at the Hunterston Port that's been supported by commercial investment from the Scottish National Investment Bank of £20 million. And that investment represents a significant milestone in our commercial first strategic approach to realising the enormous potential of our offshore wind energy, which is stimulating private investment and driving that economic growth. And we're committed to continue to work closely with industry and with other partners in the public sector to identify and deliver the best projects to maximise that economic potential for Scotland. In addition to the critical work of extending Scotland's terrestrial broadband connectivity and supporting our offshore wind industry through the energy transition, we're also doing a lot of work exploring how Scotland's internet resilience and capabilities can be strengthened through our international connectivity ambitions. Never has the importance of diverse, secure, low-latency connectivity been more apparent for countries looking to engage and thrive in the global digital world. Robbie McGee, the Deputy Director in the Scottish Government of Digital Connectivity, will speak later this morning about the work of the Scottish Government around our Green Data Centre Vision and Action Plan, which we launched in 2021. This plan seeks to capitalise on Scotland's abundant renewable energy generating potential to attract and service global data processing demand to Scotland. And that is something I think you'll hear more and more of in the months and year ahead. We've got many conversations at an advanced stage with global investors around data centres. Scotland's a country of many strengths beyond renewable energy, including the skills and talent of the workforce, the AI processing taking place across our universities and businesses, as well as our deep tech sector. And Robbie will also speak to those strengths and how they will factor into building Scotland as a leading green data hosting location. The growth of our data centre industry will be supported by securing international subsea connectivity. And we see that as a virtuous circle. As our compute levels grow, so too will the demand for direct links to other regions, and this is something I want us to work on and sustain. I want Scotland to be an open, globally connected nation capable of broadening our reach to other regions and territories through those direct links. And this will not only benefit Scotland, but the UK more broadly through improved resilience and security from diverse landing points. And I know that security of supply is something that's very much at the top of the agenda at the moment. Subsea cabling clearly plays a critical role for nations, from enabling the energy industry to servicing subsea connectivity, whether that be between nations and continents or, as I've highlighted in Scotland's case, between islands within the same country. Scotland's ambitions that I've spoken about rely heavily on subsea cabling, so I'm delighted to be able to address you today, and that the Scottish Government and indeed Scottish Enterprise are taking part in the event today. And this event and the work of the organisations presenting over the next 2 days helps bring together expertise from across government and the private sector. So we can learn more from you, you can find out what we're doing, and working together we can take this agenda forward. Members of the wider government and public sector team are here to listen to your ideas on how we can achieve this, working together better and more effectively, and ultimately to deliver on our shared ambitions for subsea cable supporting the telecoms and energy sectors in Scotland and further afield. So thank you very much again for coming to Scotland. Enjoy your 2 days, and it's great to see you here. Thank you very much.
Okay, just a couple of other points before I go through the agenda. There will be photos taken during the next day and a half. So if you get caught on the photo and you prefer not to have your photo taken by chance, please let John or Claire know, because we appreciate that it should be okay, but we have to be clear that we've actually got your agreement to do that. So, just one other quick thing. There's a couple of people missing their name badge, and I think some of them stick together. So maybe you can check that you've only got one attached to your name badge. So, okay. So let's go through the agenda. One other thing is that yesterday I distributed the updated competition law guidelines, and as per our membership rules, we are required to read those guidelines prior to each plenary. So just a reminder to do that, please. In terms of the speakers, the first agenda item, or first speaker, will be Leonard Frame from the Scottish Enterprise on Scotland's cable story in energy transition. Robin McGee from ScotGov, Scottish Government Green Data Centre Vision and Action Plan. Conor O'Malley from the CAFE Group, optimising interarray cable burial risk assessments. And then ESCA Liaison and Outreach update from John and Claire. Coffee break is at 11 in the same place out there. After coffee break, Peter Jameson from Virgin Media O2, overview of Baltic cable fault incidents, which is a very hot topic at the moment. Per Anderson from DKCPC, giving an overview of their activities. Jennifer Goodwin from the Seabed Developer User Group, or SDUG. Paul Whitaker from Global Fishing Watch. Fishing for Insights, Global Fishing Watch, satellite data and AI to support submarine cable infrastructure protection. The MSG report from the MSG co-chairs, Courtney French and Rhys Ambrose. Lunch is at 1 o'clock, which again will be just out there, a buffet lunch. After lunch, Warren Innes from the Waves Group on the role of the Marine Warranty Surveyor. Ross Clifford from Brown and May Marine, coexistence with fisheries. Khalid Kamhawi from ITHACA Energy with a case study. Peter McCrory from RUK on delivering the shared offshore network industry recommendations for offshore grid coordination. A shorter coffee break of 20 minutes, taking us up to 4 o'clock, when there's the next gen working group update. That will be someone else from Chloe. I think it's Isabel that's giving the update, so I'll change that. EC panel discussion on improving known cable exposure awareness and safety, another hot topic at the moment. Networking dinner will be in here. We do have to close at 5 on the dot because it gives them time to set out the tables. It will be a table plan. It's not something I prefer, but there is a table plan. I think there's tables of 8, 9 or 10. We have had a couple of late cancellations, so if you haven't got anyone sitting next to you, don't take it personally. So yeah, and all your choices and your dietary choices have all been submitted, so the hotel is aware of all those. But prior to the dinner, we have a free bar. You'll get a drink on arrival as part of our drinks package, but then there is a free bar kindly hosted by Seaguard at 7 o'clock. Sit down at 8:15. I think when they offered to do this, they didn't expect 153 people to come along. But it is what it is. On day 2, starts at 9, a presentation from Robin Hutchinson, Lisa Ritchie and Jonathan Dames from CMS, CMS being our legal legal advisor company, on key features of a successful bankable subsea cable project under the additional scrutiny of the financing DD process. ScotGov, Sarah Einan on improving island resilience from R100. The TRSG report from Chris Willey, the RPSG report from Anya Drews, decommissioning working group update from Dan Duckett, then a presentation from Rob Willis, DSIT on MPEX 24, Scottish Fishing Federation from Elspeth MacDonald, an update on the SFF, another short coffee break at 11:10 with the EC review by Steve. ICPC update, which John Rodsey will present on behalf of the ICPC manager, Ryan Wopshaw. ESCA law advisor, which is Neil, who give the update from a competition guidance update and legal developments of interest to members. AIB, just one item, Global Underwater Hub, creating a cable health monitoring standard. Indeximate will be presenting on that. Date and venue of next meeting, we do have a venue and date, so I'll present that. And close at 12:30, and again lunch will be provided if you require it in the same place. So, moving swiftly on to the first presentation from Leonore. So I'll just put it up there.
Yeah, that works. Thanks, Clive. When you just said that we needed to check the badges and whether something stuck, I thought that was a really nifty way of matchmaking. And I checked, but nothing stuck against my badge. But I'm here for networking, so I don't know many people, and I'm here the full 2 days, and I'm really keen to meet you all. So please reach out afterwards. Okay. So I'm going to tell you a story. And I could start that story today in 1833 with Henry Charles Fleming Jenkins, who studied here in this beautiful city, and he studied electrical engineering, and he was a pioneer in cable laying. Or I could start in 1877 when James Blythe in Glasgow built a wind turbine outside his house, and most people claim that was the first wind turbine. But I'm going to pull a bit forward, and I'll start in 2019. when we had our Climate Change Act, which later on was revised a bit and then set out the targets that you see here on this slide. I added two links there, and they bring us to the two recent documents that our organization takes a steer from in the current energy transition agenda. As an economic development agency, we've been working towards reaching those targets ever since. One of Scott's Enterprise core missions is to create an international competitive renewable energy industry. But we're not doing that alone, we're doing that with partners. And I've listed a whole range of those partners that we work really close with. Now, I've been with Scott's Enterprise for more than 20 years, and I can tell you I've never seen the collaboration. So you heard from the minister, we're working this truly together. I've never seen the Team Scotland approach that I've seen in the last few years here towards the energy transition agenda. Everybody is driven by a passion and a drive that's truly unique, and I think that reflects on the incredible opportunity that we see here. So behind those very ambitious targets, for my team, offshore wind is playing a prevalent role. Now, offshore wind is not quite the lead role in my story, but certainly is one of the main characters. This picture here, you will see all the projects that we have in our waters. Crown Estate Scotland colleagues are here today, and they are leasing projects are here. And there's a couple of things that I wanted to point out for those people not working with offshore wind as much as we do. First of all, you see that some of those projects are moving further out offshore, so the distances are getting longer. And the other thing is we've added the little numbers, so that relates to the names. The round circular numbers, they are floating. The square ones are fixed. So you see that there is, in the Scottish waters, a huge amount of floating wind planned over the coming years. And it is those two things that will impact on the cable part of the story that I will talk about. I just wanted to use this slide. I'm sure some of you guys here know, but I borrowed this from the brilliant website from Robin. It's an open source website, and we use it quite a lot. It gives you a picture of the current situation. This particular situation was taken about 2 weeks ago on the 21st of February, and I did that because there was the first named storm that we had this year. I'm not going to pronounce the name, it's a Gaelic name, for a foreigner it's a nightmare, but it was a very, very windy day. My neighbor lost its fence, but that was the picture of the day, 21st of February. And what you see there is on the left-hand side, those purple little dots, that were the wind farms that were closed off on that day at 8 o'clock in the morning. So down south, we were generating energy from wind like crazy. Up in Scotland, we closed all those purple dots off. And we did that because simply we couldn't get all that wind energy down south to where the demand was. The red lines there is the grid boundary, so that you see that was the grid boundary at 8 a.m. on that day. So we had to pay the wind farm guys to switch their wind farms off, and we had to pay down south to generate the energy that we needed down south. So on the far right, then you can see what the waste that equated, and again, Robin has an interesting calculation, but that equated roughly to that kind of amount of wasted money because of the situation. Now, luckily, our grid upgrade is going to make that better, but I just think it's illustrating really clearly our ambition plans, our great resources, but also the importance of cables that plays in that full story. This is a slightly risky slide to use because you guys are cable experts. This is an internal slide that I'm using. Those figures there are for each for 1 gigawatt, roughly, and I've been trying to calculate how many cable components we need if we want to build our full plans that you've been seeing there, the just over 40 gigawatt. Now, the reason why it's risky is you guys are experts, so I'm sure I can tweak that better, and that's why I decided to keep it in, because I want you to help me today and tomorrow to make this more accurate. But what we are constantly doing as an economic agency is trying to work out how much do we need, from what kind of component or services, which companies are doing that, where are we having strengths, where are we having gaps, because of course that's where our role comes in as an economic agency, which is why I'm keeping this up. And please, if you got any input or your suggestions, come and see me, because I'm really interested. There is the CIB, the Clean Industry Bonus, which has recently been launched, and that's a reward policy that the government came out with to encourage economic and social sustainability. And that means that the suppliers that work towards reaching those targets, that we have an encouragement to use as many of the suppliers that we know are here, and we will work tirelessly with the supply in that. We do that through this kind of action. So they are our departments within my organization. You see here we work with ports, we work with harbors to make sure that the infrastructure is ready and fit for purpose. We have dedicated capital investment teams, and we work with developers and the tier ones. We asked them about a year and a half ago where and what components and which services they anticipated to get from the UK and Scotland in particular, in our case. And the cable systems was a very, very high scoring element of that. And it's not a real surprise. At that stage, we already knew Sumitomo had planned to come and invest here, but it's because we got a very strong supply chain. UK in general is a strong performing location. But it does mean that we also allocate our resources in the support of this, because it's clearly a strength. And like you heard from the minister, that means there is an export potential, an international trade agenda. So it's just good all round for the economic impact. It's interesting to see that our SWOT analysis that we did internally about where are our gaps, where are our strengths, what is needed, where should we focus, was mirrored and aligned very strongly with this particular plan, with the Industrial Growth Plan. That was UK-wide. And actually, if you look at the main conclusions, you see cables yet again. Cable systems features 1 out of 5 main areas. In fact, also within the installation and O&M category, cable-related elements are featuring again. So again, it came out really, really strong for the same reasons. Important, it's a strength, economic, it's an area to focus on. But it's good to see that we are aligned. So certainly Scotland and the UK are very aligned if it comes to cables. And then this is from that same plan, but a little bit more in depth. This is the chapter of the cables systems in particular. And there you see that on a very, very high level, there's much more details behind it, but they are stating some specific objectives. One of the main ones there was finding creating 2 additional manufacturing around HVDC. Now, of course, you heard this morning already, Sumitomo is very busy building their factory. XLCC is under development on the West Coast. So at the moment, it looks like we're doing good for that main objective. It was, as you heard again, it's, first of its kind in the UK, but that meant we just didn't have that supply at all. And we all know it's a constraint, so it's really important we got that here. But there is also, as you can see there, oh, you cannot see at all. Rubbish. Anyway, dynamic cables is listed. A lot of innovation and development needs to go in dynamic cables. Now again, for Scotland in particular, super important, because as you saw from the little round numbers, a lot of our projects are floating, and so for floating, dynamic cables becomes hugely important. So that means innovation around the cables and production themselves, the connections, and also the reliability around them, installation base, all of that comes in and is going to play a really important role. We have, in particular in Scotland, around the Aberdeen area, very strong expertise in the subsea engineering side. So with the dynamic umbilicals coming from oil and gas, of course we got a great start and we will build on that, but our economic development focus is very strongly focused on that, UK-wide. Supply chain is probably one of our main focus areas. So we do that with partners. Again, I added some photos. The top photo there is the new cluster. 2 clusters we had in Scotland amalgamated into one. So that's the energy cluster that you see. We are working with companies in Scotland. Some of those companies, we work with them to help them scale up because they're doing fantastic, they're well established, they're exporting very successfully overseas, but we need them to be bigger and produce more if you look at the scale that's coming our way. In some cases, we need new entries into the market, and that's not necessarily to create competitors for you, but it is to make sure that your tier 3, 4 and lower down tier supply is there when you need it. So we're working on that. So in that bubble there, the blue, that is a little picture of one of our manufacturing fact sheets that we created last year. We created 2 sets on cables, accessories, and also CPS, and it listed for newcomers in the sector. Roughly, it explained what the components were, how do they fit together, what were the sizes, how are they manufactured, what is the material that you need, all that kind of basic core information, and it was just to make companies realize that they could potentially move into this market, or that they have the right capabilities. The other thing is trade, as you already heard, international trade. Now, I'm sure that there will be people here in the room that know that in wind in particular, projects are slipping to the right, and that's a real challenge because it means that contracts are not really coming forward now. Yet supply chain needs to be ready, and we are telling them constantly, you need to scale up, you need to be ready. How do you do that if there's no contracts coming? We're very aware of that chicken and egg situation, and we're working constantly with all our partners and with government to bridge that. But trade is one of the answers in that, because there are other markets where your product and services can be applied already now, and it means that you can get your sales efforts spread out. So we're working with our colleagues in Scottish Development International as well as DBT to see, to make sure that your trade efforts are can be supported. If you got a question on the international trade side as well, I worked there for 19 years, so you can direct that to me too. Well, you heard already the two inward investors, so I'm not going to dwell on that a little bit more. The minister didn't say about more the practical things that we're now currently working with them on, in particular around training. Both of those players are working with regional colleges and universities to train up young people, and this particular focus on jointers. That's overall a real topic that on a UK level we're working with SDS and other trade bodies to try and address that, because we recognize that will be a pain point coming. You heard already that there was public funding supplied to both of those players, but we work with their supply chain. There have been meet the buyers events. Sumitomo had 2 days very well attended and very successful. XLCC is about to embark on the same. We're working with them on raw materials, and we had very recently in the Scots government a session on critical raw materials, and we're working with that. There are a number of opportunities in the UK that potentially could play into that, and again, then there is an economic win for that. We're also looking at type testing, so we're about to embark on a scoping exercise to look at type testing, because there is a capacity constraint that we expect. The 2 main centers in the Netherlands and in Italy are busy, and our OEMs, our HVDC OEMs, that's not only those 2, are telling us that they expect a potential delay coming their way towards the end of the decade. So we are looking to see if that is if there is a business case to create another center here in the UK. You already heard innovation around dynamic cables in particular is a real big one. I can spend a whole day talking about that. It's so important. We work with partners again. Probably the most established body in there would be the Aura Catapult centers, and for us the Floating Offshore Wind Centre of Excellence in Aberdeen is one of very key one. They are focusing on reducing the cost and accelerate floating wind in particular to create opportunities for the supply chain and to drive the innovation. And their test center is looking at mechanical testing, so that's the fatigue testing. And a couple of pictures here, I could have listed so many more companies. It's hard to pick out 1 or 2, but Quick Connect certainly features. Cable monitoring, you'll hear more about it in the sessions to come, I see, but that one is from Sonetec ProServe. And up there from Osbit is a picture of the cable fatigue center. That one is actually from Blythe, not Aberdeen, but Osbit built both, and we work very jointly together. So there is a lot done around testing and innovation. I saw that they are going to feature tomorrow briefly in any case, but I was asked to highlight the white paper from the Global Underwater Hub, who came out very, very recently, that is focusing on the reliability of the cables. So, but you will hear more, so I'm not going to dwell on that just now. All the things that I mentioned, including the fantastic open source website from Robin with that nice picture of the big storm, And anything else that I mentioned, the links are here. Those slides will be shared, and those links then will be live. So then you can get access to those documents that I referred to. Well, it's clear to say that without you or the cable industry, our energy transition story cannot be told. So I am here to learn and to listen, and like I said, somebody can stick to my badge, and I like to get to know you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Leon. Any questions for Leon? Okay, okay. Is there one? Do you want the mic? First?
Barry House, Isle of Man, Mike Scale Company. So power cable is they are running extensive, will be in service 25 years in October, so it's quite I've quite a few questions, but one of the questions was, I noticed you said about waste energy, a lot of wasted energy. Are you looking at using that waste energy maybe to produce hydrogen, or is this not on your radar at the moment?
Yeah, that's a good one. I didn't focus on hydrogen, but there are indeed several projects and activities that are combining several solutions. Hydrogen is one, energy storage. There are several things being looked at. There are colleagues that look specifically at that. I can give you more information on that, but that's certainly something that's being looked at. You heard about INTO, so on the picture where both the Scotland and the INTO project, some of those INTO projects specifically look at combining certain technologies together. Yeah, that's another way you can fill that, but absolutely, the answer is yes, and delighted to speak more about it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next presentation is from Robbie McGree, Scottish Government Green Data Centre Vision and Action Plan. Over to you, Robbie.
Excellent, thank you. Well, really pleased to be here and really pleased to welcome you all to Edinburgh and to Scotland. The Scottish Government has got a... We'll wait for the slides. I'm sure the slides will come back shortly. Yeah, there we go. So the Scottish Government has got a long-standing interest in subsea cabling and a long-standing ambition to extend Scotland's international connectivity. So discussions over the next couple of days are really timely. They give us the opportunity to showcase how we are set up in Scotland across the public sector to support future subsea developments. Obviously the Minister's already set the scene, and Leonor's provided some really fascinating insights into how cabling is central to the delivery of Scotland's energy ambitions. So over the next sort of 10-15 minutes, I'll dig into the telecoms angle, why we see data infrastructure as a huge economic opportunity for Scotland. I'll talk about what's driving that demand. I'll set out what we've done as a government in this space in recent years to shift the dial from setting clear policy objectives to investing in fibre networks with a big subsea component, and critically what that has given rise to in terms of a well-established collaborative agenda across all parts of the public sector. So, the obvious starting point for all of this is the Vision and Action Plan that we published 4 years ago now, which for the first time set out a clear ambition for Scotland to become a competitive green data hosting location. And that emerged from extensive analysis that looked at two main questions. What does Scotland's digital infrastructure need to look like in the future? And what are the big economic and technological opportunities that are ahead of us? And in the first of those questions, we concluded that the data centres and subsea cables were critical components alongside terrestrial fibre networks in ensuring that Scotland remains competitive, connected and able to play a full part in the digital economy. And in the second, it was also clear. So global demand for data hosting was soaring. Companies were looking for low carbon, cost efficient locations. And in Scotland, we have lots of renewable energy, lots of land, and lots of expertise in our universities and across our tech sector. So it became clear that data hosting represented a major strategic opportunity for Scotland and one that could contribute to Scotland's net zero ambitions. So the Scottish Government's Green Data Centres and Connectivity Vision and Action Plan in 2021 was our response to that, a strategic roadmap for establishing Scotland as a connected country and as a global leader in sustainable data hosting. So the aim was to stimulate investment in a diverse portfolio of data centres from edge to hyperscale in new international subsea links, and alongside those two components to build a strong ecosystem and supply chain that could retain as much of the downstream benefit as possible in Scotland. And that vision has really deep roots. So it's reflected in the National Planning Framework, which is our long-term plan for Scotland. So NPF4, which was published 2 years ago, that identifies digital connectivity and data infrastructure as national developments, which are the projects or initiatives which are seen as having national significance and therefore are given priority status right across the planning system. And as was mentioned, last year we also published a Green Industrial Strategy, which is a single aim to maximise the economic benefits of the global transition to net zero. And that strategy highlights the opportunities for Scotland to be a competitive centre for clean, energy-intensive industries, and data centres are at the heart of that. So we've had a pretty consistent policy focus in Scotland over the past 4 or 5 years, with digital connectivity front and centre, with data centres and international connectivity identified as major opportunities for Scotland, and with a government that wants to collaborate with industry, investors and international partners to make this vision a reality. I was also keen just to focus in on a few of the key demand drivers that we're seeing. So the growth of AI, especially generative AI, is having a huge impact on global demand and putting significant pressure on data infrastructure. So as you can see, the amount of data that the world is using is growing at a pretty staggering rate. So in 2020, industries created, captured, copied and consumed 47 zettabytes of data. A year later, 2021, that was 74 zettabytes. And this year, driven by more complex AI models and greater adoption of generative AI, it's estimated to be 175 zettabytes. And that's obviously driving demand for data centres, particularly those equipped with advanced compute power. And those companies that can quickly deploy infrastructure to meet those needs are going to be able to bag a bigger share of the AI economy. So the stakes are really, really high. Alongside that, we've seen growing pressure on companies and industries to reduce their environmental impact, particularly in relation to Scope 3 emissions, which is the carbon footprint from a company's entire value chain. So Scope 3 emissions reporting now requires businesses to account for emissions from all sources, including their digital footprint, which obviously includes data storage and compute services. And those two elements taken together have resulted in renewed commercial interest in Scotland. So as data centre operators feel that pressure from clients, from investors, from regulators to meet sustainability standards, Scotland's green credentials, in particular our renewable energy capacity, are becoming even more significant. So many of the locations that we identified in our Vision and Action Plan are now garnering serious interest, and we expect Scotland to be a hyperscale data centre location very soon, all of which materially changes the business case for new international subsea cables. But there are significant drivers within Scotland too that will positively impact those business cases. We see secure, low latency connectivity as being critical for the development of Scotland's green economy. We've obviously got huge strengths as a country in areas like fintech, a really thriving ecosystem of startups, financial institutions and world-class research expertise. There's already a real concentration of investment and innovation in this area. The one risk factor that could impact Scotland's potential longer term is latency. So we want Scottish firms to be able to stay and grow here. And if they're involved in things like real-time financial services, algorithmic trading, they'll need the reduced latency that will only be provided through new subsea cables and direct connections to other global hubs. Obviously, not all applications are latency dependent. We know that many AI applications and the data centres that power them don't need ultra-low latency connections, but what subsea cables and international connections bring is something that we want to be part of Scotland's digital infrastructure going forward. So, as we can see in the map, the UK has a lot of international connections and a lot of subsea cables, but these tend to be concentrated in a handful of locations. And there's no doubt that that's risky. It opens up the possibility of single points of failure, where a coordinated attack, an accident, a natural disaster could disrupt multiple cables at once. So Scotland, with its proximity to transatlantic routes, connections to Northern Europe, offers an ideal alternative landing location to reduce that over-reliance on the southeast of England. I think there's an increasing sense that from a UK point of view, diversifying cable landings would enhance resilience and security while also supporting those new economic opportunities. And despite the lack of new international subsea cables, the last one being Schaefer back in 2007, the Scottish Government has been very active in this space. I think it's no exaggeration to say that over the last decade, Scotland's digital infrastructure has been completely transformed. Across the Digital Scotland, Superfast Broadband and R100 broadband programmes, we've invested over £1 billion of public money to extend fibre networks deep into rural Scotland. That investment is continuing through Project Gigabit in Scotland, which is a partnership between Scottish and UK governments, with a number of new procurements currently live to push full fibre networks out even further. And as a result, no matter where you are in Scotland, you will now be able to access robust backhaul infrastructure that can move data from landing points, landing stations to key data hubs. And that includes our island communities, because a key part of the 2 investment programmes we've delivered has been subsea connectivity. As was mentioned, Digital Scotland programme delivered around 400 kilometres of new subsea cables across 20 new subsea routes connecting our islands to the mainland. And the R100 programme delivered a further 16 new routes, another 220 kilometres of cable, enhancing island connectivity and building greater resilience into the network. And we've got Sarah Inan, our programme director for broadband, who's here today, and will be speaking tomorrow and digging a bit more into the detail of that deployment. Definitely not easy, and gave us a real insight into the complexity of deploying this kind of infrastructure in terms of protecting marine and coastal ecosystems, working with wildlife experts to mitigate the impact on protected species, and ensuring that we didn't impinge on areas of historical or archaeological significance. And as Sarah will no doubt describe, one of the more hair-raising parts of R100 deployment was finding and having to deal with unexploded ordnance from World War II. But what that generated was a real partnership approach, and it's that partnership between Scottish Government, UK Government, between the various inward investment agencies, bodies like Marine Scotland, Crown Estate Scotland, Nature Scot, and others, between government and industry, that can be leveraged in support of future subsea projects in Scotland. That partnership approach can help address some of the commercial and technical barriers to new cable landings in the same way that we're working to remove barriers to fibre deployment across Scotland more generally through the full fibre charter that we've signed with industry players. So hopefully that's helped set the context from a telecoms point of view. We obviously see new subsea connectivity as being a key element of Scotland's digital infrastructure, and is something that will enhance the resilience and security of the UK as a whole. And with new hyperscale data centres likely to be located in Scotland in the coming years, there are huge opportunities for investment. We want to work with everyone in the room to make these projects a reality, to get them delivered, and to maximise the economic impacts for Scotland. We've obviously got representatives from both governments, from Scottish Enterprise, from Crown Estate Scotland, here today and tomorrow. Contact details are on the slide, so come and speak to us. We're keen to help, and we've got the experience and knowledge that can add value to your projects. I think we think that Scotland's got a really compelling opportunity for subsea cable investment. We've a great location between North America, Ireland, the Nordics, and mainland Europe. Over the past decade, we've had remarkable levels of investment from government, from industry, in fibre networks, to the extent that rural Scotland, I think, can be seen as one of the best connected regions anywhere in Europe. We've got a strong track record in delivering subsea projects and navigating the various regulatory, environmental and logistical challenges. So the message I would leave you with is that Scotland is decidedly open for business, and we're ready to work with you to help you deliver your ambitions. So thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. Any questions? One or two questions for Robbie? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, next presentation from Conor O'Malley on optimising wind farm interarray cable burial and assessments.
Hi, thanks very much. It's my first ESCA plenary, so thanks for having me, and looking forward to meeting as many of you as possible over the next day or so. I'm Conor O'Malley. I'm a GIS specialist at Cathy Associates with a background in geology and geophysics. And today I'm going to talk to you about a new methodology that we've developed after a study of open source shipping data across offshore wind farm lease areas to improve the accessibility and efficiency of cable burial risk assessments. So I'll outline the background to the project and its aims briefly, then I'll explain the new methodology that we've developed, and then highlight our key conclusions and recommendations and potential future developments. So firstly, a little bit about Cathy Associates. For those who don't know us, we're an offshore construction and engineering consultancy, and we primarily work on offshore wind farm developments across the whole sort of life cycle of the project, from initial site investigations and feasibility studies all the way through to design, installation, operation, and maintenance, and even decommissioning of offshore wind farms. The scope that I'm going to talk to you about today, I'm sure will be known to many of you, the Cable Burial Risk Assessment, or CBRA, and that falls into the design and installation phase of the offshore wind project. And I'm specifically going to be talking about lease area or inter-array cable CBRAs. Those are the cables which link wind turbine generators to one another and to the offshore substations, as opposed to export cables, which I'm sure many of you know about, which link the offshore substation itself to the shore and deliver the power to the grid. For a little bit of background on CBRAs, for those of you who aren't so familiar, Cathy co-authored the Carbon Trust Guidelines on the CBRA methodology back in 2015, and that aimed to establish, as it says there, a repeatable process that defines a target depth of lowering which is practically and economically achievable while providing adequate protection. In other words, to decide how deep to bury a cable such that it's deep enough that sediment mobility and ocean currents won't move the cable around, and that it's at reduced risk from anchor strike or strike from fishing gear, but not too deep that trenching becomes prohibitively expensive, or that thermal blanketing properties of the soil mean that the cable's less efficient. And that's usually done on a zone-by-zone basis. So the graph in the bottom left there, the red line, is showing an optimized depth of lowering following this procedure for an export cable. So the 0 on the left-hand side is the near shore, going offshore on the right. And the route is zoned into these provinces based on the soil properties and thicknesses and the shipping activity. And then a depth of lowering is recommended for each zone. And those depths are recommended based on the DMV, the Maritime Classification Organization categories, whereby we want the risk of anchor strike to the cable to be at least 1 in 10,000 years, or rarer than that. So DMV categories 1 and 2. And the depths of lowerings for each zone are optimized by calculating, using a probabilistic assessment, the expected rate of anchor strike for vessels of different sizes, based on available data which we have for shipping activity in the area. And as I mentioned, we usually break the route down into zones. We can use this probabilistic assessment to calculate the frequency, or the inverse, the return period of anchor strike in each zone for different burial depths, and thereby choose the shallowest depth, which fits at least DMV category 2 or 1. Things are done slightly differently for lease area cables or inter-array cables compared to export cables. In lease areas, the zone properties, soil zone properties, are usually averaged because the network doesn't follow a simple A to B pattern. So we do this for as many depths as are required to find the optimal burial depth for each zone. Historically, the lease area CBRA has been conducted in the same way, so using AIS data, which is data that all ships are supposed to transmit, with information on their position, their speed, their heading, their size and their category, and their status, whether they're fishing or at anchor, and so on. And so we usually purchase that data from third parties and use it to estimate the post-construction activity. which for export cables is unlikely to change after their installation. However, we know that shipping traffic within lease areas will significantly change after the construction of the wind farm. And furthermore, this purchase of AIS data and associated processing time to get it into the format that we need for probabilistic assessments adds to project cost. Previously, this data was purchased for lease area or inter-array CBRAs, but then assumptions were made to account for the fact that we know that shipping traffic will change and the behavior of shipping will change after construction of the wind farm, such as assuming that the largest vessels, cargo and tanker vessels, will avoid the wind farm, but then adding back in traffic from offshore wind farm maintenance vessels, which we know will be attending the site in support of its operation. So we've carried out an investigation using open source data into 32 currently operational and fully commissioned offshore wind farms across the UK and the EU. And we've derived general patterns in shipping activity pre versus post-construction within these wind farms, and we hope to transfer those patterns to future lease area CBRAs. A brief run through of the methodology. I'll go through it in more detail as I go, but firstly, we derive a pre-construction average shipping route density across the lease area, each of these lease areas that we've studied. We then derive a post-construction estimate and work out the sort of factor that scales pre-construction traffic into post-construction traffic. To carry out the probabilistic assessment, we need to have an estimate of the number of cable crossings rather than just the shipping activity. So we combine that predicted post-construction shipping activity with what I'm going to call the cable density, which is basically how dense the inter-array cable network is, so how many kilometers of cable there are in a given area. And then we've applied AIS datasets which we've purchased that cover constructed wind farms to get the full sort of category and deadweight tonnage or size distribution of vessels, which are crucial to carry out the probabilistic assessment because larger vessels have larger anchors which are expected to penetrate deeper through the soil. So this is the sort of open source data that I'm talking about. This is a map of shipping route density from the European Marine Observation Data Network and the European Maritime Safety Agency. And what's plotted here is the number of shipping routes per month as it flicks through the months within each 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer grid cell. And we also have available open source with no use limitations to any of these data sets. Hourly density data, so how many hours of shipping activity occurred per month within each 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer cell. And crucially, that data set extends 2 years further back in time than the route density data set. And that allows us to sort of use more commissioned wind farms in our study simply because in those 2 extra years, more wind farms have been constructed. So, there we go. So after outlier removal and given the time span limitations of those data sets, we're able to use 16 offshore wind farms. And as I mentioned, we derive the pre-construction shipping activity averages as shown by the number D1 here. You'll see that during construction, so between the gold and the purple bands, there's a huge spike in shipping activity, which is due to all the survey and construction maintenance and support vessels attending the site. But then after construction, as you go into the regular operation and running of the wind farm, the traffic decreases again, and that's given by the number D2 here. So for each of these wind farms that we've studied, and here are a few more examples here where you can see the common pattern of low shipping traffic, a spike in traffic during construction, and then a decrease again. We're able to calculate this ratio, which I've called F post for no particular reason, which is the ratio of traffic post-construction divided by pre-construction. So all that we're ever going to have available when we do these lease area CBRAs is pre-construction data, obviously, because these risk assessments are done in the pre-planning stage or the design and development stage. And so we're going to be able to use those calibrated ratios of post-construction traffic to pre-construction traffic to apply to new CBRAs and to convert the observed pre-construction averages into post-construction values. So we have these values D1, the pre-construction route density average, these factors, F post, which we're continually looking to update and refine as more data becomes available and more wind farms are commissioned, that we can use, average and use to scale observed pre-construction shipping traffic into expected post-construction traffic. But I mentioned that we need to calculate the expected number of cable crossings, not just the expected shipping route density. And so we apply a scaling factor which depends on the cable density, the total cable array length in kilometers divided by the lease area footprint in kilometers squared. So here I'm showing you the planned arrays for 2 offshore wind farms plotted at the same scale. And you can see that the one on the left has a higher cable density shown by the black lines linking the generators to one another and to the offshore substation, the orange dot there. So for any same shipping route density between the 2 sites, you'd expect far more cable crossings to occur in the left-hand site simply because the cable network is just denser. So we can combine, I'll skip through that, sorry. Yeah, we can combine the cable density with that expected post-construction shipping route density to estimate the number of crossings that we'd expect per year across the wind farm once it's constructed. I mentioned that we have these in-house purchased AIS datasets which have far more information in terms of category and vessel size and deadweight tonnage than the open source data, and those are crucial to carry out the probabilistic assessments. So for 4 sites for which we've obtained AIS data covering the post-construction period, which, as I mentioned, is unusual because usually we do these risk assessments before construction and then make assumptions about the post-construction traffic. This represents direct evidence of post-construction traffic in wind farms, and it's vastly different to the pre-construction data, which can often have about half of the traffic being cargo and tanker vessels, and the other half being fishing vessels, for example. Whereas post-construction, we can see that, as we suspected, the traffic is mostly, almost 90% maintenance vessels for the offshore wind farm, which are going to pose less of a risk to cables because those vessels are very well aware where they're not allowed to drop anchor, where they're supposed to be, and so on. We have the same data, from the same 4 data sets, we have post-construction deadweight tonnage distributions. So these can be binned into any categories to be used for the probabilistic assessment. And as I mentioned, the vessel deadweight tonnage is a proxy for the anchor size of the vessel and therefore the risk to cable. And we see that almost 80% of the vessel traffic in offshore wind farms is very small vessels, likely these CTVs, crew transfer vessels, or small pleasure craft. In fact, some places around the UK, seaports are offering tourist day trips to offshore wind farms, that kind of thing. Some of the traffic falls in the deadweight tonnage range 50 to 500, which is still fairly small, sort of tugboats and fishing craft. About 4% of the traffic is in this DWT range, 1,000 to 5,000, which are large vessels, but these are service operational vehicles, which are another form of offshore wind farm maintenance vessel, which again should behave within wind farms. And then less than 1% of the traffic in wind farms that we observed related to large cargo or tanker vessels. And on inspection of the individual tracks, these were sort of accidental crossings of the wind farm. Sometimes they went in, realized what they'd done and turned around, or sometimes they just grazed the edge of the wind farm. So again, not going to provide a significant risk to cables. So with all that information, we have all we need from sort of the open source data in terms of the number of shipping tracks, and we can make some assumptions from our in-house data to predict categories and deadweight tonnage distributions of vessels. So we've carried out a CBRA using the open source method, the new method, and the traditional method. And just a summary of the results here, we calculated that per year in total, we'd expect to see 21,000 cable crossings within lease area, Whereas the old method of purchasing AIS data and then editing it based on those assumptions predicted 26,000 cable crossings. And that led, averaged across the whole site, to a recommended depth of lowering using the open source method of about 40 centimeters and using the sort of traditional method of 90 centimeters, which actually it turns out are both fairly low because the site in question had relatively low shipping traffic. And then here's just a summary of the different predicted annual return periods for different depths of lowerings for, in the first row, the open source new method, and in the second row, the traditional AIS method. So you can see that DMB category 2, a 1 in a 10,000 year expected anchor strike, is reached at a depth of 40 centimeters using the new method and 90 centimeters using the traditional method. So I don't know why the text has gone so small here, but to conclude, there's currently no lease area specific SEBRA guidance from the Carbon Trust, despite the fact that we know that lease area traffic is going to behave very differently to export cable corridor traffic after installation. So we've carried out this analysis of open source data spanning offshore wind farms across the UK and the EU, and that's allowed us to average expected trends in pre versus post-construction within lease areas. And then we've applied some insights from in-house AIS data to reveal patterns in vessel sizes and categories to carry out the SEBRA assessment in the usual way once we've used the open source data to estimate the volume of shipping. And this predicts, zone by zone, this predicts annual cable crossings post-construction of the wind farm, and we can carry out the probabilistic assessment. And we hope that this work will lead to a sort of standardized lease area SEBRA, which can be based on open source data, therefore improving the accessibility and repeatability of SEBRAs and reducing project time and cost. And going forward, as I mentioned, we're continually looking to update the various factors that we've calibrated as part of this research. As new offshore wind farms are commissioned, as new data is released, that's, I think, released quarterly or maybe every 6 months. And as more AIS data, we may look to purchase more AIS data, because obviously 4 data points is not a huge number, to sort of make these calibrated trends in categories and deadweight tonnages a bit more robust. And then with sufficient data, given the amount of sort of scatter that we've observed, we'd like to identify what's driving spatial variation in post-construction traffic within lease areas. And given new open source data, we'd like to extend the analysis to different jurisdictions. And just a few other ideas there of how we might be able to identify causes of variation in the data. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Connor. Any quick? Okay. Tony first.
Hi, Tony Smith, Subsea Cables. Thanks for an interesting presentation. Interestingly, data that you've collected there, particularly the intra-array cables and the fishing vessels that you've logged going through there, which is should we say, a significant minority.
Yeah, I think that's fair, yeah.
But how many of those fishing vessels are trawling on the seabed that might effectively disrupt the cables, or do you not have that information?
We only have that information from the purchased AIS data. So the open source eModNet data does provide a category breakdown, but only into sort of fishing generally, as opposed to cargo tanker and so on. But of the data that we have, very few fishing vessels are in the lease areas are trawlers. They're mostly sort of rod, smaller fishing vessels.
Yeah, I tend to concur with that.
Okay.
I would suggest that trawlers towing a couple of kilometres of wire and the net behind them are not really good in the inter-array cable areas, which tends to beg the question then, why do we bury the cables in there? Spend billions.
That's a good point. I think it's something that we're doing this sort of study to try and address. As you could see, the open source method suggested a slightly lower depth of burial than the traditional method, which is probably overly conservative. So yeah, that's something that we're looking into as part of this work, but I think probably more data is needed on the specific types of vessels.
Leonard, did you have a question? Was it?
Hi, Howard Roberts said, did you apply correction not just for vessels that aren't transmitted AS, but ones that are, where that's already picked up by a receiver?
At what stage of the process? We're sort of taking the open source data as read, as correct, but I don't think we do apply corrections for vessels that might not be transmitting yet.
But vessels that are transmitted, where that receiver is being picked up further ashore.
I'm not aware that's something we factor in, but yeah, these wind farms are not too far from the shore, I think. Yeah, I'd have to check with our team on that, actually. Yeah.
Okay, last question, Barry.
Hello, Barry Howard. Yeah, useful data and useful presentation. Are there any plans to do it for export cables? Do you see benefit in doing the export cables? That's, again, vigorous for wind farms and other...
Yeah, I mean, for sure the same sort of study could be carried out and the same sort of open source predictions in shipping behavior could be done, but I think the reason that we focus on lease areas in particular is because we know that the shipping traffic changes so drastically pre versus post construction, and you know, regulators put rules in place about which vessels can and can't enter lease areas, and I'm not really aware of the same level of regulation around export corridors, and I don't think we have reason to believe that the shipping traffic will change as much in export cable corridors. So in that case, the specific crossing data is likely to be a fairer reflection of what will actually be experienced over the lifetime of the export cable.
Okay, thanks, Connor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next presentation before coffee is liaison and outreach update from John Rossley and Claire Muir.
Okay, thanks, Clive. And firstly, it's great to see so many people here in Edinburgh for the plenary. It's really exciting to see how we're growing as an organisation. So Claire and myself have the task of condensing 6 months of work into hopefully less than 6 months of presentation. So we'll try to keep it relatively concise. For those who don't know me, I'm John Rossley and I'm the Executive Director for ESCA. So I'll talk through in a few different categories about some of the things which are going on. I'm not talking about fishing in this section because that's been covered in the MSG update later on. But we'll talk about some of the things we're doing in terms of policy engagement, government engagement across Europe, some of the security and resilience discussions which have been going on, and then some of the activities we do to work with other sea users and marine industries as well. And then Claire will cover our recent cable awareness workshop and our engagement update, so I'll hand over to her shortly. So first of all, we've got a few quick updates here to give some information about things which are going on. So many members with interests in Ireland will be aware of the change in legislation following the introduction of the Maritime Area Planning Act and the establishment of MARA. That's led to some challenges in permitting and licensing, and some of the provisions which have been put in place have caused some challenges for members. So we've been engaging with the Irish government or Irish government contacts to put together a cable awareness workshop to share information, an information knowledge exchange, to try and help to upskill the regulators so they can understand the context of the activities which they're regulating. So I think to begin with, they've asked for a closed workshop session. So myself and Claire are going next Monday to Wexford to meet with Mara and discuss with them some of the cable awareness workshop materials. After that, we've asked for a more industry-wide workshop. So then we will have invite cable owners and others and supply chain with interest in Ireland to come and meet and engage with them directly. But I think they want the opportunity first to ask silly questions in a more closed session, and the questions that they might not want to ask to their potential customers and those who they will be regulating. We're also, an exciting project which we're working on is our Subsea Cable Shorts project. We're producing some short informational videos, content style for YouTube and for social media. These will be on a variety of topics about ESCA, what we do, some technical cable installation activities and so on. And we have a videographer working on that at the moment. So we've got some of the videos on the table at the moment being edited by some of our next generation working group team who are supporting the production of those. And yes, our videographer is Racket and Goose Productions. Then we've been working with the European Commission with DG Connect following the recommendations which were published last year. So they published recommendations 779 and a white paper on digital connectivity. We've had various engagements. We've been out to Brussels to meet them a few times to talk about the recommendations there and support with some industry advice on things that industry would like to see as they progress those policies. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Then many will be aware, and I've engaged with many members on this, the parliamentary inquiry on how vulnerable are subsea cables to attacks. We're putting together a response. The deadline's tomorrow. So I'll be talking to members about that during the course of the next day or so. So many will be aware we're going back a little bit, so we're trying to update on the activities that have taken place since our last plenary in the Faroe Islands in September. So of course one of the key activity which took place after that was the Valencia Island Cable Resilience Symposium. ESCA was a sponsor for the event. I was part of the steering committee organising it in my role as ICPC and ESCA. And we sponsored financially and also provided some materials and promotional items for the event as well. So Valencia Island is the location of the first transatlantic cable landing in the 1850s between Valencia Island in Ireland and Heart's Content in Newfoundland in Canada. So it's a historic location, and it brought together academia, governments, defence, industry, with the executive committee of the ICPC coming to Valencia from all across the world. So it was a very special event. And because of its remote location, it meant that once you were there, you couldn't leave. So nobody could just jet in and out and leave. So it led to really good dialogue. It coincided with the executive committee meeting, and we had the opening keynote address from Micheál Martin, who at the time was the Taoiseach of Ireland and now, of course, is the Taoiseach. So he's a very prominent figure who has been engaged with the industry, talked about cable resilience and the things which matter to us. My key takeaway from the whole event was the fact that the now leader of Ireland walked out with an ESCA notebook, which everyone will have, and a tote bag over his shoulder. So I call that a successful engagement exercise. ESCA was represented by Pete Jameson, our vice chairman, and Courtney French, who's our fishing advisor. And I would be definitely reprimanded by Leonard Hobbs, who's the chair of the Transatlantic Cable Station Foundation. I can't remember the exact name of the organisation. But Leonard would chastise me if I didn't mention the UNESCO World Heritage status bid for the cable projects. And it's an international collaboration between the Department of Foreign Affairs in Ireland and Foreign Affairs in Canada. And he would also like me to say that it's a very nice location for a holiday if you are wanting a full cable geek experience with a submarine cable trail and a museum. It's a great place to visit. There is a report which is currently gone through various approvals because of the nature of the report and some of the topics were discussed and the participants there. It's been approved by the Department of Defence and Department of Foreign Affairs, and that will be made available and published quite soon to give some of the outcomes of that dialogue. And of course, planning is underway for the next event too, so that's hopefully coming at the end of this year, probably with a focus on seabed congestion and some of the challenges there. So the next topic to cover as an update is the establishment of the International Advisory Body for Submarine Cable Resilience. And this is a joint initiative between the ITU and the ICPC. And ESCA is a member of the advisory body represented by our chairman, Steve Daw. It's a prestigious appointment. There's a large number of applications which came in for the body. So it's great to have ESCA represented there on an equal footing with the other advisory body members who include ministers, ambassadors, and all sorts of government representatives as well as representatives from industry. So it's a really good opportunity to promote cable resilience messages and good practice. The first virtual meeting took place in December, and then we had the inaugural in-person meeting last week in Abuja in Nigeria. That coincided, so the IAB meeting coincided with the Cable Resilience Summit, which was hosted by the Minister for Telecoms in Nigeria, and it was a hugely successful event. There were only over 250 participants, and it was very nice to get out to Abuja as well. Then some of the government and regulatory policy discussions. So as I mentioned, we've been engaging with EU DG Connect in the Commission, looking at the white paper and the recommendation which was published last year. We gave a presentation in Brussels to represent some of the key focus topics for the industry. There's a meeting taking place of the expert advisory group on the 12th of March, and we have been invited to that. At the moment, that group has been government only, so it's a useful opportunity for us to go and share information from an industry perspective. The one ask that we have during that meeting is, again, that we organise a wider industry workshop. So we want the Commission to be speaking directly to members, operators, cable owners, and so on. So we'll be trying to set that up. They don't like to travel, so it probably will be in Brussels sometime towards the beginning of the summer. Then, again, touching on Ireland, in terms of MARA, there's some challenges in international law, in the provisions of UNCLOS, in the way that the legislation has been introduced. There were interventions sent from ESCA and ICPC. That's likely to result in an amendment to the legislation to tidy up some of the provisions which were put in place. That's not necessarily a quick exercise, so in conjunction with that, we've said if there does have to be some form of licensing process through Irish EEZ, that it should be simplified, streamlined, and made easier and not a barrier to cable installation and especially repair activities that be taking place. Again, our primary ask from our workshop next week, our cable awareness workshop that we're doing, is to say that we would like to have an industry workshop, again, to bring together the regulator and cable owners and those with interests in Ireland. Then lots of activity, and I'll go through these relatively quickly across other areas that our members are active in. So we have a lot of engagement with Welsh Government, and that's through a few different touch points. So that's through marine planning, but also through the Coast and Seas Partnership, which is a multi-stakeholder group which brings together those with interests in Welsh coast and seas. Welsh Government is really active on all sorts of topics. I won't go through them all in detail because I will definitely run out of time. Two key points to be aware of are the strategic resource areas which have recently been announced. There's 5 priority industries which they've focused on, which are aquaculture, floating wind, aggregates, and 2 others which I've forgotten at the moment. But there are safeguarding policies in place for subsea cables. So these areas aren't for priority, but they're areas which have been designated to say these are good for these activities to take place. But it's useful that they're also taking into account the needs of linear cables, offshore renewables, other things which need to happen in the same area too. There was a consultation from the Government Office for Science, which many members took part in. That was looking at the power cable and repair framework and provisions. I'll talk a little bit more about that in the parliamentary inquiry update. We're part of the National Marine Plan 2 activities in Scotland, and SSEN have been supporting the representation there. We responded to the Industrial Strategy Green Paper, which was a consultation, I think, towards the end of last year, and put forward some of the key points which we represent around the industry quite regularly on resilience, importance of promoting new deployment and timely repair, and so on. We have regular engagements with licensing bodies across the MMO and Natural Resource Wales and others, and we're trying to set up some regular engagement meetings with the Marine Directorate in Scotland as well in the licensing team. But any members who want us to engage with any of the bodies that you're working with, please do come and let us know. So we're here to represent your interests, so let us know what your primary concerns are. Then it's important to say we have various other government touch points. So we're part of various groups which have several government representatives within them. So we have observer status in OSPAR. We engage with ANISA and BEREC and some of these forums which bring together governments across Europe. So if there are specific activities, we can reach out and get involved in some of those policy discussions. We had, following the plenary in the Faroes, we had a very good response to our letter to the new government in Westminster, which we sent over the summer. So we had a letter from our chairman to the Secretaries of State to highlight the importance of subsea cables to the UK. We had a letter in response, and I won't read the whole text here, and it is available on the website as well. But it talks about the ESCA being a key stakeholder for His Majesty's government to represent the interests of subsea cables, asks for constructive challenge in some of the policy making. And I think these are really strong words from 2 Secretaries of State, Peter Kyle for DCIT and Ed Miliband for Energy Security and Net Zero. So parliamentary inquiry was launched on the 24th of January. It's something which has been preoccupying quite a lot of time over the last couple of weeks to bring together the interests of our members. I've spoken to quite a lot of you already. If you've got something which you would like to include, please do come and talk to me. We have a fairly lengthy response which we ran through at the executive committee meeting yesterday. But I think we have a robust response that sets the view of industry, and that will be submitted hopefully by the end of tomorrow, but the deadline is the 6th of March. So for anyone who's not aware of it, please do come and speak to me, and we'll make sure that you're able to make a submission. So as I said, many members have submitted responses already. Many are yet to do so. If there are things that you want us to include, then happy to discuss it. This is a quick update on the whole of seabed. There was an event that took place in the beginning of summer last year, hosted by the Crown Estate, which launched whole of seabed and the marine delivery route map. I don't have, I don't have a big update here, but just to say that some of that work, that engagement work, is starting again. And we're planning maybe some webinars or opportunities for engagement between the Crown and cable owners to understand progress of this. One of the key points I wanted to make clear on this, and we've given as many updates in the past, so I won't go back too much over it, is say that the Crown Estate aren't making policy. The whole of seabed is the mechanism to provide data and evidence for future good decision making as the seabed becomes more congested. So there's some really good active work there. It's supported by ESCA members, so we have AWS and Ocean IQ, and Vodafone have significantly contributed to this piece of work. So it's a really important thing to sort of keep aware of. So when you see an invitation to a session to update on that, then please pay attention. Again, I won't go through our long list, but this gives an idea of some of the activities which are going on in terms of security and resilience. We've got Pete Jameson who's going to talk about the response to incidents in the Baltic after the break, after the coffee break. But of course, there's a heightened level of interest in subsea cables at the moment because of the maybe some of the perceived risks and threats. We try to balance that by talking about what the risks and threats generally are for submarine cables. But there's lots of work with government on security and resilience. One point to highlight here is the Advanced Research Workshop, which took place in Dundalk in Ireland at the end of last year. And that brought together, it was organised by the NATO Project for Science and Peace, and was represented, so many industry members were represented through the ICPC and ESCA, but it brought together defence departments, others, Department of Foreign Affairs in Ireland, Iceland, and was a joint initiative to address some of these security and resilience topics. And so there's also that built on some of the work from the Valencia Island Symposium, and there'll be a published report from that as well in due course. So a lot of our other policy focus is on environmental topics. ESCA has observer status in OSPAR, which is the Oslo-Paris Convention, looking at protection of the marine environment in the Oslo OSPAR geographic area. There's a cables task group which was formed to look at an update to the cables background document that we've talked about a few times. That has led to a request to be able to review and update the best environmental practice document, and that's currently ongoing. So we've had a review panel within the technical regulatory subgroup, and I'm sure that'll be covered later. But it's a great opportunity for us to provide technical information on which decisions will be made at that collective level. It's not an EU entity, so the UK is a contracting party as well as other European countries. So it means that active dialogue can still take place, which is very positive. I also recently attended a collective arrangement meeting in Brussels of OSPAR and NEAFC, which is the North East Atlantic Fisheries Commission. And again, that was a good opportunity to cover topics like deep seabed mining and deep sea fishing, which are key priority areas for the cable industry as well, and key areas of interest. And that leads to engagement between ESCA and other observer parties there as well. So ASCABANs and ACOPs, Seas at Risk and others who have different area of focus, but maybe want some of the same outcomes. So there's some good collaboration that can take place there as well. In terms of evidence gathering, we don't have Mike Clare from NOC here this time, but he always talks about the importance of gathering good evidence and data. The more evidence we have on low impact means that we will see less use of the precautionary principle. And I think particularly given some of the discussions in Ireland, that becomes increasingly important to do. We're looking at academic research projects at the moment on decommissioning cable recovery and rock placement activities as well. So there's a lot of work that we're doing with academic partners there. Again, these are some of the activities that we're working on. I'm highlighting it as a list of things. If there's anything that members are particularly keen or interested to be aware of, then please do come and find me and ask about them. Some of them, so marine net gain is something we've talked about extensively, and hopefully we have an update from Jen Godwin, who's the chief exec of the Seabed User Developer Group, and I'm sure she'll cover marine net gain in a little more detail. We've been part of a project advisory group on that. There's also some ongoing work with CFAS, looking at topics like EMF and scour from subsea cables that we're engaged with. We have regular engagement with the SNCBs, and with the ENGOs as well, so both the statutory and the other environmental groups. So then, in terms of the work that we do with others, we have lots of other stakeholder groups that we engage with. ESCA is a member of the Seabed User Developer Group, as I said, which is an association of associations of major marine industries. It's a really good opportunity to speak to other marine users and highlight some of the topics where we have mutual interests. So we have regular calls as well with Renewables UK, Offshore Energy UK, on some of the topics like decommissioning and rock placement that can impact all marine industries there. OSPAR activities leads to engagement with some of the other observers around the world, so I think the benefit of our engagement with OSPAR goes beyond just updating technical documents. It leads to other areas and work streams too. And of course, we continue to work closely with the Danish Cable Protection Committee, and we have Per here Per Andersen to give us an update later on, and the ICPC as well. And yes, we have an update on the ICPC, which will be me again, on tomorrow. Participation in other events, this is just a bit of a summary of some of the things that we've been engaged with. DKC, CPC, as I said. Tech UK held a Subsea Cables Summit in London. We had a panel discussion. Submarine Networks, EMEA was last week, which ESCA is always very involved with, and we have a stand there. And then we do get lots of invitations to lots of security conferences that we decline on a regular basis. Only looking at those where we might have an opportunity to share policy messages and advice and industry positions. We avoid the defence tech sales conferences. And I will hand over to Claire.
Hi everybody, I'm Claire Muir. I think I've met most of you now, but I'm still finding new faces that I've not yet connected to an email address yet, so feel free to come say hello anytime. I'm going to start off with the Subsea Cables Awareness Workshop. So that's something that we've run historically with the Crown Estate. The last two events were held online, with it being kind of post-COVID, pre-COVID times. So the last time we held it in person was back in 2019 at the Crown Estate's offices. So that was I think it was a 50-person event. So it's grown somewhat. So because the online sessions were so successful, we wanted to have a hybrid approach for the first time this year. It's hugely popular, so we had 850 people register their interest to attend. We whittled that down to 140 people in the room, so we held it down at Knock in Southampton. It was very successful. I feel like I'm just banging on about it all the time. I'm slightly calming down about the excitement of how successful it was. So we ran it in conjunction with the Crown Estate and Crown Estate Scotland. So it was great having Crown Estate Scotland on board. For anybody who doesn't know what it is, I feel I've been living and breathing it, so I need to remember that there's probably people who haven't heard about it before. It is an opportunity to get newcomers to the industry and anybody who wants to increase their knowledge on subsea cables to come along, find out the basics of the whole project life cycle. So we cover it from inception all the way through to decommissioning. We had 25 plus speakers, so we rely hugely on the kindness of our members, our stakeholders, and many of our government contacts to give us their time to come along and present. So we kept it very short and punchy, so very short 10-minute presentation so that we kept everybody's attention. So positive feedback across the board, which, as I say, the amount of time and effort that went into it from all of our members, the attendees, it was really, really, really good to get that feedback. So I'm not going to go on about this one too much because I'll slightly be stealing the Next Gen team's thunder. So we held the very first Next Gen Awards in conjunction with the SCORE being the abbreviation for the awareness workshop. There's 5 of the winners there, so we've actually got 5 of the 6 winners in the room with us today. So say hello to them if you recognise their faces. We really want to say a huge thank you to the sponsors of the projects. So 2 of the sponsors of the awards. So 2 of the sponsors were Suboptic Foundation and the ICPC. we are open to anybody wanting to sponsor any prizes in the future. So we're looking at holding this event yearly in conjunction with the awareness workshop. So anybody who'd like to sponsor a prize, feel free to come speak to either me, Clive or John. And the other prizes were £1,000 ESCA bursary. Again, I don't want to steal the thunder and go through everybody who got an award. I'll leave that to Izzy with her next gen update later on. But we are going to do a deep dive, almost like a blog post of each of the award winners as they're using their prizes or presenting at Suboptic in Lisbon and presenting at the ICPC plenary in Montreal. The ESCA bulletin, so we issued that at the start of this week. If anybody didn't receive it, let us know. It might either be that you're not on the distribution or emails have bounced, so please come and speak to us. It's just a bit of a one-stop shop of different activities that we've been up to. There's a little bit of a subgroup update. It's a nice way to just get a message out there of what we actually do, raise awareness of the subgroups, raise awareness of the various activities. So yeah, please feel free to come and speak to us. We've now increased the distribution to 1,500. So again, we just keep on growing and growing with these things. So it's good to get the awareness of ESCA increased. A bit of an update on social networks. So our LinkedIn profile has continued to grow. I think we're up to about 3,500 followers now, which feels like heady heights for us. I think if we compare it to National Grid, who seem to have tens and tens of thousands, it makes me feel a little bit smaller, but we've done a great job of increasing the awareness of our LinkedIn. It just helps us put messages out of, again, what activities we're up to, raise awareness of the industry, raises awareness of the different challenges that we're facing. So I'd like to do a little bit of a run through of our most popular posts. So the last plenary, I think it was vessels, big groups of people getting together. And the third one escapes me. I think it might have been something to do with an ROV. This time around, it's been damaged cables, the Baltics, which will not surprise any of you at all. A great blog post from Pete Jameson. I apologise in advance, you're all going to have groovies in your head for the rest of the afternoon, for the rest of the morning. But it's well worth a look. They're all on there. There's quite often links to signposts to other bits of useful information. So if you don't follow us on LinkedIn, get following us. It's full of nuggets of wisdom. So yeah, just a few images just from those various posts. And lastly, but no means least, we've got an Instagram account. I feel very hip and happening, although I'm told that's not the hippest and the happening social platform anymore. Apparently it's TikTok, showing my age. So we haven't shouted out about it yet because we've not got much content. So it's something that we decided to create to help with outreach, especially to different younger generations. So again, Next Gen will tell you what they've been up to with their various outreach positions. But yeah, it's just there to aid us reaching out, again, increasing awareness of our existence, letting people know about the world of subsea cables. So it's going to be quite short and punchy, the content we put on there. So lots of pretty pictures. And again, just some signposts of different bits and pieces. So yeah, watch this space. But as always, we are open to any feedback. We're open to ideas, different things that you'd like to see us incorporate. So come speak to us. And I think that's it. I think we're early, John. It's amazing. So if anyone's got any questions in the room at the moment.
Yeah, any questions for John or Claire? Barry? Hold on, Barry.
When's the next workshop?
Oh, yeah, good point. So we are planning on holding it on an annual basis. So there's been a few kind of short hiatuses between the virtual ones. So it's our intention to try and hold it at the end of January every year. So we've sat and had a look at various calendars, different events that are running. So we've been trying I think we ended up landing it on the exact same dates as another industry event, didn't we? Coastal Futures. So we may have to tweak the dates slightly. But yeah, the intention is every January. It's a nice way to start the new year, especially for us, lots of organising. I had spreadsheets for the spreadsheets at one point. Yeah. So actually, at the moment, the recordings from it are still available at the moment because we've had so many people asking for us to extend the amount of time we made them available. We had some great speakers, I'd say, like people who'd kind of come out of retirement to come and speak. And I'm looking at John because he knows the timestamp. Day one. Oh, it doesn't matter. No, okay, sorry, I'm rambling now. I'm taking advantage of finishing early. Okay, so any questions after, just come and find us. Lovely, thank you very much.
Carlos, you have a question? Just John will bring the mic to you.
Thank you, John. I'm Stuart from Murray. I'd like to understand what is the level of engagement of the European Commission at the moment. I saw that there are some initiatives that are quite positive, but in terms of the political engagement, they are supportive and what they're trying to achieve in terms of discussions with you.
Yes, so there's the recommendation 779 and the white paper published last year, and that gives an indication of the types of things which the Commission really wanted to focus on. They've formed an expert advisory group, so we have the international advisory body with the ITU and ICPC, and then the EU Commission has the expert advisory group, which is government only and has been closed to date in order to do some policy work behind closed doors. So they've now started to engage. So I think the first meeting I had in Brussels was in September last year, and then I've been back to meet them several times since. That's through DG Connect, so it's the policy arm of the of DG Connect, which is focused on telecoms cables. Then the advisory group meeting is taking place next Wednesday, and we've been invited to present in the afternoon. So I'll actually at DKCPC, I'm dialing in virtually, and then that will lead hopefully to a wider industry workshop. So lots of work going on with that. It is, of course, there's lots of different sectors that we represent. So we represent telecommunications, cable, power cables, renewables, or cables for renewables as well. So this is just one part of it. This is about digital connectivity, not about power cables, and that's probably dealt with in other parts. So we continue to try and engage and improve our outreach in Europe.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, we're 5 minutes early, but I'm not sure if the coffee's out there at the moment, but if we could come back at 11:30. Thank you. think we need a bloody bigger bill, you know. Okay, welcome back. Next presentation is from Peter Jameson on Virgin Media O2 and on a very hot topic of subsea cable incidents. Over to you, Peter.
Okay, hello everybody. I'd just like to start off by saying that this is all my own work. This is not the views of ESCA and it's not the views of Virgin Media O2. It's my opinions. And no way to belittle the potential threats of hostile actors that people think about recently. It's just more to offer a counter perspective based on cable faults, historic cable faults and historic cable trends that have happened in the past. So in regards to all these incidents that we've had recently, I'd like to say is, don't panic. Some people are panicking, unfortunately, and it's not surprising considering the rhetoric that's been in the media and the stories that we see. What we really need to do is take a really considered look at what's going on and not make any knee-jerk reactions to it. Sorry, I'm a bit taller than this. So let's remind ourselves of what are the usual threats to subsea cables. We know that there's an average of cable outage globally every 3 days. We know that these are the usual culprits, commercial fishing and anchors. We know that geological events also are a major cause of cable outage. Another reason that I'm not so sure has been confirmed yet is him. Now, that's not to say he's not, but we haven't got any confirmed causes. But I think it's wise to go back and look at where this Russia issue has come from. And I'm not referring back to the Cold War and Operation Ivy Bells and things like that you might have heard of. The Russian scare, to 2009, the ICPC attended a conference on subsea cable security, and in their top 7 issues, sabotage by state actors, by other people, it wasn't in the top 7. You know, piracy probably the closest issues to come to what we're dealing with now. So, forward a bit further on, and you get to 2011, and we already knew in the sector how important cables were, but to the wider public, cables are still a hidden thing. They were still out of people's mind. And this is 2011, and strange to think that even so recently ago, you know, hyperscale was when a thing then. You know, the iPhone 3GS has only been out a year. You know, having social media on your device hadn't really taken off. But what caused this article to focus on subsea cables and the vulnerabilities of them? Well, those in the sector might remember Ragucci as the reliability of global undersea cable communications infrastructure. And this was a global summit of cable owners and people from the sector, and they came around and tried to improve or talk about subsea cable security. And we've got these new groups like the ITU and the EU and NATO, and they're doing the same thing 15 years later. And they came up with 12 recommendations, and I've got to go through them all. And some of the recommendations are really good. Some have been done, some have not been done, probably in a better place if they'd all been followed through. But now governments, the minds are focused due to these incidents, and they're looking at these again. But the reason I put that up there is, out of all those 12 recommendations, there's nothing about hostile state actors. There's nothing about sabotage. So it still wasn't a thing in 2011. So then in 2012, a commander in the US Navy wrote a paper on the global security of undersea cables, and he doesn't mention Russia or hostile actors or sabotage once. He mentions terrorism, but he says in this paper, and I quote, and this is in 2012, according to his research, it is safe to say the undersea cables are secure within the US EEZ. So he didn't seem to think there was an issue in 2012. The first instance I can see of Russia being mentioned in regards to subsea cable security in modern times is in 2015. An article in the New York Times. If you want to read it, you can Google it. It's still available. And there was three US admirals and a commander, all of which now said they were very concerned about Russian submarine activity. So I don't know what instigated this. I mean, Russia had just invaded Crimea, so that had just happened. So that could be an issue. So maybe that was the catalyst for this story. I don't know. But then, since then, it's been thrown out pretty much every year. The next day, the BBC took it over. And then every year since, there's been a story. There's the Russian spy ship in the Mediterranean, the Antar, everybody's go-to bad boy. And then in 2021, later on, and then, it wasn't Russia, that was fishing trawler. This story in 2023, that goes back. It actually says that it goes back to 2015. It goes back to that story up there. These concerns started in 2015. And then the rhetoric just gets ramped up. God forbid we should over-dramatize things. So why is the focus on the Baltic? Well, obviously geopolitical tensions now with Russia incursion into Ukraine and Russia with its geographical location in this area. It's obviously going to heighten things up. Sweden and Finland just had to join NATO because of fears over Russian aggression. So obviously tensions are high, and that's only to be expected. And so when you look at incidents in the area, and that formatting hasn't gone very well, has it? But on the face of it, it looks bad. Lots of incidents in a very short space of time. I'll take out Nord Stream because that wasn't damaged by an anchor, and there's still discussions over who caused that damage. That's still an ongoing thing. And I've highlighted that Rostelcom telecom cable as well because that's actually a Russian-owned cable. So I don't know why Russia would want to be taking out their own cables. So there's a lot of talk now about the grey zone and hybrid warfare. And that's particularly tricky now because it's called a grey zone because it's not black and white. And in definition, you can see at the bottom there, one person might interpret as a completely innocent act might be perceived by someone else as an act of aggression. And so now it becomes a matter of opinion. Is it malicious or isn't it? And the counter-argument is, well, it might be an accident, or it might be malicious because it's designed to look like an accident, so it can be plausibly denied. So that just ramps up the tension. And this is what's happening with these incidents now in the Baltic is some people are saying that it's definitely Russian aggression. Some people are saying that it's accidental, and these things happen all the time. And so then you get the rhetoric in the media. Straight away, it's Russian sabotage because Finland has joined NATO. Baltic Sea saboteurs strike again. Grey zone aggression. Baltic damage was purposeful. Who was sabotaging underwater infrastructure? And it goes on. Damage to the pipeline was deliberate. Russia cutting the cable. And this is, I mean, those of you who've been following it, I've been following it quite closely for some time, there's a headline like this almost every day. Damage to Baltic cable was sabotage. And so they get the rhetoric from the governments, and you would hope in these situations that politicians might try to calm things down a bit. But what they're saying here is it could not have occurred by accident, because it's such a big act. I think in translation he's referring, that's the new polar bear, is referring to the fact that the ship dragged its anchor for nearly 100 kilometres, saying it's too big to be an accident. Likewise, the one at the bottom there, the same thing. You go and drag an anchor for 100 miles and not know about it. No one believes that these cables are accidentally damaged, and I don't want to believe it. And so we have to conclude that it is a hybrid action, without knowing, of course, and this is sabotage. So really ramping up the tensions and not trying to calm things down at all. They're cut intentionally, and this is before any investigations have been done. So really jumping onto the statement, and then the EU Minister for Digital Chief says it can't be an accident if it's happening many times a year. So just the fact that it's happened a few times means it has to be deliberate, which again is opinion. And then on social media, don't get me started on that. It's the kind of stuff that's been going on LinkedIn and other platforms. This person replying to me directly, so I'll give him a bit of airtime. So dragging an anchor over 100 kilometres on the seabed takes many hours, and it can't be done by accident. But the thing is, it can be done by accident, and the research has been done. So back in 2009, this paper by Mick Green and Keith Brooks, two names that many people in this room will know well, they did a paper for the ICPC on anchor drags. And anchor drags can be put into two classifications. It's dragging your anchor while underway, so you're steaming along and the anchor's down and you're powering away, or you've dropped anchor to try and stay stationary, and due to storms or whatever, the anchor's dragged and you moved with it. This paper is about anchor underway, the same kind of incidents that's been happening in the Baltic. And they found that in just 2 years, there had been 13 cases of anchor damage due to ships dragging anchor whilst underway, just around the UK. And wider afield, in the Mediterranean off the coast of Sicily, a ship dragged its anchor for 300 kilometres and damaged 6 cables. So it can happen by accident. And then the other argument I was getting, I put forward to this guy, well, it's possible that the anchor could have been deployed accidentally. You know, it could have been a mechanical failure or just incompetence. And he says, no, obviously I've never been anywhere near a ship, so he's telling me that can't happen. But it can happen, because there's a report from the AIB in 2007 where a ship in a storm decided to weigh anchor and set off, and the hydraulic motor exploded and the cable ran out to the bitter end. And I was also quite pleased to find out that that was actually a nautical term, the bitter end. I didn't know that. That's actually the end of the anchor. But so the vessel then dragged its anchor and caught it on a pipeline. So mechanical failures can happen, and they do happen. Here's an incident which is included in the report, which one I'm very familiar with because this one damaged my cable. So this is the Mornez, and in the North Channel between Northern Ireland and Scotland, this vessel steamed over a BT, the now retired BT cable, went over the Moyle Interconnector North, went over the gas pipeline, went over my cable, which is the green one, went over the Moyle Interconnector South. It only took out the telecoms cables, but that could have had the possibility of taking out all that infrastructure. So we were lucky, and you know, Northern Ireland dodged a bullet on that day. And then we got the Saga Sky in 2016, which, if you put this on LinkedIn, the AIS detectives would have had a field day because it's coming down and then it runs into trouble. It's in a very stormy weather. The ship's master loses control of the vessel. It's forced back. He puts the anchor out and he catches the IFA interconnector between the UK and France. Well, if you just looked at that as an IAS track, you'd say that's a bit suspicious looking, where it goes back, and you could have had people casting aspersions on. Just a week later, the King Arthur severed all the cables between the UK and Jersey, again in a storm. And then just a year later, a vessel, the Romy Trader, that took out the power cable to the Scilly Isles. But what's not on that headline and what's not in that story, that just talks about the power cable to the Scilly Isles. It also took out AC1. It also took out Flag Atlantic, 2 transatlantic cables. It also took out Ireland UK, and it also took out ESAT1. None of that made the news, the telecommunications cables. None of it made the news because obviously it wasn't newsworthy. Also, by the way, a Russian captain on that ship. And this is one of my favorites. So this is in the Great Lakes, Lake Erie. And that vessel, the Clydes Vankenvoort, they dragged its anchor for 600 kilometers. So, and that was human error. The watch thought the anchor was up, but it wasn't. And so they just set off, and they set off just to the right of Mackinac Island, you see there. They went through the straits, they took out a load of infrastructure crossing the straits, and then they dragged the anchor all the way down to the bottom. So it does happen. It's happened in the past, it's happening now, it'll probably happen in the future. But what can be an explanation behind it? So you might have heard about the Russian Shadow Fleet. So this is the fleet of tankers that is, because of the sanctions on Russian oil, the Russians are turning to vessels that are older, more poorly maintained, poorly crewed, might not even be insured. And even though we put sanctions on Russia, you can see the exports have risen year on year on year. In 2 years, almost gone up by fourfold. So at the end there, so 4.5 million barrels a day, which is what it was at on June 24. That's equivalent to tankers that are operating in the area. That's equivalent to like 10 tankers a day. So that's 10 tankers in a Russian port filling up with oil. You've got 10 tankers on the way to the port. You've got 10 tankers on the way out. The amount of shipping that has gone up, it's gone from 22, in April 22, they've gone from 2 tankers a day up to 10 tankers a day in June 24. So Russia might not be deliberately sabotaging the cables in the Baltic, but they certainly could be the cause, or are the cause, for the damage of the cables in the Baltic. So it's still the way to look at it. And just today, the Finnish Secret Service have agreed with me, said the same thing. So, back to the incidents. So all the anchor incidents have been post-Nord Stream. Well, there were 2 incidents that you might or might not have heard of off the coast of Norway just prior to that, where 2 strategic cables are also damaged. One was the Love, I forget what that's an abbreviation. I forget what the real name is, but the Love Observatory. So this is a marine observatory at which, and where these black dots, these are sensors that pick up all kinds of marine information and is transported back to land on that cable. So in 2021, 4.2 kilometers of that cable went missing. It disappeared. There was a damage, and they went out to look for it, and the cable wasn't there. The cable was surface laid as well, which obviously doesn't help. And so they went to check on IIS data. And do you want to set that animation off for me, Clive? I don't know if I can do it with the clicker. And they identified this fishing vessel. And they followed its IIS track. And where it stops and turns, there, they went out there, and that's where they found the missing cable. So it was that fishing boat that got the cable and damaged it. Now, was that a deliberate or not? We don't know. Don't know. But they brought the cable back, and they could see that it had cut marks in it. So somebody brought it up, cut it with an angle grinder, and thrown it back over there. And you might think, well, that looks pretty deliberate. And that might be deliberate, but you might just be trying to clear his gear, because that's happened before. In Canada, a fisherman did the same thing. He ended up with a $1.2 million bill, which he appealed, and I do believe that he was ordered to pay it, so I don't know what happened to him, poor guy. And just recently, that was in 2013, but just a few weeks ago, same thing happened in North America, in Canada. Telltale sign, there's almost like a cut, like an angle grinder, cut through the cable. So that does go on. And then the next incident was the Svalbard cables. So these cables go from mainland Norway up to Svalbard. And the reason why they're important is because they connect this, which is the Svalbard Satellite Air Station, which is a very strategically important station. So these one of these cables damaged in 2022. And so the pink cable is where the cable damage happened. It's worth noting that all these vessels have got the AIS turned on. They're not hiding, they're not being covert, we can all see them. And what happens usually, especially around UK waters, when vessels are fishing, they'll sometimes turn the AIS off. But that one didn't. They had it turned on, and that pink vessel was fishing, obviously doing well, so the green vessel thought, I'll have some of that. And he went up and going after the same catch. And on that, they're saying, the rhetoric was, well, like other places, it's not illegal to fish over cables. And they're saying here, the Russian trawler, Melkar 5, passed over the cable 20 times. And the next Norwegian fisherman said, it's completely incomprehensible that someone should trawl over the subsea cables in this way. It's not. What is unusual about what we see is that some vessels are trawled over these cables repeatedly. It happens. And after 50 years of experience of trawl fishing, the practice is to avoid the cables for all it's worth. Well, I wish everybody shared that sentiment, but they don't, because here's a AIS track over one of my cables in the Irish Sea, and they passed over, fishing boat passed over mine a good 14 times in a 20-hour period before they found the one bit of cable that was exposed and damaged it. So it's not incomprehensible, and it does happen all the time. And so since these incidents, we're getting headlines now. I say they're coming in every day. The shadow fleet. Oh no, there's a ship in the Baltic. All the time. The Chinese are patenting cutting I mean, that was a particularly poor piece of reporting because what that was a cutting holding grapple, which we use in the subsea cable industry all the time. You need to do that to bring a cable up to repair it. But they're trying to make out it was some kind of sabotage device. We do get some counter views, but not many. So the Washington Post did put this one out. And eventually, Sweden did release a ship and said it was clearly not sabotage. So that was that one. So the narrative is changing a little bit. So on the face of it, yes, all these incidents, if you look at it like that, you think, wow, there's something really bad going on here. But when you look at it in isolation, and you look at it in historical data, and you look at it with historical trends, and then you look at it with geopolitical situation as is the moment, and you look at it with the increase of shipping and shipping of poorly maintained vessels and things like that in the region, then it becomes less a sabotage issue and something else. So, to close with, looking at individually, there's nothing out of the ordinary really to point towards, apart from the cause is probably to do with the increase in this Russian shadow fleet. Sensationalist media and poor reporting is to be expected. We live in an age now where everybody's after clicks. You want a headline to grab you in, so you click on that story, so they're going to put out the most outrageous things out there, and that's only to be expected. It would be nice if officials could be mindful of their comments before all the evidence and all the facts are known. Try not to be inflammatory. If we cry sabotage every time a cable's damaged, then we run the very real risk of being the sector that cried wolf. You know what I mean? And then real malicious actions can be lost in the noise around it. So we must be mindful about how we react to these incidents. And always, I like to close with Hanlon's razor. Never attribute to malice that was adequately explained by stupidity or incompetence, or poorly maintained ships. And that's that. And that's an acknowledgement. So a lot of the data had, especially on the Love Observatory and the Svalbard incidents I got from that site, that had a really excellent reporting on it. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Any questions for Peter?
Cracking. Oh.
One? Is there one question?
Hello everyone, thank you. I'm Jennifer Godwin from the Seabed User and Developer Group. Really interesting presentation. I wanted to ask a question which might be for you, but maybe John would answer as well. So I can see the conclusion of what you're saying, that, you know, and I love that quote at the end, that often these things aren't due to malice. But there is some, don't shout me down, there's some benefit to raising the awareness of the importance of cables. And so what is ESCA doing, or what are industry people doing to capitalise on the raising awareness whilst also setting the truth out there?
Yeah, well, I can speak a bit, and John can carry on because he's probably involved a bit more. So these incidents has focused everybody's attention. All government, the ITU board, the EU setting up their board, NATO really taking a focus on it. The UK government have set up their industry group, and the EU DG Connect thing that John's also involved in. So it has heightened everybody's focus onto it, possibly not in the desired effect that we would like, because everybody's thinking now that all our infrastructure is at risk and is invulnerable. Which is, as I'm trying to put, is not 100% the case. But maybe, John, you can add about what the ITU did and said.
Yeah, I suppose not necessarily related to the ITU. I'll come back to the front so everyone doesn't have to turn around. It's worth noting that maybe 10, 15 years ago, if we went to government and said we want to talk about cables, they'd be like, so what? So we had a recent meeting with NATO on Monday, and they said why incidents not reported and not reported in the press, or why are they being reported now but weren't being reported before, with the inference that something was being hidden. And the answer was it just wasn't that interesting to report. It was business as usual. It wasn't a particularly surprising event. Cable damage isn't uncommon. So to gain awareness and interest and support from governments, I think is a really useful thing for us. And some of the security discussions are useful and valid, and some of them maybe need a bit of context to say why things might happen. So, yeah, I think that's good.
Okay. That's all right. Thanks, Pete. I just want to say well done. Thank you. Okay. Overdue piece of analysis, very well presented, and some good common sense research there. So, excellent.
Thank you. Do I get a star?
Hi, Peter. Excellent presentation. Would it be true to say that the telecommunications cables in the Baltic would also be used by the Russians? And if to damage the cable, would be damaging their own communications?
They do, well, yeah, yes, that would be fair to say. And as on one of the slides there, one of the cables that was damaged was a Russian-owned, damaged by the new polar bear was a Russian cable. Yeah, so Russians are also reliant on the same infrastructure, or some of it anyway. Okay, right. Thank you.
Okay, next presentation from Per Andersen, who's the Secretary of DKCPC, or Danish Cable Protection Committee, to provide an update on its activities. Over to you, Per.
Thank you, Clive. And thank you for inviting me. I'm really honored to be here. It's my first time at ESCA, and I think it's been really interesting, and that's a hard one to follow up on, this one. Impressing plenary here. Danish Cable Protection Committee is established in 2003, almost 22 years ago. And basically, I think we have the same target as ICBC, as ESCA, to protect cables from either the one or the other source of damage. So promote the safeguarding of the assets from man-made and natural hazards to the benefit of safety of supply and delivery of markets. So that's our purpose. We are an organization with, within Danish waters, and are cooperating with colleagues around Denmark as well. And the members are from within both telecommunication cables, power cables, and gas pipes. 29 members currently, approximately 80 assets connected to 8 countries. What we do is to have a website trying to heighten the awareness on these assets. We have an interactive map, plotter files, coming from out the old thread picture, as Peter told about. Then we have 2 yearly meetings like ESCA. We network and exchange knowledge, technical and legal guidance, and then we have workshops on specific topics. Then we try to coordinate in between government and industry on national and regional level. So try to, in line with the recommendations from ICBC and ESCA, to have a dialogue with national governments. Because I think it's different in each and every country in the EU. It's national sovereign states. They are organized totally differently, and it could make sense, and we think it does, to have a local engagement with these authorities, to try to support them in what does it mean to have a recommendation from ESCA or ICBC. How could we implement that? How could we have a coordination in between the operators and the authorities to engage and to try to avoid communication in an unintended way, or try to coordinate how we react when these assets are damaged. So our organization is very limited. We got one secretary, that's me, and it's about 20 days a year. And then we got a limited fee. We've been discussing historical-wise whether we should have DK CBC or the members could just join ESCA. And we've been discussing that also with ESCA and ICBC recently, and we still think it makes sense to have a local organization. And actually, we think there are further opportunities to enhance the cooperation and to try to support local or national countries or communities to engage with authorities, because the authorities approach it differently in each and every country. So we are cooperating as much as our resources are allowing us. The website, and then the cable awareness map and plotter files, and then the activities. Last year we had 3 meetings. It's just as a copy of ESCA, I could say. It's a meeting in the spring, and then a meeting in the autumn. Then there was a lot of awareness on protection and safety on submarine assets, and we had a meeting in Norway with telco owners, and actually in Norway they also established an organization which is then driven by the authorities up there to enhance the cooperation in between private owners and authorities on resilience. Never minding whether it's the one or the other reason, the result is the same. We see a damage. I have had, my way of getting into the business was from out anchor faults and making repair to these, or fishery faults. So that's how I learned it as well. And I didn't have the thought that it could be intentional in these days. So it's always been there. But never minding if we can avoid them, no matter from which root cause they have. That's the purpose of the protection committee. So that's what we are working for. And now they established a group in Norway as well, and we're trying to engage with them and try to have exactly the same alignment as in ESCA, ICBC, to try to have some coordinated and thoughtful response in between operators and authorities. We've also engaged with the local Danish authorities, both within defense and other authorities around environment and stuff. We participated in the same workshop as John mentioned. We're engaged with Ireland and Iceland on trying to how to enhance resilience in island communities. And I think that's also one of the things we can cooperate on to try to separate the approach a little, because it's very different in the high seas and in a couple of thousand meters of water, and then in the North Sea or the Baltic Sea, which is fairly different. Nowadays, it's stated from some authorities centralized in Europe that there are only 4 cable ships able to repair the cables, which is not true. I think that any of you who've been working with this knows that there would be possibility to mobilize 20 ships within a month to repair cables in the North Sea and in the Baltic Sea. So it's various topics, and we need to support the segregation of these thoughts, not to have one-size-fits-all approach. That's what we're working for. And until now, this year, we've been participating in the submarine networks. Trying to state what I just mentioned, the cooperation side of it, in between the various parties with basically the same intentions, not to have faults on our assets. Although telecom cables are designed to fail with redundancy and stuff, that's really good. But I guess all of the owners would like the incidents not to happen, rather. So to grab the opportunity also with the attention from authorities, I don't mind whether it's intentional or not, if the third one down the row of that anchor could be avoided, right? So if we can do something about communication, response, and something to engage in between the operators and the authorities, we're happy. That's what we're here for. So that's some of the activities we've been carrying on with, and we will also have a meeting next week where John will attend from ESCA as well, and trying to keep the cooperation and alignment on it. It can be different, I guess, globally, regional, locally, national-wise, whether the engagement is of the one or the other character. But I think as long as we are overall aligned, then it could be various topics, and we could make it operational at a local or national level, and then we could inspire each other to have some of that cooperation, because it's very different how the authorities approach it and whether they have an organization to approach or not. Or until now, it's been a case in between the owner of the asset and the one that made the fault, and it's been a private case where you try to have some reimbursement, and then there's a settlement done just prior to court or something like that. And now there might be an opportunity also for the operators to, hopefully prevent damages, but also to have some evidences created or prevent the next one down the line. So also to be a little more, I could say, if the owners would have a little broader view on not only the own company, but the one a little longer down the line, and could cooperate within this, then it might be possible to prevent some of the damages down the line of the anchor or whatever it is, if we could enhance the cooperation in between owners and authorities and add some value in between there. And that's what we're trying to work a little on, the intersection in between industry and government. No matter whether it's hybrid, I think hybrid is defined of something which is very difficult to what's it called? English is not my native, to make evidence of. So there is a focus on it, and there are authority attention. As you see in media, is also a lot of attention from both operators and from medias, from suppliers to the industry, and from, not at least from a defensive political level. So if we could utilize that to enhance the cooperation, we all had the same targets in the end, because the result is the same. It's a fault. We need to repair it. And if we can do something to avoid these faults, then we should. I guess that's what we're working for, all of us, and we're trying to, to be somewhere in between to facilitate some of that cooperation. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Per. Any questions for Per? No? Dave? Just do the one question, because we went a bit over time.
David Moore, Verizon UK. Thank you, Per, for the presentation. I've got a question around your terms of reference, or ethos, if you like. I see that you include gas, which is of course a pipeline, but not oil. So I was just interested to understand that
we are open for asset owners in Danish EEZ, which would be oil as well. Yes, could be gas and oil, and I'm afraid it should have said oil as well. Yeah.
Perhaps it did. Perhaps I missed it. But thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Thanks, Per.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Next presentation from Jan Godwin, the SUDG, working collaboratively across marine industries. Over to you, Jen.
Sure. Okay, so we've been to Denmark and then we're coming back to the UK. So I'm Jennifer Godwin. I'm the Chief Exec of the Seabed User and Developer Group. I've got some slides, but it looks like the formatting's gone funny on these as well, so fingers crossed. So the purpose of my presentation today is to give you a general overview of who the SUDG are, the role of ESCA within the SUDG, and also to highlight some of the work that we've done in recent years, where ESCA has been a really key player and contributor. But before I launch into my slides, I wanted to just reflect on, firstly, what an excellent morning it's been of presentations, but also on the progress and the expansion that I'm seeing as a relative outsider from ESCA, to see what's going on, the various activities that are happening, and the prominence and the raising of subsea cables generally. And I'll point to one particular example. Recently I was in an event in Parliament, and it was to do with nature. I think it was the Crown Estates event, and the Secretary of State for DEFRA was speaking. And it's a constant battle to try and get DEFRA to list all of the different various marine industries that there are. And the three industries that he did manage to list was fishing, offshore wind, and telecoms. So, I think that's a real testament to the fact that the awareness of the sector is really raising. I don't know if I've got the microphone in the right place, but I'll keep going. Okay. So, did I do that? There we are. Okay, so the SUDG is an informal grouping of the UK's key marine industries, and our membership represents nearly all of the industry activity that's taking place in the marine environment, excluding shipping, fishing, and aquaculture. And the reasons for this exclusion is largely because those industries are governed in a different way to SUDG industries. ESCA is one of 10 SUDG members, alongside trade bodies that represent ports, offshore renewables, aggregate extraction, carbon capture storage, oil and gas, nuclear, and leisure boating and marinas. And the Crown Estate is also a member, and they support the running costs of the Seabed User and Developer Group. There's no formal membership agreement, but the SUDG represents a coming together of industries with a shared commitment to sustainable development of the UK marine environment. So the SUDG is both a forum for industry members, and it's also a common voice for marine industries in the UK when speaking with government. And I think one of the key benefits that the SUDG offers its members is the ability to amplify single sector voices by joining up with other industries. So we only focus on broader issues. We don't focus on specific developments or developers. But most importantly, we will only take a position on something when all SUDG member industries are aligned on that topic. Our key objective is to work with government, its agencies, conservation bodies, and other stakeholders to develop cost-effective regulation and marine management that benefits both industry and the environment. And so we're constantly seeking those win-win solutions that balances both the needs of industry and supports a thriving marine environment to varying degrees of success. How do we do that? Our biggest tool or our biggest weapon in our arsenal is by fostering and maintaining good working relationships with government bodies, with regulators, and also with the ENGO sector. So there's a load of different organisations thrown onto the slide there. And I think increasingly policy in the marine space in the UK is being spread across a multitude of different government departments, and it's getting harder and harder to maintain those relationships across the board. For the SUDG, our original focus and main focus, it sits with DEFRA, but we lean very heavily on our members to foster those relationships with the relevant departments for them, and we do what we can to encourage that join-up between government departments as well. So I wanted to give you a flavour of some of the work that we've been doing in recent years, and I'm lucky enough for this to be my third ESCA plenary. And in past plenary sessions, I think I've talked about marine net gain, and I've also talked about marine spatial prioritisation. I'm just going to go off piste a second as well. I've been reading a book which I highly recommend to everyone at the moment, and I am recommending to everyone I speak to. It's called Meditations for Mortals by Oliver Burkeman. And it's all about juggling all of your competing needs and your massive workloads. And one of the things that he suggests is that rather than look at your to-do list and think about all the things you haven't done, you should write a done list every day and think about the things you've achieved. So this presentation has turned into a bit of a done list for me as the SUDG, because there's about 2 days of my time a week, plus maybe half a day of our chair, Peter Barham, a week. And there's so much to do, and there's so much more that we could be doing. But this is what we've done, which I think is, reasonably impressive. So, I'm sure you're all very acutely aware in this room about the increasing conflict for space, or increasing demand for space in our waters. And UK government has been working on the concept or the ideas around marine spatial prioritisation. So in 2023, we as the SUDG brought together a diverse range of stakeholders to come and start discussing what could be potential principles for prioritisation in the marine space. So this kind of builds on marine planning and starts highlighting some of the conflicts that we know that already exist, and looking at ways that we can move forward more effectively in the future to avoid those conflicts as much as possible. So we had a series of workshops, and we produced a final report which set out our considerations for government. So I think this was quite a groundbreaking activity, I would say, because we had that diverse range of stakeholders in the room. So we had ENGOs, we had the fishing sector, we had all of the SUDG industries, we had government departments, we had the statutory nature conservation bodies, the regulators, and we managed to find some common ground. And there was a lot more common ground than I think you would initially expect from those discussions. So we know that in 2025, we're expecting there to be a lot more activity again on this topic of marine spatial prioritisation. And the work that we did in 2023 should really set some of the foundations for those discussions that we're expecting ahead. So if you're interested in that, there's a QR code and it will take you to that report. Okay. Next topic I'll quickly talk about. I'm not going to go into as much detail as perhaps John thought about earlier with net gain, but we have done a lot as the SUDG on the topic of net gain, and that's looking at biodiversity net gain, which applies down to mean low water in England. John mentioned as well what's going on in Wales about net benefit. There's things happening in Scotland. So there's lots of different thoughts around this, but it's basically the concept that we go in, we do what we need to do from a development perspective, but we leave things in a better state than when we started. Not just get back to baseline, but actually do something more. So as industry, we are playing a role in improving the marine environment. So the SUDG position on this is that in general, we support this as a concept. It's a good thing to be part of, but it must be done in a way that is proportionate and pragmatic, that avoids any unnecessary regulatory burden for developers, and in a way that actually delivers real gains for the marine environment, not just greenwash or blue wash, and not just paying lip service to it. So what we've been doing to try and encourage government to develop a policy with those criteria is we started off with a series of workshops, so it's the same as what we did for the marine spatial prioritisation discussion, and this helped form some of our initial thinking. And then in 2021, we started a small project which was funded through the Offshore Wind Evidence and Change Programme to identify strategic targets for marine net gain. And again, this is the concept that rather than every single small cable project doing something individually by themselves, they could be feeding into a larger project which has a real improvement in the marine environment. So we developed these strategic targets, and that report was really well received, and lots of it, word for word, was then picked up in the DEFRA consultation on principles for marine net gain. So it's a really effective project. We've done a second project since then, and now we're just about to kick off a third project, which all in the realms of looking at strategic marine net gain. And this third project is starting to look at how you might apply those strategic targets in the East Marine Plan area. And there's a deliberate reason why we're looking at the East Marine Plan area in England, and that's because it's the next marine plan that will be reviewed. So we have an opportunity to start influencing how that comes to pass. Again, you've got a QR code which takes you to the SUDG position statement on marine net gain, and inside that position statement you have links to the two final reports from those two previous projects. Ooh, that's something's definitely gone wrong with the formatting on that one. Benefits of marine industries. Yeah, doesn't matter. So at the end of 2024, we also completed a report looking into the socio-economic benefits of all SUDG marine industries, including both power cables and telecoms cables. And this work largely pulled together existing sector-specific data, and it found ways to aggregate that data and give us these overall impressive headline figures. So collectively, SUDG marine industries have a turnover of between 150 billion to 180 billion pounds. We have a GVA of up to 69 billion, and we are supporting 1 million full-time equivalent jobs. So for most people in this room, you know, this report confirms something that we already knew, that SUDG industries contribute a significant amount to the socio-economic value in the UK. But also, this report will now form the basis for lots of the discussions we're having around marine spatial prioritisation. It can be a go-to evidence point for those conversations with government. And it makes it very easily accessible, putting all of the different industry data together, and back to that point before, it amplifies the voice to say you can't just make decisions about the marine environment without a recognition of the role that marine industries are playing and what that means to our society. This is an extract from that report. I put it up there because I thought you might be interested to see where cables fit with all of our other industries in the SUDG. Another thing that the report does is it highlights the linkages between the different sectors of the SUDG and also linkages with other wider supply chains. And so again, it's just trying to raise awareness with policymakers, with ministers to say the sea is really important for us economically and environmentally, and we need to have this information in mind when we're making those decisions. So if you want to see the detail of how these numbers were collected or any of the methodology, then you can look at it in the report. It's all available. If you follow the QR code, it will take you to our website. Something else that we've been working on, which I'm really proud of, is a short animation which explains what the SUDG does and how we do it. I could have just come up and pressed play on a video and saved you my voice, but I thought I wouldn't be doing enough singing for my supper if I did that. So, but there's a QR code that will take you to the animation, so please do watch it. It really paints the picture of what the SUDG is and what we do, and hopefully it helps you as industry understand what you're getting out of ESCA's involvement in the SUDG as well. Finally, we periodically organise parliamentary receptions. The last one we had was in 2023. And the next one is happening in just a few weeks' time. So we'll be welcoming guests from across the different SUDG industries. And we've already had a really good response from MPs and Lords for attending the event. We've invited a member of the DEFRA ministerial team to give us an address. And the event's already being sponsored by Alistair Carmichael, who's the chair of the Environment Select Committee. I understand as well that there's been a really high level of interest from within ESCA, and I think we're looking forward to welcoming a good number of the next gen group along to the day as well. So that's really positive. And just generally, I'd like to say that the SUDG really welcomes the involvement of ESCA in our discussions and in these events, because as an informal organisation, it's entirely based on people's time contributions to the discussions, and ESCA is a really loud voice within the SUDG, and it's really good to have that, so thank you. And that is the end, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Jen. Okay, yeah, thanks, Jen. Any questions for Jen? No? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Whitaker. I'm with the Global Fishing Watch. Thank you very much for having me today. I know very little about subsea cables. Everything I know is probably that sensationalist media, so I apologize in advance if I say something ignorant or informed by the dreaded media. I like this picture for a couple of reasons. This is my first slide. You can see here, this is the Sea Green wind farm in orange dots on the right. I like it because Google told me this is the fish town of Usan, is the closest town here, which I thought was kind of cool. But mostly I like it because I'm showing fishing effort, but if I squint, I see kind of a single cell flagellate there swimming in the water there. which is surely some sort of administrative boundary or gear restriction or something. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I just kind of like the way it looked. The text is not very visible, but I will describe a little bit Global Fishing Watch and who we are. The previous presentation, we saw a beautiful picture of a satellite antenna farm on the island of Svalbard. That's the largest commercial ground station in the world, owned by Kongsberg Satellite Services in Norway. I worked there for 10 years. In that context, I was going around the world trying to sell satellite-derived information services. So finding oil spills, detecting ice as it moved using SAR, all the things that Earth observation satellites can do. So AIS signals, synthetic aperture radar, optical imagery, radio frequencies, things like that. And when I would be selling these services, a lot of times I would come to areas of West Africa or Southeast Asia where they desperately needed to know what was happening in their waters, but had no money to buy any of the services I was selling. A lot of the people that need it the most can't afford any of this information. And that's the reason that Global Fishing Watch exists, is to put this information freely available into the public of the world in what we believe is a shared resource of our ocean. So in a nutshell, I'm trying to give away all the data that I used to sell. We use philanthropic money to buy all sorts of satellite data over the ocean. We then use machine learning to sort out what it all means. Google is one of our founding partners, and we rely on them a lot for compute. And then we publish it all for free. So everything we do, all of our products, all of our data streams are available freely to the world for non-commercial use. So if any of you are legitimately cable nerds, you can't use this in a commercial context, but when you go home at night as a cable nerd, you're welcome to go and look into any of our data. And one of the reasons that I'm here is that opportunistically, I am increasingly approached by members of this industry to ask, can we use your data? We'd like to use your data. And I have a hard time evaluating how significant that need is. But if it turns out that this industry really wants and needs access to the type of data that we provide, I'd like to find a way to get it into your hands and create a licensed environment where either all ESCA members or ICP members can use our data freely the way that it's intended to be used. So in my presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about who we are as an organization, our data sources, and then I've quickly created some ideas of how our products might be used in this context, although again, I really don't know what I'm talking about, so I would expect there to be some silly looking stuff in there. So everything we do is open source and freely available. All of our algorithms, all of our data sets are transparent. And I mention that because we wind up supporting then a lot of scientific research. So we've been cited and included in dozens of academic journals. Two that my colleagues were lead authors on are in what I think are probably the biggest scientific publications in the world, Nature and Science. So I'm just highlighting those here to show that this is peer-reviewed data. So when you publish something in Nature or Science, people come and really dig into what you're doing. So they look at your data, they look at your algorithms, they make sure that this is credible science before they're published. The first one here was published in Nature. Of relevance to this room, we used synthetic aperture radar to build a bottom-up infrastructure database. So this is not based on anything that is known, ownership, or where things are. This is all just us saying what things on the ocean haven't been moving for a while, so they're stable infrastructure, and so we identified wind and oil and gas and other structures in the world. This is, again, all freely available. And the other big piece of this research was that using largely synthetic aperture radar revealed the extent to which industrial fishing is not tracked publicly by AIS. That's what's showing here is infrastructure around the world of different types. The other big paper I wanted to mention was one that was published in Science a few years ago. In this case, we revealed a large Chinese pair trawling fleet that was fishing in violation of sanctions in North Korean waters. So we were using a variety of satellite sources to identify and confirm that this behavior was happening. I mentioned we're funded largely by philanthropy. A couple of years ago, we had a big step change in that, which was literally called Audacious. And it's housed with the folks in the TED organization. So my CEO gave a TED talk about it. They gave us $60 million over 5 years and said, we really like what you're doing, go do more of that. Expand what you're doing beyond fishing, do other things, and do other interesting things with it. So some of the other things that we're going to do with it is that we have what we're calling enabled impacts, so outside of the core area that we care mostly about, which is the rights of fishermen and the fishing industry. I've just thrown up a variety of other partners where we're providing data to help with different issues beyond our core issue as funded by this Audacious project. So one of our goals is to really expand our ability to see small-scale fishers. So we have made investments in that regard to find small boats that either are not on AIS and can't be detected using things like Sentinel, which are too coarse of a resolution. So I'm now going to move a little bit into what our data sources are in terms of what data do we use at Global Fishing Watch. So for vessel movements, we basically buy all the AIS that we can buy. So through Spire and the former Exact Earth, potentially the future Kepler, we buy all of their satellite AIS, we buy all of their dynamic AIS, and we buy all of their terrestrial AIS. So that's all on our platform. We also supplement that with terrestrial AIS from Kepler in a couple of key regions. So we have a little bit better AIS, more robust data in the North Sea, the Mediterranean, and some areas of Southeast Asia where fishing is very important. And then in terms of VMS, we've had a large policy objective for a long time to drive transparency, where my organization has gone in and made the case that what is typically closely held proprietary data should be open data that is available to the world. We've been successful in convincing a number of countries to put their VMS data on the Global Fishing Watch platform so that it's available to consider. It's mostly, obviously, fishing-related activity, but you can see here that we're real strong in South America, a little bit in Southeast Asia and Indonesia, but mostly the only European country that gives us VMS data at the moment is Norway. But we can see all of their VMS data on our platform now. These are actually outputs, not inputs, but I just wanted to describe that we have extensive AIS in the system as well as some VMS. We're also working now a lot on, as I mentioned, expanding beyond. So what can we see for dark targets, vessels that are not broadcasting on AIS or even VMS? So we publish every ocean scene of Sentinel-1. So this is synthetic aperture radar owned by the European Space Agency with relatively global coverage. It's fairly coarse resolution, but that's what we use to build our infrastructure database. And we also have the tools where we identify vessels that are not broadcasting an AIS signal. So you can see that derived from Sentinel. Now these are mostly large boats because it's coarse resolution. In the works, we will also be analyzing every ocean scene of Sentinel-2, which is optical imagery, to detect where are the vessels and provide thumbnails of what the vessels look like, correlate it with AIS such that you can do the same thing with Sentinel-2 that you do with Sentinel-1 to try and find boats that are not broadcasting an AIS signal. I'm very excited about this next one. I've just signed a contract with a satellite owner called Planet, which is 5-meter optical imagery globally. So we've just bought 730 million square kilometers a year of relatively high-resolution optical data. So this is going to be a step change in our ability to see smaller coastal vessels that we can't see in things like Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2. The two images that I show here, the one on the left is the initial results of some analysis in Oslo. So this is the Oslo Fjord, Oslo Harbor. This is just from optical imagery. So there's no AIS, there's no VMS, there's no SAR. This is just things that we see from optical pictures. The one on the right is a way to sort of wake you up and break your brain a little bit. The areas in pink is what we're going to be imaging with Planet. And this is what happens when you ask engineers at Global Fishing Watch to show you a simple map of what coastlines we're going to be measuring. As you probably know, most maps in the world heavily distort the ocean so that they can accurately represent land. My team has a projection that we've built that's the opposite. It very accurately represents the ocean and distorts the land. So if you start at the top, you can start to recognize things. As you go down, your brain might break a little bit trying to follow the coastline. But in any case, the point is that we're going to be imaging most of the world's coastlines using high-resolution optical imagery. I apologize for the colors. It's not very easy to read. In terms of our outputs, what do we produce as data products? The two basic ones shown here are simple vessel presence, so where is there a boat on AIS? And then our interpreted fishing activity. So that means when we see a vessel moving at a certain speed in a certain pattern, our machine learning identifies it as fishing activity. So if you're a trawler versus a purse seiner, or a longliner, your fishing activity looks different. The surface expression of your boat looks different, and we tag that. And we label it. We say, we believe this boat is fishing. So what you see here is a very zoomed out map. This is the north coast of Scotland and the Faroe Islands there. The cool thing about our platform is that as you zoom in, this is a gridded map, and as you zoom in, the cell size changes. So you zoom in, the cells get bigger, they get bigger, they get bigger. And every one of those cells you can click on to reveal what are we actually saying, what boats were there, what were they doing. So this is a gridded way of representing quite a lot of data. I've distinguished trawler and longliner activity here, but I've been told that I should do this with extreme caution. We have more advanced trawler models than we show on our public map at the moment, so we're actually able now to distinguish mid-level trawling from bottom trawling, and we've cleaned up some of the behavior that's still shown here, whereby slow speed movement that may look like trawling activity has been classified as trawling activity when actually it's not. So just as a caveat, some of our data is not 100% precise because it's models being applied to tens of thousands of vessels around the world. This is another one of our products called Vessel Viewer, and I'm just going to walk through what you might do. I just want to say one thing I forgot to say here. All of this, every single time you see something like this, you can filter it by the flag, the vessel type, the speed, and you can dig in to get lots of additional information. So I filtered here by trawler or longline activity, but you could do that by, if you only wanted to see Russian flagged vessels or something like that. If you wanted to actually investigate a specific vessel, I've walked through a quick example here. This vessel is called the Evening Star. I know nothing about this vessel. If the vessel owner's in the room, I don't have any reason to believe this vessel's done anything wrong. The reason that I'm using the Evening Star is because in our database we have 50 vessels called the Evening Star. It's a very common name. You can see in this picture here, we've got vessel activity by vessels named the Evening Star all around Europe. So Sweden, Denmark, all around the UK. And if you wanted to figure out which Evening Star, I just like this because it shows, these are all vessels named Evening Star, and we've got a little map on the right that shows where in the world were they active, and the horizontal bar shows when. So you can see, one was active in Europe, there's one in Australia, there's one in the US, and just to help you figure out which Evening Star am I worried about if the way that you input it was just by the vessel name. You could obviously also put in the MMSI, the call signal, etc., the IMO number. So for this vessel, again, once you know which vessel you're concerned about, you can get a detailed vessel history. So here's some examples of this vessel activity near wind farms. You can get the ownership, you can see associated vessels, and you can get all sorts of insights. So you can see when was this vessel fishing in an MPA, which other vessels it has encounters with. So we have an algorithm that says if two vessels are aligned, moving at a certain speed for a certain period of time, we flag that as an encounter. One thing we're really worried about is transshipment. So all of the vessels that encounter each other, any loitering events, port visits, flag changes, AIS disablings, IUU listings, things like that, if you want to dig into this vessel. And as an example, just to show you here, this vessel, it'll show you the ownership, it'll show you its port visits. Here's where it's been fishing in an MPA. Here's what it had its AIS off 49% of the time that it was on a voyage. Just the various things you can get when you dig in. And just to confirm, no fishing events were detected in no-take MPA, so I'm not making any sort of statement about this vessel doing anything wrong. distinguishing their MPAs from no-take MPAs. A lot of MPAs you're allowed to fish in. Could I have the next slide, please? Excuse me. Could I have the next slide, please? I apologize, I'm just about to get to the interesting bits. Are there any questions while we wait? I was going to do a live demonstration, so I'm glad I didn't do that. But I would encourage anybody to come see me. I'm here for the next couple of days, and this stuff is much more easily shown hands-on than in a presentation. So it looked like we had it there for a second. Great. So I'm sure you're very tired of hearing about this example. I mentioned again, I'm super ignorant. The point here is that I did this in about 5 minutes. So all I did was find the 4 on Wikipedia coordinates for where Nord Stream, the surface expression of this leak, was experienced, and then I drew a polygon around them. And then I said, okay, who's been through this polygon the day before the incident? This is the type of thing you can do in 2 minutes using Global Fishing Watch. Simply drew a polygon. These are all the vessels that appear with their AIS on to have gone through. There's a couple of them that go directly over the dot on the bottom, and as you scroll along, you can see how the vessels were at various times. Here comes one across. Again, I'm quite sure whatever did happen there, the AIS was not on. So I'm not trying to actually do an investigation. I'm just showing you the kind of things that are easily done using our platform. If you wanted to see what vessels were in some location at some time, that's a trivial thing to do. In terms of patterns, so we heard a wonderful detailed presentation earlier about ways to estimate effort before and after offshore activity. Just to remind you how ignorant I am, I literally started by Googling what was the most recently approved offshore wind farm in Scotland. So this is my level of understanding. It told me it was something called Greenvolt, which I'm sure you know way more about. So I just said, okay, when was this announced? And I found a press release from April 8th, I believe it was, which was the first announcement that I could find of something called Greenvolt. Just an example. I then found where it was and created this square here. I have no idea if it's right, but just to show as an example, this is where, based on this map, approximately where this Greenvolt thing was. So this is the date it was announced, this horizontal line, April 8th. This, again, is the polygon that I drew, and this is activity before and after April 8th. So you can see lit up in bright red here, there's been a huge increase in activity after April 8th. And I got really excited. But just to tell you, this is not fishing activity. This is a vessel that was meant to be there, of course, doing some sort of, I don't know what it was, operations surveying or initial construction. But just to show that very easily you can draw a polygon somewhere and say what was the activity before and after of different types, and easily see, you could drill in and see, what boat this was. Again, same example. I don't know what this was, but there was some asset over here that had been serviced before April 8th, and then one over here that was serviced after. So there's a lot of activity around this one before April 8th, and then everybody moved over here after, just to show you the kind of patterns that you can reveal quite easily using Global Fishing Watch. Another one in Taiwan, I know nothing about. I just happened to draw a polygon and say what was the activity around when this was constructed. You can see in the top one, those red dots, that's just vessel presence. So that's not fishing, and that's nothing to do with any infrastructure. But you can start to even see where the infrastructure was because of where the vessels were. And then if you look at fishing effort, that polygon on the left is meant to show that fishing in this polygon really dropped once the wind farm was constructed. And it wasn't some sort of seasonal thing, because you can see all of the red activity in the broader area. So anyways, within this polygon, over this period of time, you can see a tremendous decrease in fishing activity. That's what I'm trying to show. And then finally, just to look at very remote locations where you may be doing, you may not know a lot about the local situation. This is, again, just to show the value of what ultimately I think will be in that planet imagery that we've bought in terms of seeing vessels that are not on AIS. I'm sure you're familiar with this, but this is a massive wind farm in China, in the Shandong offshore wind, where you can see obviously fishing effort and then dark target effort. And if you look on the left, you might think, look at all this vessel presence, look at all this vessel activity. There's nothing really happening in the right part of this bay. I guess there's nobody there. I guess there's nobody fishing there. But when you look in SAR, you can see that that's actually some of the most active fishing grounds in the world. It's just that none of those boats use AIS because that's North Korea. So just to show that there is value in revealing, you can't just rely on AIS or VMS because there's a lot of activity out there that's not being shown there. And so the ways that we're looking at that are with the synthetic aperture radar and with optical imagery. We also use VIIRS, which is useful for seeing lights. So either if you're squid fishing or doing something that has bright lights at night, it's a coarse resolution satellite that we can track that activity as well. In terms of next steps, I'm going to take a note not to use purple font anymore. No. On next steps, again, everything that we produce is available for free. You'll never be asked for a credit card. You can just go to Global Fishing Watch and start using this data. However, in a commercial context, you will not have a license. As I'm getting expressions of interest from this community, people looking to do either investigations or liking to know activity in a region, we have all of the historical information. We're spending over $1 million a year on data alone. This entire platform was built on the back of philanthropy and now exists and is waiting for somebody to use it. So although you can't use it at the moment, I don't have anything to sell you. I don't have a sales team. We're a nonprofit organization. I would like to make it available. So if there is sufficient demand and people think this would be useful and people want to use this data, I'd like to find a way to make it licensed and available to either ECPC members or ICPC members or ESCA members or some way to make this industry be able to access this freely available data in a professional context. So would be really excited to have exploratory conversations with anybody who's interested in using this data or finding a way that we can make it available. The goal, again, is that we believe industrial ocean activity is something that should be shared knowledge for all of humanity and freely available to everybody. So that's where I'm coming from and trying to put this data in your hands if you want it. It wouldn't take much for us to create a module for subsea infrastructure users that was tailored to specifically look at bottom trawling or the kind of investigations and issues that you guys are facing as a community. That's my email. Please reach out if you want. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Paul. We're running a bit late. If there's a quick question, only one, Aaron.
Thank you. Yeah, great presentation, Paul. Excellent work. Just one question. When you were talking about distinguishing between non-static vessels and mobile vessels, you said that it was formulated through speed, but you can also distinguish between static and non-static mobile, taken away from speed and looking at fishing patterns, and I think that's maybe something that you could look at going forward.
Yeah, I think there's, as far as the offshore infrastructure, there's a lot more we could do in terms of better labeling and understanding, from a top-down perspective of what this stuff actually is. At the moment, it really is just using synthetic aperture radar to say there's a vessel. What we do is we actually stack up a whole series of scenes and then based on pixel intensity, we can tell if something, you know, has been there and is not moving, and then we label it infrastructure, and we have different ways of classifying as, you know, oil or wind or aquaculture or whatever it is. But we could certainly do better in terms of, I know there are existing databases that actually label and say what all that stuff is. We don't do that yet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Of course.
Away from that, do you also track transshipment vessels when you come to bluefin tuna in the Pacific?
Absolutely. We have a whole transshipment kind of portal, but any vessel that's in our system, you can look at all of its encounters, all of its loitering events. So we identify loitering as a potential transshipment with a dark vessel. So basically, it's any time a vessel's sitting in an unexpected way for a period of time without moving, we just flag it as loitering. But also actual rendezvous where we have both vessels, we flag for port inspectors and for others to kind of understand. And we're actually now building networks of associated vessels, which is pretty interesting stuff.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Okay, that leads us up to lunch. We may defer the MSG update to tomorrow just to catch up on time. Yeah, lunch is ready. I've also asked them to turn the temperature up in the room because it's a bit cold. So hopefully it'll be a bit warmer when you get back. So yeah, so lunch is through there. So. Okay. Yeah, we overrun a little bit this morning, so we're going to delay the presentation from the MSG till tomorrow, so we fit that in somewhere. So the first presentation of the afternoon is from Horan Innes for Sea Waves. Is it Sea Waves, the name, or is it Waves Group?
Sea Waves is part of Waves Group. So okay. I'm with M Waves, but we kind of just go with the Waves Group branding now.
Okay.
So
okay.
Try and make it simpler. But
over to you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Warren, and I'm going to be talking about the role of the Marine Warranty Surveyor today. So first I'll introduce the concept of MWS. Then I'll talk a little bit about why the insurance industry is so keen on having MWS, and I'll finish with a few examples of things that of some of the risks and things that might go wrong. So to introduce myself, I'm Warren Innes. I'm a naval architect. I studied ship science at Southampton University. After that, I went to work for another consultancy doing naval architecture analysis and things like ship salvage and MWS on oil and gas projects and a little bit of renewable energy. Then in 2015, nearly 10 years ago, I joined Waves Group, doing more naval architecture analysis, more ship salvage, but I had a growing focus on renewable energy and subsea power cables. 2023, I took up a new role within the company, leading the MWS team. And I've not put it up there, but last year I was elected as a member, or as one of the directors of the Society of Marine Warranty Surveyors. So, Waves Group, who are we? We're an independent marine consultancy. We support the offshore and commercial shipping industries. We were formed in 2005. And we work all over the world, but our headquarters is in London. We have a wide range of people in the company. So engineering and marine specialists, we have naval architects like myself, but we also have mariners and other specialties, cable specialists, supporting a wide range of projects. So incident investigation and marine casualties. And apparently not everyone knows what marine casualty means, so that's things like investigating incidents that have gone wrong, ships that have hit bridges or knocked cranes over, groundings, those sorts of things. We also do port development, alternative fuels, offshore renewables, and probably of most interest today, subsea cables. So we've done over 160 offshore wind projects and well over 6,000 kilometers of subsea power cables. So, what is a Marine Warranty Surveyor, or MWS? Marine Warranty Surveyor is typically a condition of the project constructional risk or CAR policy. So our code of practice says the fundamental objective of the MWS is to make reasonable endeavours to ensure that the risks associated with the warranted operations to which MWS is appointed are reduced to an acceptable level in accordance with best industry practice. That's quite a long sentence, so what does that actually mean? We're appointed on behalf of the project's constructional risk or CAR policy provider for high-value marine projects. We're independent of the client and the contractor, and we help the project to reduce risk by checking the marine works are performed to best industry practice. So the Society of Marine Warranty Surveyors, or SOMS, has 4 specialisations: oil and gas, project cargo, renewables, and rig moves. You'll see that it's missing subsea cables. Subsea cables are generally included within the renewables specialisation, but there is quite a big difference between installing a wind turbine foundation and a subsea power cable, so perhaps it should be its own category. Many of you will know that the global market for subsea power cables is expected to be about $44 billion by 2030, with an annual growth of about 6%, and a lot of that is coming from offshore wind. So I'll come back to this later, but it's worth pointing out that 80 to 85% of the cost of relates to subsea power cables, and the average cost can be about £9 million. So to give you an idea of the scale of offshore wind, this is a schematic of the Dogger Bank offshore wind farm, which will be the biggest in the world when it's completed. We're providing MWS for it, and it's got 277 turbines. It will produce 3.6 gigawatts of power, which is enough for 6 million homes. So subsea, it's going to have 800 kilometers of 66 kilovolt inter-array cables in 277 separate legs between the turbines, and 1,200 kilometers of 320 kilovolt HVDC export cable in 6 separate legs back to shore. What does the MWS do? So the first thing we do is a desktop review. We look at the engineering, we look at the procedures and the documentation, and if we have any comments or recommendations, we expect further review of those documents, and when we're happy, we'll approve them. Then we'll, or sometimes at the same time, we will be doing vessel inspections, we'll be inspecting key pieces of equipment, and we'll be checking both that they're in good condition, but also that they're appropriate for the job. We'll attend on site to see the preparations, and if we're satisfied, we'll issue a certificate of approval, or COA. It's slightly more complicated than this, but you can effectively think of the COA being the stamp that shows the contractor and the client that they have valid insurance. Depending on the activity, we will then stay and either monitor 100% of the works, or for some works we might only see the first 10%. So for the array cables, or a certain percentage, should I say. So for the array cables, there's 277 cables. It's a repeat work, so we might only just see the first 20% of the cables being installed. The insurance industry tells the MWS what they want us to do, and the client as well, through an organisation called the JNRC, the Joint Natural Resources Committee. It used to be called the JRC, or the Joint Rig Committee, so you may see that name around. The JNRC represents the interests of the insurance market. It's got members of both the Lloyd's Market Association and the International Underwriting Association. So JNRC provide a series of documents, so guidelines, scopes of works, and those sorts of things, which are available to anyone. There's a download link here if you're interested, and they tell the client and the contractor and us as MWS what they want us to be doing. And quite often our contract is just a copy and paste of one of those documents. So, does the MWS have a bad reputation? I'm sure some of you think we do. I'd say, like Schrodinger's cat, MWS is simultaneously dead in a deck chair, not doing anything of any importance, and at the same time, they're alive and sticking their nose in where it's not wanted, asking awkward questions. Is the MWS a cost to the project? Is it just a box-ticking exercise? Is it unnecessary bureaucracy, or are they overly cautious and causing delays? I'd say no. A good MWS should be adding value to the project. They should be reducing the project risk, working in partnership with the client and contractor to lower the likelihood of incidents and delays, and to reduce the chances of additional costs. The MWS can bring a valuable experience to the project by working with different clients and on different projects. We can help the project to identify institutional blind spots and see risks that they may not even appreciate. Also, we can provide a sanity check. We're independent of schedule pressures and financial pressures, so we're able to step back and take a good look at the project from the outside. So I can't speak for all MWS, but I am on the board of directors for the Society of Marine Warranty Surveyors, and I can say that our members have a genuine desire to support their clients and to make the industry safer and to add value to their projects. We were founded in 2017, so it's a relatively new organisation with the aim of providing leadership, upholding standards, and developing marine warranty surveyors and sharing knowledge. Why is the insurance industry so keen on having MWS? So Robert Bates from the insurance broker Nardac was recently quoted as saying, the cost of insuring offshore wind doubled recently due to heavy losses. You can see on this, these statistics from the insurer G-Cube that export cables and inter-array cables are the main sources of claims on offshore wind farms. And some of you may have seen this graph before. It's been going around for a few years, but I spoke to someone from Lloyd Warwick, the loss adjusters who produced it recently, and they said, yes, it's still valid. Around 80 to 85% of the claims, or the cost of claims for offshore wind projects comes down to the cables. And they're about 10% of the capex, so it's a bit disproportionate. The downtime from a cable claim could be 40 to 60 days, depending on whether it's an array cable or an export cable and other factors. Typical losses for an array cable might be $1.2 million to $12 million, and for an export cable, it could be $10 million up to $30 million. So the majority of that cost is from business interruption and from vessel costs. So as I'm sure you all know, it's a very busy market, so the cost of trying to get a vessel perhaps onto the other side of the world is pretty significant. Coming back to the G-Cube insurers' statistics, the majority of their claims are due to errors made by the contractor during the installation and transportation phase. As MW. So the construction and all risk insurance policy covers the transportation and the installation phase of the project. And throughout that whole process, there's plenty of opportunities for damage to the assets and an insurance claim. Some of those risks are unavoidable. Unexpected bad weather, acts of God. There is always going to be an opportunity for an incident that's not been, or is unforeseeable. But many risks are avoidable. So I'm sure many of the people in the room know a lot more about manufacturing of cables and cable system design than I do, but these last 4 points is somewhere that as MWS we can really help. So we can help the project, help the client be aware of risks associated with poor transportation and installation methodology, with unsuitable vessels, with unsuitable equipment, with inexperienced personnel, and we can step back and we can look at where financial and scheduling pressures are getting out of hand and things are being rushed. So I'm going to wrap up with a few examples of things that have gone wrong, where perhaps the MWS wasn't able to stop this, or perhaps this was there wasn't an MWS. But in this situation, it's a few years old. There's a barge carrying cable across the Mediterranean. The hatches were on the barge were poorly maintained, and water leaked into the ballast tanks. You can see on the left there, the barge is starting to take on water, and on the right, it's completely flipped upside down. The entire cable fell 3,000 metres to the bottom of the sea. They managed to find one of the deep parts of the Mediterranean. Complete loss, and the estimated claim is 35 million euros. In this case, you can see the power cable in the carousel on the right, on the back of the lay vessel. 8,000-ton carousel, and the sea fast in a semi-permanent sea fastening. Cracks were noticed in the welds, and after investigation, it turned out the wrong sort of weld, or an unapproved weld had been used in the sea fastening manufacture. So obviously there was a risk there to both the cable and also the vessel. This example is from the loadout from the manufacturing site onto a transportation vessel to take them to, I won't say where they're going because it's probably, shouldn't give away too many details, but the cable end slipped out of the cable gripper, sometimes known as a Chinese finger or cable sock, and it dropped into the carousel. You can see on the left there's kind of bird caging in the cable. Luckily, because this was the manufacturing site, they were able to cut that section out without a massive cost to the project. But if this had happened at a different phase, it could have been much more expensive. And it turned out the manufacturer didn't really know a huge amount about marine transportation. They knew about how to make cables, but they didn't know how to transport them. And they'd been putting the cable socks on the same way they'd always done it, which wasn't really with a huge amount of care. This is another incident where during the cable laying, there were inexperienced personnel, or not as experienced as you'd expect to see or hope to see as MWS. You can see at the bottom there is the tensioner. So the yellow array cable is going through the tensioning engine, and you can see on the top there's a temporary holdback sling or preventer, which is there just as security. So the 100% of the load should be in the tensioner. The holdback is just in case there's a problem. In this case, there was a problem, but the problem was that the tensioner was accidentally activated, and the holdback was pulled into the tensioner. It damaged the cable. It damaged the tensioner. But you can see on the right there, that's the handrail, the handguard, the red part there. That was also partially dragged into the tensioner. So if there had been anyone standing in that vicinity, they could have been really hurt. So to summarize, as MWS, we're independent from the schedule and cost pressures of the project. So we have that independence. We're exposed to multiple projects, and we have a multidisciplinary teams with combined engineering and marine knowledge, so we can bring real value to the project by our experience. And we provide an additional layer of quality assurance and risk management to the project. So we can reduce the risk of additional cost and delays to the project, and we can provide independent oversight to complicated and complex marine operations.
Okay, thanks, Warren. Just one question, if anyone's got a question.
You can't
Chris,
ask it.
Chris at the back.
No questions from competitors.
Chris.
Chris has got one.
Thanks, Warren. I'll put my warranties fair hat on for this and my allegiance of Pembridge Marine. But the barge Explorer, which you showed, the capsized casualty, it is probably worth saying that there was a marine warranty surveyor. I know who he was. Wasn't one of us, wasn't one of you. But he did approve it. I don't know whether he inspected the barge, but the towmaster was involved. We don't know that the towmaster inspected the barge either. I did pull down the report from the accident investigation report from the flag state and have a look at that. It was quite informative. I'm not sure if you've seen that. But I think the point is that marine warranty surveyors also make mistakes, and it's important that we do our jobs properly and that we're appointed to the work that we are. As you went to the JNRC reference in the Code of Practice, we talk about what's required in terms of relevant experience. It's no point just being experienced and competent in your core skills. It has to be relevant. And I think in that case, it probably wasn't relevant, the experience that the attending surveyor had. So it's a statement rather than a question.
Yeah, I completely agree.
But
yeah.
it is supporting that. And I think your point about SOMS, which I'm not a member of, and its relevance to the cable industry, if SOMS is going to set up a division for cables, then I'd be interested in talking.
Okay, yeah, we can chat afterwards.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Warren. Okay, next presentation, when it comes up, is from Ross Clifford, Brown and May on the coexistence challenge.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Ross Clifford. I'm a fisheries consultant at Brown and May Marine. My colleague as well is also here, Sophie Farringdon. Please feel free to come and have a chat with us after this at any time. So what I'm going to talk to you today about is coexistence and the challenges with that. We'll talk a little bit about Brown and May and who we are. Look at the fishing methods and provide an overview of that, as well as key interactions with the fishing industry, as well as coexistence strategies. So a little bit about Brown and May Marine. We have over 40 years experience providing commercial fisheries and fish ecology consultancy services to the offshore industry, and we are part of the RSK group. We have an extensive track record in developing successful strategies to minimise interactions and conflict between commercial fishing and offshore infrastructure. And we work across all phases of the project, from early advisory services to day-to-day management of fisheries, fisheries-related issues during construction and operational phases as well. We facilitate coexistence with the fishing industry whilst reducing project risks. We have offices in the UK, in England and Scotland, as well as France, Spain and Australia. So we provide offshore developer support in the UK, Europe and internationally as well. As I mentioned, our international work is also supported by the RSK group. We have around 34 offices globally. So, a little bit about an overview of the fishing methods. To start with, really fishing can be divided into two subcategories, mobile and static. So understanding how fishermen operate in an area is key to understanding the potential interactions offshore. Some mobile methods are designed to come into contact with the seabed, and obviously these are more of a concern for subsea infrastructure. Quite often these methods target species such as demersal fish, flatfish, and or bivalves like scallop, and the gear is often deliberately heavy to remain in contact with the seabed. For example, trawl doors, which you can see bottom left there in the photo, can weigh several hundreds of kilos up to several tons, and the scallop dredge in the centre there has a toothed bar and a chain bag and is dragged along the seabed. And bottom right, you can see a fully rigged beam trawl. This can weigh up to 6 tons. The type of vessels being used in these instances can be quite large. They're often highly powered as well, have highly powered engines. The final bullet there is pelagic trawls, less of a concern as they're not designed to come into contact with the seabed, predominantly targeting sort of mid-water column, further up in the water column species that live there. So static fishing gear or passive fishing gear might not necessarily damage cables, but this type of fishing activity can have an impact on surveys and also operations. Pots, for example, number of pots can vary significantly in one string or fleet, but potentially up to the hundreds in offshore crab fisheries, and the fleet length is typically 100 to 500 meters. And they can be left to soak from anything from 24 hours up to several days before being hauled again. Fleets should be identifiable with a marker buoy, a flag or a dan, but this is not always the case. Gill nets or trammel nets, they consist of fine netting. You can see an example bottom left there. They're typically weighted at the bottom of the net and supported by floats on the headline, so that the net hangs in the water column. It can be rigged closer to the surface or further down in the water column. Basically, it's very fine netting, invisible to fish. The length of nets can vary massively, often a minimum of several kilometres, and the soak time can vary from minimum sort of 6 hours up to 72 hours. Again, gill nets should be marked at the surface. Long lines, small inshore vessels, where it is done by hand, the lines might only be a few hundred meters with a few hundred hooks, but larger offshore vessels with automatic systems can shoot lines several miles long with thousands of hooks. And I mentioned about marking, the marking of static gear. This is a legal requirement in the UK to mark static gear, and there is MMO guidance in UK waters. As I've mentioned, though, it's not always identifiable, and there can be a number of reasons for that. So this slide really sort of demonstrates why coexistence is essential. Basically, where there are fish, there are fishermen, and the images show demersal fishing activity in areas where there are telecoms and power cables, as well as fishing over cables inside wind farms in the two graphics on the right-hand side there. You can see the vessel tracks across cables. In the UK, there are ambiguities with cable protection legislation, and obviously the interpretation of the legislation can be subjective. Although there is guidance and advice not to fish over cables, clearly fishing still occurs. So recommendations may not be followed, particularly if cables are in key fishing grounds. So just moving on to potential interactions then. Interactions can affect both fishing and subsea cable industries. Different interactions can apply at different project phases and are often gear dependent. For example, during site investigation and installation phases, static gear is generally more of an issue. and clearance of static gear is required to avoid the risk of snagging. So we need to identify who owns that gear and engage with them as early as possible to find potential solutions. At this stage, fishermen are generally concerned because they lose temporary access to fishing grounds. But if static gear is not cleared, there is a risk of delays to the project and impacting on time and costs. During the operational phase and post-installation phase, we're mostly concerned with bottom trawls, and, such as the demersal trawl that we saw earlier and scallop dredge, because these are designed to come into contact with the seabed. There's obviously also issues relating to cable exposures and cable protection. But snagging is a major concern as there are risks to fishing gear and crew, and also damage to assets. The photos that you can see there show snagged fishing gear having snagged on cable protection. And as I mentioned earlier, fishing gear is often designed to be heavy steel components, such as beam trawl shoes and trawl doors, as well as ground lines and chain mats and nets that could all cause potential damage to offshore infrastructure. For the fishing industry, there is also a concern of permanent loss of access to fishing grounds post-installation, as well as fishing operational constraints, manoeuvrability issues, and gear deployment around new installations. Cable protection, well, this is really about understanding the type and levels of fishing in the project area, as this can help inform the best cable protection. The example in the pictures show a beam trawler snagging incident. Snagging a cable obviously can result in serious risk to the vessel and crew. But in the picture here, you can see the vessel beam trawler has snagged some subsea infrastructure, and obviously the vessel's become unstable and is at risk of capsizing. So that early understanding of fishing activities can support informed decisions. Early identification and mapping of key stakeholders can facilitate meaningful and targeted engagement and consultation from the start. It fosters collaboration and early exploration of suitable mitigation measures, such as route design, cable burial depth, and other cable protection requirements. Although there is publicly available commercial fisheries data, it is often for large areas a broad overview and doesn't provide the level of detail required for discrete areas such as cable corridors. To find that finer level of detail, we need to explore fishing activity at the local level, and this is done through engagement and consultation with key stakeholders. So, effective engagement. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to coexistence. It needs to be approached on a case-by-case basis. Negative relations can be reduced via effective engagement, such as discussing plans early on, providing opportunities for feedback through face-to-face meetings, working groups, and listening to that feedback and highlighting any potential issues or risks early on. Engagement is about having conversations early, being transparent and honest, reducing the risk of negative interactions and ultimately leading to savings of both time and money in the long term. Developing and implementing fisheries engagement and consultation strategies from the outset of projects is a crucial component. Setting out the overarching approach, what you will do and when, the project activities and how you will achieve objectives. Stakeholder engagement management is an ongoing process built into everyday working and means working closely and collaborating with the fishing industry from the outset and throughout the lifetime of a project. Also, the appointment of fisheries liaison roles. These can help in the delivery of engagement and consultation, such as fishing industry representatives and offshore fisheries liaison officers can help with on-the-ground engagement and day-to-day liaison, which are crucial for conflict resolution. These are experienced individuals with awareness of the fishing industry and can help bolster those relationships. We have to remember that fishers don't work 9 till 5. They don't get paid to attend meetings and often feel that their feedback is not considered. So this all needs to be considered with any engagement and consultation planning. Finally, the last points around information sharing and post-lay survey data. It's obviously important to inform fishermen where cables are located, as well as the type of cable protection used, so they can make informed decisions on where to fish, ideally providing locations in plotter-friendly formats, so it's easy to understand and use. Information sharing can also include post-lay survey data and sharing any known cable exposures, for example, and obviously decommissioned infrastructure as this becomes more common in the future. So just to wrap up, key takeaway there, understanding the fisheries baseline and developing strategies that foster and promote collaboration and engagement with the fishing industry are key to achieving coexistence in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Oh, so surprise, surprise. Aaron?
I'll come to Pete first.
Hi there, yeah, just a quick sort of question, curiosity. The pictures of the scallop boat that it snagged, where did those pictures come from? Because it looks like there must have been 2 boats there.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
So you had a slide with a picture of a scallop boat on it that it snagged.
Yes, yeah.
Just wondering where the pictures came from, because it looks like
I don't actually know. I'd have to consult, but it's the same vessel, just from the front and from the stern and bow. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was just meaning there must have been a second vessel there to take the photos.
Oh yeah. No, I'm sure. Yeah, I can find out for you, but yeah, it's a good point.
Thank you. Good presentation. It's not so much a question, it's more an observation that on the photo of the beam trawler that was heeled over to one side, and the implication that it snagged a cable, yes, it snagged a cable, but that would never happen in a situation where a captain knew what he was doing. That was a totally dangerous situation, and it wasn't the cable's fault. It was, in my opinion, whoever was in the bridge, and I was a former captain of a beam trawler, you'd never allow your vessel to be in a situation like that.
Hi. Interesting. This morning we had 2 presentations, one from the Global Fishing Watch and one from the CBRA, was it, regarding modelling traffic within wind farms. Both of those presentations showed a distinct lack of fishing activity within wind farms post-installation. So is coexistence with the wind industry, is that really possible? Because it doesn't seem to be, does it?
Yeah, I think, sorry, can you hear me? Is it on? Yeah. I mean, obviously we have to be aware of the data that's being used. I think it was mentioned in the Global Fishing Watch, there are vessels under 10 metres that that don't have VMS. There are obviously vessels that don't use AIS, so those are not necessarily always captured. Particularly within side wind farms, a lot of wind farms are being consented on the condition that fishing remains. And obviously, if there isn't fishing activity currently, it doesn't mean that the, fish patterns and fishing changes. So what's there now, could change in the future. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thanks very much. Thank you. Okay, the next presentation is from Khalid Kamhawi on a case study. I'll just put it up. Okay.
Okay. Thanks very much. I'm happy to be here, and actually this talk is, I think, slotted in the right place. It most likely will be like a continuation of the previous one. So I'm here to talk about a tool that we've developed, a digital tool, which is based in the US, and we're growing globally. It's called Waterfront. And it is a tool of coexistence and maximizing asset integrity. Just want to note on the notion of coexistence that we have. Coexistence for us means co-location multi-use. So you allow people to be in the same place as you are and also to use the same place as you are. So really what we've built is we've built a digital solution which enhances marine stakeholder engagement. And it goes from static communication to dynamic notification. So static communication to dynamic notification. I want to highlight one thing. A lot of the discussions today are all about us informing the other party, stakeholders, whoever they are, but mainly fishermen. What we've built is focused on not only informing them, but empowering them to also inform us back and give them the tools to do that, because information should go both ways, and that's critical, I think. My talk today will be mainly focused on offshore wind farms because that's our main use case, but we are growing throughout the whole ecosystem. So we already have clients who are ports and harbors and also fleet owners. And we work very closely with marine science and universities in the US, and we have clients who are federal and state agents. They're all part of the same ecosystem, and what we want to build is we want to build this marine network that brings everyone together in a single platform, obviously as one of the platforms. Very quickly about us, so we're a digital tech company, but we have a lot of domain expertise in offshore wind and in marine engineering. We have offices mainly in the US, but also in Europe and in the Middle East. Actually, we won something called the Poland Prize a couple of years ago, and we opened up an office in Poland. And we do develop our own technology, and some of it is AI-driven, machine learning. This is a fancy word now, but a global fishing watch know that this is very powerful, and people will see more and more of this moving forward. By the way, this is not the color that I built the presentation on, so I'm sure that's the screen. Anyway, this just tells you where we are. And by the way, for our Danish friends, I didn't cover Greenland on purpose, just to let you know. It's still there. It's part of Europe. Don't worry about it. Okay. Highlighting our clients, I just put this in here because I want to emphasize that a big part of what we had to go through the last few years is consolidate the market. It is a chicken and egg problem. To have a two-way engagement, you want to know whether you have enough users to engage with, and at the same time, to have enough users, you have to have enough information to feed the platform. So we worked very hard the past few years to really consolidate the offshore wind industry, and basically almost all of the offshore wind developers in the US are working with us. But we're also working with BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, in all of their jurisdictions in the US, with the New Bedford Port Authority, which is the largest fishing port in the US. Atlantic Capes is the largest fishing fleet on the east coast of the US, are also our clients. The next two slides are based on our research. You guys know more about this than we do because we're still not in this domain, but we're hope to really talk to some of you guys and see how we can assist in going into the cables field. But we really understand that this is a major industry with a lot of assets and activities which are quite sensitive. And I'm aware of all of the discussions that happened earlier today. We also need to be careful about how much we raise a red flag, but also there are significant risks associated with these transatlantic and European cables. Maybe one thing to highlight is, according to our research, 70 to 80% of incidents stem from commercial fishing and anchoring, apparently. And also that happens in shallow areas, obviously, 20 meters or less in water depth. So the real impact on the economy is huge, especially in Europe. So you have 500,000 people employed in the maritime industry in the UK alone. You have more than 6 million recreational boats and 74,000 active commercial fishing vessels. So the impact on the economy is very big. Finally, in terms of these transatlantic cables, and please someone correct me if these figures are wrong, but the costs are astronomical. They're immense in terms of just building these cables. Constructing costs can go up to $500 million. And also, this is a very interesting statistic. The financial impact of a downtime per hour is around 1.5 million. So every hour lost in transmission is around $1.5 million lost. I use this slide in almost all of my presentations. This is just to show you in offshore wind farms, across the whole life cycle of an offshore wind farm. You can see from the left, survey, all the way to operation and maintenance to the right. It's a very busy slide. That's the whole point. Offshore wind really impacts its marine environment heavily. Not only with the assets that it puts in the water, but also of the marine activity that happens there. During construction, survey work, and also during operation, maintenance, inspection, and maintenance campaigns. And obviously, the interaction is both above the waterline and below, especially now if we go to floating offshore wind with the long catenary lines. These will have a huge footprint. Obviously, they're in deeper waters, so maybe the impact on fisheries will be less, but still, it's something to look into. Someone just talked about the scale of how big these are. I just want to show you compared to some actually sovereign states. So if you can look at Revolution Wind, it's 257 kilometers squared. Malta, as a state, is around 313 kilometers squared. Vineyard Wind is around 167, or maybe South Fork Wind, 132 kilometers squared. Jersey is around 130 kilometers squared. So these are huge, right? These are very, very big. Now, the actual assets themselves are huge above the water. Obviously, above the water, it could go up to the height of the Eiffel Tower. And then you have the water depth. And then below water, if you have a monopile, you could go up to 30, 40 meters. These are huge, huge structures as well. The impact of offshore wind is immense in the US as well. Big caveat, Trump. This can be reduced significantly. But maybe one thing to note is that 80% of the US population lives within 200 miles of the coast. So for cables, for offshore wind, this is a huge amount of population that are impacted by what happens on the coastline. I'm not going to dwell on this slide. This is equivalent to the European one that I showed. Actually, the US has a lot of commercial fishing vessels, more than 95,000. Look at the number of recreational vessels. You have 11 million or more. This is huge. And the impact to the economy is also big, 200 billion a year. So what's the problem? I'm not going to dwell on this again, but obviously it's a lack of information. It's lack of information from both sides, from the offshore wind farm, and in any case, any owner of assets offshore, to the stakeholder, especially fishermen, and back. And the lack of information gives uncertainty, and that uncertainty impacts your risk assessments and your management of your operations. Again, information about offshore wind farms, there's something called Hofstadter's Law. I don't know if you guys know it. Hofstadter's Law says anything that can be delayed will be delayed, even if you take into account Hofstadter's Law. So, offshore wind farms are usually 35% over budget and 2 years behind schedule. So any impact I talked about before, just magnify it. Vineyard Wind, for example, put $30 million in preemptive compensation in different buckets, and you can look at these numbers with a grain of salt. But that number was out of a negotiation with the fishing community without real evidence and data. Now, who knows whether this number is too much or too little? Might be too little, right? And fisheries might be really impacted by it. Might be too much, and offshore wind farms have frozen some assets that they could have used. And also there are insurance numbers which are quite big that you need to look into. So, the ultimate impact on offshore wind farms, due to lack of stakeholder engagement with real evidence and data, is that there are obstacles to permits. They put a lot of preemptive compensation values without real evidence. Low vessel utilization during, lower vessel utilization during installation, because a day lost due to engaging with a fisherman could be $500,000 to $1 million a day. Right? And also with inspection maintenance, if there are any delays when you really need to do these can have an impact. Our estimate is throughout the whole life cycle of a project, which could be about 35 years, there's around 2 months of downtime throughout this whole period due to stakeholder engagement, which amounts to maybe around $50 million in lost electricity generation and 280,000 tons of CO2 emissions, which you could have avoided. So this is the main point for us. This is how we identified the opportunity. Offshore wind became the new focal point for marine activity. It's a big attractor. These huge offshore infrastructure projects are bringing everyone together. Everyone's interested, everyone's impacted. And for us, we realized if we digitize the engagement, we could create a mutually beneficial space for stakeholders. I'll skip this slide. This is just how much now offshore wind farms are spending on technology. Now, these are some quotes we got through our National Science Foundation grant that we won 3 years ago. And they're quite important. They show you that there are no at least in the US, right? There's no streamlined way of sharing information between fisheries and offshore wind developers. The second one is quite interesting. The fisheries will not share information willingly. They'll only react to information, which is very important. And privacy becomes a key issue here, privacy control. And finally, fisheries need to know activities beforehand to take optimal waterfront decisions. Right? The outcome of all of this is that there is spatial conflict, lack of accountability, lack of planning, and most importantly, lack of trust. And how can you deal with all of this? You need to have evidence-based relationships. You need to have data, you need to have facts between two parties whenever there is a perception of risk or a conflict so that you can resolve it. And that can rebuild trust. So what we've done is we've built this product, and it's not only based on technology. We also have a team on the ground. We work with the community. We work with groups like the last one who are fisheries and fisheries representatives and fisheries groups. And we work with third-party content. We integrate other information, which is very interesting to the stakeholder who's going to use this app, by the way, for free. Anyone can download this app for free. If you're a fisherman, you don't want to just open an app because you want to get information about offshore wind farms. You want to get free AIS, free weather information. You want to get tools, which I'll talk to you about now very, very quickly, which are useful to you. And then, as you're doing that, you will see what an offshore wind farm is doing. Plus, you'll get the streamlined notification that is relevant to you rather than you looking for that information. So we built the app with Vineyard Wind at the time, who was our first client, and working with fishermen in New Bedford. We spent a year and a half really working together on the design, on the functionality, on the features, and we built the tool. And obviously we had active engagement as our main driver, but we also looked at economic access and social justice. And these are quite important well, at least in the US, and I'm pretty sure they're important here. But economic access, for example, fishermen in the US, although quite hostile to the offshore wind space, but are also looking for opportunities to work with them. You know, actually looking at job posts and you know, opportunities to be a guard vessel is quite important. Social justice, there are marginalized groups in the US, for example, tribal groups who care about the environment, and others who care about the environment. Fishermen care about the environment and the whole whale issue, right? These are custodians of the environment, and we want to give them information that also gives facts, whether things happen in correlation or causation or what. And facts, I think, can solve the issue. So, what is Waterfront? We come to it. So Waterfront is made of two units. It's a free-to-download app. Any of you guys can download it. Please download it. Yeah. And a back-end dashboard. This goes to the client, right? So if you're Vineyard Wind or if you're anyone, you have that dashboard to input your information, but also to receive all that information, to have that engagement. You don't just provide information out into the ether and let it go. You actually get the data back, who interacts, what they need, and they contact you directly, okay? It's a map-based tool. Everything is visual on a map, and we have many, many features. So, for example, the general stuff. So we provide news articles, event information. So example, BOEM has all of these events, town hall events, which we post online. People can register for these events. We have job postings. We have polls. So you can issue a poll, and people can answer very quickly, and you can get data back. But more importantly, what we have is you have a digitized way of setting out your Mariner updates, which is very easy, but you could track all of your Mariner updates based on your database. We have tools which are very useful, which I'll talk about very, very quickly soon. By the way, how much time do I have left? $10 minutes? 15, perfect. I'll try to finish in 10 because I don't want to bore you. So we have tools which allow the information to be streamlined according to your needs on your phone. And by the way, the phone is a very powerful tool, because if you take it on offshore, you could take it back to your home and keep it in your pocket. And you can use this phone, GPS system, even offline. We've built that functionality to turn this phone into a pseudo VMS system if you want, right? With information that belongs to you as a fisherman or whoever. And you can share that information if you want with an offshore wind developer or BOEM or the port authority or whoever, or your colleague or friend, anonymously. This is key. All of the tools that we've built allow you to get information and share it anonymously. So people can get the information and not know who you are, but they can still contact you about that information. I'll explain that in a second. So very quickly, some of the tools on the map are, for static gear fishing, you can pin your gear in the water and save that information on your phone, even offline, but most vessels have Starlink now, but even without Starlink, offline, get that information with a time and location stamp, either save it on your phone or send it anonymously to others. If you send it anonymously to an offshore wind farm, they will get a notification that there is a gear in the water here, and they can contact the owner of that gear without knowing who they are, say, please remove it, or we're going to be there in half an hour or 2 hours or whatever. And that allows for preemptive mitigation of any conflict, right? So this is one of the things that we've done. We do the same with ecological and marine observations. So if you see something and you want to blast it out to the public, you can, anonymously. So if you've seen a whale or a turtle or whatever, you could do that. And finally, you can also define on the map areas of interest. And these areas of interest can give you a notification on your phone for any vessel that passes through that area of interest to you. A notification saying, this is the vessel. Obviously, the vessel should be AIS, it should have AIS. This vessel with this MMS number entered this location that you've predefined at this time. And you have a full log of that, full history of that for forever. If you start today, for the next 10 years, you have a full log of who entered that area of interest to you. Obviously, our clients can do the same. So if you have a cable, you define a cable corridor over it, like what Global Fishing Watch have done, but we do it in real time. you can see all of the vessels that pass through that area live and get a quick log and notification of that. We provide free AIS, free weather information, and you can look at all of the vessel paths of vessels with AIS on our system. So you click on any vessel, see their path as well. Okay, so there's streamlined notification. So the next few slides are just very quickly on some case studies that we had. So I don't know if you guys remember, in the summer of last year, Vineyard Wind's blade actually blew off in the middle of the ocean. It actually did that, I think, on a Saturday evening. And they only informed the public formally on Tuesday or Wednesday. They did inform the Coast Guard because they're obliged to do that by law. But fishermen weren't notified publicly. And fishermen were very, very angry about that, immensely. Rightly so, because some said, we're out there on Sunday, and we saw the big debris floating around us, and this is dangerous stuff. So we had a huge spike in views during that time, which demonstrates that the app itself is also reactionary in terms of information and news. And we showed this to Vineyard Wind. And we actually worked with Vineyard Wind during that time, and we even arranged a volunteer cleanup at Fort Phoenix Beach in Fairhaven. So that was an unfortunate incident, but for us, it demonstrated the value proposition that we have. This is with another client of ours. This is BOEM. As I mentioned before, they use it in all of their jurisdictions. But you can see here all of the spikes that they have relating to the events that they put on our app. So you can see that the interaction and the views over there. By the way, BOEM have amended their guidelines maybe 3 years ago when we were in discussions with them to address the fact that information should be provided in digital information technology platforms, examples, smartphone applications. So we meet the BOEM requirement. So this is one of the major issues that we have. We meet regulatory information. New Bedford Port Authority is the largest fishing port in the US. Just the past 2 months, they've sent 23,000 and a half almost message segments, because we also blast out SMS messages in addition to the app itself, so we could reach different demographics of the public. Some older, people don't have smartphones. Finally, the last thing I want to say is we do have a new feature. It's ghost gear and gear retrieval. We've worked with RWE and Vineyard Wind in the US, actually with crabbers in North California. So we've developed a tool where a fisherman can identify ghost gear. If they find gear during their work, they can blast information out. People can engage, claim that gear. People can verify whether they've seen that gear, and this can help in the gear retrieval effort in the US. I think 70% of all plastic in the water is due to gear in the water. So this is another example of functionality that is not directly related to our clients. It's actually directed to our users, but will bring attention to the app. And that's how they will see all the information that's relevant to them. So, privacy and data governance is vital. Relevancy, empowerment, all of these create engagement, but more importantly, they build towards an evidence-based relationship with marine stakeholders. We're growing in the US, so we're growing in the Northeast, in California and Oregon, and now in Louisiana. This is mainly due to BOEM and now maybe offshore oil and gas really coming up. We have a lot of active engagement on the app, and our numbers just are increasing. I just want to say, this is my last slide, and then I'll just make a final conclusion, is that we're integrating our app with our other products, and this is just to show you how all of this becomes interlinked. So we have this tool called Vessel Ops. This is what the large fishing fleet is using for their operations. Now, this tool is linked up to Waterfront because any crew member who's a member of the public can get notifications on their phone about the potential trips that they have on their vessels. And any authentication they have to do with the fishing fleet, they do it through the app as well. So it's all interconnected. So to summarize, offshore wind needs to generate and transmit clean energy to exist. But it needs to also generate and transmit information to thrive. I think that's important. And that's the same for subsea cables. For subsea cables to operate safely, they need to share and receive information. So everything's to do with evidence-based relationships. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Khaled. Tony.
Hi, thanks. Interesting presentation. Interesting use of GPS on your mobile phone. The range of your typical mobile phone, though, is relatively short. And once you go offshore, you lose communication, except for the GPS, of course. So how do you correlate to that and get your data and stuff out there?
That's a very good question, and that's a very big technical challenge that we had. So obviously you will get the latest data on your phone updated when you last had a service, Wi-Fi or internet. When you're offshore, all of that data is saved. You're notified that you are offline, but you can still gather information offshore, offline on your phone with time and location stamps. So if you're pinning your gear using GPS, you could still save that information on your phone. But you can't share it, obviously, until you get that service. But the fidelity of that information is still there offline.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks.
Anyone else? One at the back, yeah, please.
Thanks. Do you find that you have any issues with fishermen being willing to share positional data of their pots or anything like that?
Yeah, no, 100%. By the way, when we used to talk to fishermen like 2.5 years ago, no one wanted to talk to us. About a year ago, everyone wanted to talk to us because these developments started to really happen in the US. So they need the information, and they want to share information if they can avoid it. Yes, they do. They're very cautious in sharing information, but because it's anonymous, they're incentivized to share it directly with the developers, and they know that if something happens, they have evidence to say that they were there. Because now there are compensation requirements with the offshore wind developers in the US for fishermen to demonstrate that they were in a region. If they don't have VMS or AIS, they need some kind of tool to gather that information. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next presentation is from Pete McCrory. Just put it on. Of RUK.
Well, there should be a picture of wind turbines there, sorry. Yeah, must have been cloudy, yeah. First of all, thanks to Eska and to John Rodesty for inviting me to speak to you today. My name is Pete McCrory. I'm Policy Manager for Renewable Grid at Renewable UK. But as you can see from my slide template, I'm here representing actually the Offshore Wind Industry Council today, which does beg the question, well then what is the Offshore Wind Industry Council? Thankfully, I thought you might ask that question. So the Offshore Wind Industry Council was established in 2013 to be a joint industry government collaboration body to overcome some of the barriers to delivering on the government's offshore wind targets. It's co-chaired by an industry representative, Richard Sanford from BP Renewables, and by the Energy Secretary, Ed Miliband, and has 5 key work streams: supply chain, skills, consents and aviation, and what I'm here to talk to you today about offshore transmission and specifically offshore grid coordination within the offshore transmission work stream. Important to say that the outputs of OIC are not government policy, but we are able to leverage some of the benefits of being a partnership with government to speak with key stakeholders, and you might see some of that come through in the report. So before we get into the real meat of the report, I thought it would be useful to do a bit of context setting and a bit of a timeline about coordination and grid coordination in the UK. And really, before 2020, there was no grid coordination in the UK, so it's actually still quite a novel process, this idea of coordinating your grid connections for offshore wind. And before 2020, it was done on a project-by-project basis, where you would get your lease from the Crown Estate for your offshore wind farm, then get your connection from the national grid, and then build your connection, and then you would then sell that connection on to an offshore transmission owner or an offshore to operate. And then in 2020, as the offshore wind targets kept increasing and the number of offshore wind farms trying to connect to the grid kept increasing, this process was starting to get quite messy. And the then Energy Minister, Kwasi Kwarteng, remember him? He then kicked off the Offshore Transmission Network Review, and in the terms of reference for the OTNR, they said, in the context of increasing ambitions for offshore wind, constructing point-to-point connections may not provide the most efficient approach. And they go on to say that actually a non-coordinated approach may end up being a major barrier to delivering on our offshore wind ambitions. So looking then, you see the first major sort of statutory output of the OTNR, which was the Holistic Network Design, or the HND. And it's the first time that the UK as a nation looked at offshore wind connections in a grouped manner and looked at it as a national picture rather than looking at it as just a sort of specific project-by-project picture. And then also looking at potential onshore reinforcements to enable these offshore grid connections. The HND went through various iterations, which very quickly became acronym SOUP, so I'll not bore you with all of those. But if you look then 2 years into the future again, into February of last year, we saw the first sort of like final outcome of the HND process, which was the HND South cluster, like a smaller portion of the HND, which resulted essentially in reverting back to a point-to-point connection, and that was the first sort of indication that things might not be going as smoothly in coordination, publicly anyway. We then very quickly moved on to the Beyond 2030 network plan, which is the most recent network plan we've seen for grid, and it increases that coordination again. The official title for Beyond 2030 is the TCSNP2, so it is really acronym soup. And then the Celtic Sea update was a tag on to that, looking at the Crown Estates leasing round 5 for the Celtic Sea, and we'll talk about the Celtic Sea design a little bit later on as well. But then, as I said, looking at the HND South cluster in a bit more detail, you can see here in the first design, that's from the original HND. And you can see it was originally intended to be a multi-terminal HVDC design, including HVAC cabling as well. And it would incorporate 3 gigawatt scale wind farms and then a large HVDC bootstrap designed to carry power from Scotland to the demand centres in the south. Those wind farms were Doggerbank D and Doggerbank South, West and East. So again, three developers too. So once we got that HVDC design, they were again bundled into this HND South cluster, and they were then told to get on with doing a detailed design and deliver this sort of cluster design. The outcome of which was the submission of an impact assessment, or basically a request to change the design, and the outcome was, as you can see there, a complete move back to a point-to-point radial design, 3 wind farms connecting independently and an independent connection for the bootstrap. As you can see from the slide, the reasons given in the impact assessment were increases in the cost of offshore equipment and challenges in the supply chain. And I think it's fair to say that that's a very fair assessment. That there was significant shocks to the supply chain and to logistics within that period of sort of the early 2020s. But the feeling from the sector was that that wasn't telling the whole story, and that there was more to look into just to understand why this coordination wasn't working in practice. And that's when we decided to kick off this sort of piece of research. The decision was made by OIG members to look into this, really answering then the questions. what are the underlying causes of failure in coordination in offshore grids, and then what could be done to enable future coordination in the future. There was participation from the whole sector, being offshore wind developers and all the statutory bodies. You can see there, NISO, Ofgem, and the Crown Estate. Unfortunately, we couldn't get a formal participation from DESNZ because of the early election, but we were able to sort of use, as I said, use the sort of OIC leverage and that relationship with DESNZ to speak to all the right people. And beyond that, then, sort of, we did a review of the regulatory and policy landscape and a comparative exercise with sort of European neighbours and how they're delivering their offshore network. Looking then at the report findings, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I think actually the recommendations are probably more interesting. But basically, the causes of failure were that coordination was more difficult than probably first imagined. That there was a real misalignment of incentives and risks, and ultimately quite a lot of uncertainty about how to actually deliver this in practice, and a sort of feeling amongst developers and parties involved in this coordination that they didn't want to be the canary in the coal mine and be that first person to take the risk. And then the impacts that had then were like on planning. Were the plans that the DSO did in the first place too complex, or maybe even just too complex for the regime that we had at the time? Was there, in terms of finance, was there a business case? Was this financeable? Was this, were the financial risks properly apportioned? Delivery models, in terms of delivery models, were there too many interfaces? Were there too many different parties trying to get involved in this, and should that have been simplified? In terms of information sharing, there was a lot of different, again, that sort of interface management, and also different wind farms are used to being in quite a lot of competitive pressure with each other, and then are then having to cooperate and share information that they felt could potentially impact CFD bids. And then we look at sort of technology and interoperability in the supply chain, which is really about, first of all, can you get different parties that are used to doing things their own way to sort of find a solution that works for both of them, and then also how easy is it to procure this equipment in this model? And I think it's fair to say that it's quite difficult, especially when you look at European examples where it's this whole process is done by the transmission operator, who are able to sort of put in framework agreements and procure in bulk in a way that you can't do when you're delivering on a project-by-project basis. So this resulted in sort of recommendations set out in 3 categories. Recommendations that could help improve the existing regime, a recommendation that involved adopting a completely new delivery model for offshore coordination, and then finally recommendations for a future model, whether it's coordinated or radial. So looking at the first section of recommendations in terms of existing regime barriers, the first one there is talking about actually there's opportunities to do non-physical coordination and focus on areas like planning, consenting, landfall, community engagement, and just taking out that challenge of technical coordination and focusing on areas that bring a greater level of coordination without including those technical challenges and those interfaces between different parties. And similarly, within the asset classification regime, we give a recommendation for Ofgem to simplify the asset classification to remove interfaces. There's a few recommendations about risk allocation here in terms of cost allowances. Ofgem, as part of the sort of cost assessment process for new grid, often will disallow costs that they deem inefficient, and that can be very challenging for a developer if they're delivering infrastructure on the behalf of a competitor or another party at least. And then similarly, there wasn't a fully formed compensation mechanism for poor and non-delivery. And then finally, some of those recommendations are about dealing with uncertainty, and that's things like how do you manage a delay in the process, and how do you manage sharing information once again. And then moving on to probably the most sort of radical suggestions that we made in the paper, we're talking about the adoption of a new delivery model for offshore grid coordination. So as you can see, there's a whole smorgasbord of different options there on the slide of different ways you could deliver the offshore grid. The top one being generator build, which is what we've seen in the UK up to this point, and it's been quite successful in delivering point-to-point grid connections in terms of the generator just builds the grid and then sells it off to the OFTO. And then in the bottom there you can see the TO build and operate, which is what we see in Europe most of the time. And again, it's quite successful in that it reduces the number of interface points, but it doesn't meet some of Ofgem's preferred preferences for a competitive model that would help drive down cost. And then the sort of bottom two, just above TO build and operate, those are the options that have been suggested in the past for a coordinated build, being OFTO build models. But as you can see, all of those they involve some level of interfaces and people having passover designs and passover models to another party, which really increases the complexity, and that's where we find it being really challenging. So the recommendation that we made in the report was to do a very early competition third-party build and operate model, which for obvious reasons we prefer to call the third-party model. And that really takes the offshore generator out of the design, build and operate completely, and hands that design over to a competent third party. And as you can see in the side there, we've suggested that could be a GBTO, such as National Grid Electricity Transmission, and a European TSO. It could be a traditional OFTO-led consortia. It could be a generator consortia, or it could even be some sort of future CATO, which is like the onshore competition model. And really, what we're saying is it could be any organization that can demonstrate competence in delivery. And this is our assessment of the third-party model. As you can see, our view is that it would reduce complexity and avoid having to coordinate between generators and other parties to a greater extent. It aligns with Ofgem's established preference to competition, and it facilitates participation from non-TO actors, that e.g. European TSOs or others, I guess any competent actor that may have strong links with the supply chain. The sort of negative we've got there is that, like the existing delivery models, it does have less of a, there are still more interfaces than in like a TO delivery model, the European model, and that the sort of challenges with buying power that may incur. But like we say, with the idea of encouraging lots and lots of actors that may have that experience, and really sort of building the tender process to try and encourage those actors in, we feel that risk is mitigated. And then moving on to recommendations for the future regimes, we feel that, fundamentally it's always good to incorporate lessons learned and make sure that you're learning the lessons from the challenges that you've seen in the previous processes. And then there's a lot of recommendations here about sort of task forces and understanding where the market is, so that you're not making a design that is very difficult to deliver in practice when you're dealing with realities on the ground of the supply chain and of the technical considerations. And then also, again, looking at that data sharing. So then, if we get on to what's happening next and what's been the sort of fallout of the report, I think, well, the first one actually, again, came out before we published the report, but I'm going to count it because it was after we started the report. We had the HND Celtic Sea decision, which I think it's quite a good example of that non-physical coordination that I mentioned at the start. Ultimately, the Celtic Sea grid design recommended 3 radial links, but it did do that coordinated design piece where they considered different landing points. They considered the onshore grid considerations. They considered the impact on communities and the environment, and then they came out with a design that was fundamentally deliverable. I don't want to say too much positive, because I know there probably are some developers in the room that might have said that there were some challenges, but I think ultimately it was quite a good process, and we got to a good result with that. And then October 24, that's when we published the paper, and we had a round table with all the key stakeholders mentioned. I think there's at least one person that was at that round table here in Morrisbury from the Crown Estate, so if you don't believe me in anything I've said, you can talk to him and see what he thought about it all. And then I think the first really positive example of the impact of the report is, in the month following, where Ofgem reversed their decision on early competition offshore build. So if we go back here, originally they were going to use one of these models, but they had that interaction between the generator and then the offshore in terms of an offshore build, and they've reversed that decision and moved closer towards the third-party build model that we proposed in our paper. Ofgem are currently looking for pilot projects to test this new approach. So if anyone in the room is interested in hearing a bit more about that, I can put you in touch with the right people at Ofgem. Then in December, we saw more consultations from NESO on more acronyms in the SSEP, Strategic Spatial Energy Plan, and the CSNP, Centralized Strategic Network Plan. And again, these are all moving towards this more coordinated approach, which I think really does add pressure on the need for this new coordination approach to be a success, because if we're going to be moving towards this approach, we can't constantly be making a design and then unpicking it, so it adds pressure to us all to make sure that this gets done properly. And then finally, then looking forwards, we're seeing a few things that are coming out in 2025, being the DESNES response to the Oslo call for evidence, where we're going to be hoping to see some of these recommendations being picked up and ran with by government. And then also, very soon, we're going to be seeing the HND North Cluster impact assessment. So the HND South Cluster was kind of northeast England, North Cluster's up towards Scotland. And I think it's fair to say we're pretty pessimistic about whether that's going to be a coordinated solution. So I think, again, that's just going to be putting more pressure on the sector to really deliver a coordinated approach and a new approach that can deliver coordination. And then not on there, but I think also important is in the last year we've seen the sort of move towards the establishment of GB Energy. And GB Energy, potentially there's a role for them. They've previously stated that they might be interested in doing some of that pre-survey work and helping do some of that early coordination as well. So if you've been paying attention to the news, I might be lobbying my own CEO on that one soon. So that's everything I've got to tell you today. Happy to take any questions, and thanks for listening.
Thanks, Peter. Any questions? No.
Thank you. It's Jennifer Godwin from the Seabed User and Developer Group. Really great presentation as well. Great to see the evolution of how we've got to where we are now. From a kind of a multi-industry perspective, I look at some of these processes like the SSEP, and it's quite hard to engage with. And so, sorry if this is a fairly ignorant question, but that's a kind of a strategic look at where everything should go, and it has the marine component. How much do you think that is overlapping with other conversations going on about marine planning and all the other industries and activities going on?
It's a fair question. Like you say, there's so many different areas, and particularly in the marine space, different plans and different seabed users relying on different plans to sort of understand where they can and can't build. I think NESO have indicated that they've been working really closely with the Crown Estate on that sort of offshore aspect of the SSEP, and I would be hopeful that link in, and certainly something that we've been saying is that NESO shouldn't be redoing the work that the Crown Estate have done in the past, and the Crown Estate have done some really good work in terms of seabed mapping.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next presentation is the Next Gen update from Isabel Triggs of Red Penguin. So, over to you. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
You'll have
Hold
to
on.
wait.
Sorry, is it? I don't want to spoil your thunder. It's coffee break. Sorry, I get carried away. Sorry, but only 20 minutes. 20 minutes break, please. Apologies to Isabel.
Oh, he's cute.
Okay, welcome back. Okay, the next presentation is the Next Generation Working Group update from Isabel Triggs. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello, for those who don't know me, I'm Isabel Triggs. I'm a project engineer at Red Penguin Marine, and I'll be doing an update for the Next Generation Working Group, otherwise known as NextGen. So about a year ago tomorrow, Chloe Morris did a presentation at the Southampton ESCA plenary in March. And she did a presentation requesting for a group of people to come together who are new to the industry and eager to develop their skills in this industry. So she is the chair of this working group, and myself and Frankie Target from Vodafone are the deputy co-chairs. Since forming this group a year ago, we have acquired 66 total members. That was last week. I think we now have 68 total members, and it continues to grow weekly, which is very positive. We have three main objectives in this group, and they are based off the 3 I's, which are to increase awareness and recruitment into this industry, improve our skills that are already there, and to include everyone as well with the more experienced members of this industry. And to do that, we've broken that down into promoting awareness of both the telecom and power cable sectors with early career professionals and those joining the industry. We are developing our skills through educational workshops, seminars, and tours. And we want to increase our support and membership, so that be creating a group of people that are eager to learn and can all come together and put their ideas forward, but also an opportunity for us to network with those who are more experienced, and it can be intimidating joining this industry with lots of knowledge, so it's a nice opportunity for us to do that. So for our first target, our first objective of promoting awareness, we have split it into 4 outreach groups. That is primary school, secondary school, university, and social media engagement. I know primary school sounds a little bit young, but you hear a lot of the news. It's a lot of, as we've had previous presentations, a bit of scaremongering here and there. But actually, it's a really wonderful industry. We're connecting our telecoms, we're connecting our power, and learning that from a young age in an exciting way is very good to get that interest into the industry that we all so much want. So we have got certain members of our group focused in the Bristol and Hampshire areas. For that area, for secondary school, we're working on resources that we can send out for maybe assemblies or kind of lectures in those days. And for university, we've put together a list of universities that we want to reach for career fairs and also similar kind of seminar kind of styles. For social media, it's been spoken about previously, but we're working on those shorts and educational kind of videos and fun engagements. We recently found that it's quite difficult to do this on a small scale, so we are hosting a meeting in a couple of weeks within the group to work on a collaborative method for all 4 outreach groups, just to make those areas more easily achievable. Our second objective is skills development. We've had a very generous outreach of people volunteering from this industry to participate in Lunch and Learns. The first Lunch and Learn will be commencing in March from Courtney French, and it will be on fishing liaison and their coexistence with cables. We anticipated to do 1 every month, but we've had a very strong support, so hopefully there'll be some months where we do 2 Lunch and Learns. And whilst we have had lots of volunteers, we're still welcoming more. There's still more we can learn, so please do volunteer if you've got anything you'd like to do. We've also had the privilege of visiting the Converter Station tour down in Gosport. A couple of members went to go visit that earlier this year. There's also been the To Africa cable landing down in Bude, which a lot of us visited, and there's a boy from that there. And Briggs Marine are also hosting a tour tomorrow afternoon for some members as well, so that's really much appreciated. We're also putting together a skills booklet. This is a booklet that those who are new to the industry can see what they know, see what they don't know, have relevant links to go to those places, resources, and it will be a kind of across the industry kind of early career help. And then our third objective is support and mentorship. I think it's fair to say we've been very, very supported from the very beginning from this industry, and that has been incredibly kind. For us mentorship programs, we are with Support Mentorship, which is a 12-week program where you can work with a subject matter expert on skills that you'd like to improve, and you work with them over the course of a 12-week period doing that. We also participated in the WAVE events 2024, where we worked on panels, roundtables, and helped with the agenda of that event. Recently, the Subsea Cable Awareness Workshop, which Claire mentioned earlier, was a really insightful and very popular event. We also hosted some roundtables after that event and tried to encourage students who are unaware of the industry to join those, and we did presentations on how we all entered the industry, which, as you may be familiar with, is different routes into those jobs. We also had the Next Gen Awards, which I know also mentioned earlier. We had very generous prizes from ICPC, Suboptic, and ESCA. And as you can see, the lovely trophies made here. Peter Appleby made those from some cables. And Claire, lovely, got those inscribed by her friend Claire. So, yeah. And these are the awards that were won. So James won the Innovation Catalyst and won the ESCA £1,000 bursary. Anna Bladden won the Project Contributor Award and has a trip to Montreal and travel bursary. Chloe won Industry Impact and has won a trip to Lisbon, so that's good. Xenia Zinnerman won the Scholarly Achievement Award and has won a ESCA bursary of £1,000. Queen won the Environmental Awareness with the ESCA Development of £1,000. And Frankie Target won Engineering Excellence with a £1,000 bursary as well. So I previously mentioned that Chloe Morris formed this, prompted the urge of this group last year to the date tomorrow. And in that year, I can safely say we have been very supported, but have also managed to achieve quite a fair bit. And that is with the support of everyone in this room and outside of this room as well, particularly to John, Clive and Claire for their support. But we have been able to host 4 meetings so far. The next will be commencing next month. We've had the opportunity to attend Submarine Networks both 2024 and 2025 with free tickets, which is also much appreciated. As previously mentioned, we've had the opportunity to visit these cable landing, converter station tours and workshops and Next Generation Awards. And we have the upcoming Parliamentary Day in the next month. So safe to say it's been very productive and hopefully will continue that way. That's it from me, but thank you very much. Any questions?
I haven't got a question, I just got a comment. I remember the proposal by Chloe a year ago, and I would never have believed that a year later, the amount of work that's been achieved by the Next Gen group, you, Chloe and Frankie, and ably supported by the rest of the team, have done fantastic things. You've not actually shown everyone what there is, because there's too much and you'd be here for another 2 hours. But you should be congratulated. ESCA congratulates the Next Gen group. So I think they deserve a clap. Barry?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Barry Howarth, representing Isle of Man. I noticed in the outreach you specifically mentioned schools, primary schools, Hampshire and Bristol. Is there a reason for that? Or,
Yeah.
and
We hope to aim to everywhere, but just because of the resourcing, people are based in those areas in that group.
Yeah.
So if people from other areas of the country join those outreach groups, then we can outreach to those places.
so it is planned, or it would be appropriate
Yes.
to other areas of the country?
Yes.
And because people who are at fairs will know what I'm going to say next. Man.
Of course.
Don't forget the Isle of Man in anything you do.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you can be the next gen representative in the Isle of Man, Barry.
It's the panel discussion, isn't it? No? Got that right. Got that right. There's two spare chairs there, I think, isn't there? Can you remind me, John, who's coming? Who's on it? So Duncan Metcalf, Matt Froe, Hugh Roberts, Hal Roberts. Would you like to be on the panel? Is it a surprise, or did you not? Peter, you coming up, please? There's just two spare chairs there. You can just drag them in. Okay, I won't read that, but it's a panel discussion on improving cable exposure awareness and safety. You've got give one. We've got three mics. I don't know where the other one's.
Yeah, I've got two here. A couple of minutes at the end. Okay. And we have to finish at 4 to say at the end. So finish at 4:45. Marvellous. Have we got enough mics? Okay, so the topic of this panel is to discuss cable exposures and what the industry does to address the topic of known exposed areas of cables that might become known following a survey, a repair, or ongoing monitoring in the case of some types of cables. This comes with certain challenges. Currently, there's not anywhere to notify exposures there's not a platform for that. But there's also a question as to whether exposures want to be notified. So we've talked a bit about the charting of cables and the importance of cable charting. And through KISS Orca, that's never included burial data or burial information, because of course if you say that an area is exposed, it might give false reassurance for another area being assumed to be safe, or if you have burial information for exactly the same reason. So the panellists today, we have Hal Roberts from Ørsted, Duncan Metcalf from the UKHO, Pete Jameson who's our Vice Chairman, and Matt Froe from Seafish. So the format of the panel, I mean, the discussion can start from our panellists directly. I'll probably come to PJ first, but then we'll come out to the audience. So any of your views, any of your thoughts would be very much appreciated. And it's a topic which has been discussed a great deal within the MSG, within the maritime subgroup. And I think Rhys will talk about that a little bit tomorrow as well. But it's something that we haven't socialised widely with our members. So we thought while we have our members here in plenary, it gives a good opportunity to discuss the topic, see what the concerns are, see if people are comfortable, uncomfortable. So there's no decisions here. There's no decision as to how this topic moves forward. But it's a chance to socialise and discuss it a bit. So Pete, I don't know if you want to open with your thoughts, and then we'll come to all the panellists, and the floor can interject as you see fit.
Yeah, so coming from the telecoms sector, we generally tend not to survey our cables once they've been installed. So we generally speaking, we don't know what the condition is after it's been installed. We bury them and trust that they stay buried. But what can happen, and what's happened in the past is I've had a cable damage, and we've gone and done the repair, but it's in hard clay, and we can't bury it. And so it's lying exposed on the seabed, and we know it's exposed. We know exactly where it's exposed. And in those situations, we have informed the fishing sector. We've informed Kingfisher. You've gone out on the Kingfisher fortnightly bulletin, because I think it's, well, for two reasons. One is you don't want anybody to hit it again, for a start, because you know it's exposed, you know it's vulnerable, you don't want a fishing boat to go over again, especially where my cable is, at a very heavily scallop fishing area. And secondly, I think if you know it's exposed and you know there's a hazard there, my personal opinion, I think it's up to you to inform other marine and seabed users of that hazard. That's my own personal view. Some others might not share that, but that's where I'm coming from.
And so it might be worth coming to Matt next. So Pete talked about the Kingfisher previously fortnightly bulletin, now the hazard bulletin. We've talked before about whether that's the appropriate place for those notifications to be made.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of, I think it needs to be divided into two elements really. So in terms of short-term alerts, the bulletin is absolutely the right place. We don't have a very definitive timescale on how long a notice could be allowed on there, but we generally think in terms of a hazard, it should be weeks rather than months. So if you have an exposure, you have information to say a cable is vulnerable or exposed, that the right place is the bulletin, then that will be alerted to apps and emails and SMSs via the system. And then the complexity is then about how long you want that to be on the system for. So the issue we have is that there's lots of notices on the bulletin, and we don't want the fishing industry to experience issues where they just see a lot of noise, lots of points and lines around the UK that don't really appreciate where the hazardous elements are. So we expect the fishing industry to take that information offline, mark it on their plotter perhaps, and then the notice can be removed. So we'll put that on for a number of weeks. But that's not to say that a cable operator can't put that back on the bulletin again if there's new information that's come to light, or if you feel as though there's a cycle to bring it back on again to re-alert people if you realise there's significant activity over that vulnerable area. The issue we have just is in terms of the charting of it long term, and that's what you're going to probably come to, John, is just how do you put that on a chart such as an Orca service where it's 6 monthly updates, that's on a fishing plotter, and it's marked on there in the longer term. I'll leave it there.
And just as a quick, for the audience who might not be familiar, can you just talk a little bit about what the bulletin is, and maybe what KISS Orca is as well, and the difference, just to give a bit of background for those who might not be aware?
Yeah, so the bulletin used to be a fortnightly paper publication. Now it's an app and web service. It's up to operators to submit their notice via, so it's like a notice to mariners essentially, via the web portal. That gets then approved by the people in our office. It then goes out to users of the app. The app's it's free to use. And then they will get anyone who has an alert set up. So if you're fishing in a certain area, the Firth of Forth, for example, you've created an area around the Firth of Forth. If the exposure is in that area, then you will get an alert to say there's a new hazard or in that area of fishing. So you'll be informed about that with an app ping, an SMS or an email. So that's essentially the bulletin side of things, but it's a short-term alert system. If, in terms of Orca, that's a longer-term mapping exercise, so 6 monthly updates, converted for use on plotters, onboard systems and charts as well, but more about long-term asset awareness rather than particularly hazard alerts.
So then the conversation, I suppose, comes to Pete's point, which is that there is an obligation to notify of known exposures, or maybe there's a liability risk, but the bulletin's maybe not the best place to have that information long term. So currently there's a gap that there's not a mechanism for that information to be shared. And I suppose that comes to the reason for putting the panel together. So Hal invited me to a call with the UKHO to discuss some of the concerns they had about use of data and sharing and charting and so on. So Hal, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure, yeah. Hal Roberts. I work with a company called Orsted. We've got 12 operational wind farms in the UK, so it's a good chunk of the UK rollout. We do report sections of exposed cable. We do this not entirely consistently at the moment, but we do it via NTMs. We're having lots of discussions about other formats that might better get this information out there. What's different for our wind farms and other wind farms that have been recently consented is that's shifting from a sort of a choice and a goodwill or best practice gesture or method to a hard requirement within marine licenses, within demarine licenses. So from next year onwards, there's quite onerous reporting requirements, and that then raises questions about how we work with Matt at Kiss Orca to figure out the best place for this. Is it the existing Kiss Orca setup, or are we better off looking at something that sits separate to that? What will work best for fishers is obviously central to that, and it's incumbent on all fishers, I think, to undertake their own risk assessment of ahead of their activities. And I get a little bit nervous about providing information that inputs into someone else's process, but we have to try and find a reasonable balance. So perhaps hand over to you, KHO.
Yeah, UKHO's stance on it is we follow the International Hydrographic Organization set of guidelines. So when we chart submarine cables and pipelines, we lump them together. We basically treat all features as if they're surface laid. We have got an option to show buried cables, but it's very rarely used. If they're buried very deep, we might do it, and normally we will show a burial depth as a number on the chart in terms of meters. So essentially, our stance is there should be no anchoring and trawling in the vicinity of submarine cables and pipelines.
And so in that sense, so we've talked, so how obviously your cables are monitored, you might know your condition better than telecoms cables which aren't routinely monitored. So there's the challenge of if that data is collected elsewhere, through a platform, maybe a layer on Kiss Orca or something, there's an incomplete data set. So again, it might give false levels of confidence, or there might be challenges there in managing that incomplete data set. Maybe Pete, do you have any views on that to begin?
Yeah, because in certain mobile seabeds, a cable could be exposed one day and not exposed the next day. And even if you did a survey in some of those areas, that survey is only as good as the day you do it. The next day, the cable could be buried again. So charting those kind of exposures is not helpful at all, because we always say that you should never assume that a cable is buried. We do bury them on installation, and we do hope they stay buried, but we're not in control of the seabed, and the seabed does move. I'm only talking, and if you start charting exposures like that, then it might give some false comfort to seabed users that the rest of the cables are buried. So when I'm talking about charting or notifying of exposures, I'm talking about ones where I specifically know it's exposed. I significantly know that I'm going to do something about it. I either put some rock protection over it or a mattress or something else in the future. And I know that's going to be short term. And that's all it is. So when you chart those type of things, you need to make it clear that as far as you're concerned, that's the only bit that you're sure that it's exposed. Right? And the rest of it, there may be exposures, but I don't know about them. They're the only ones that I know about. So I will notify of that. And that's because I don't want the cable to get hit again. And then that's no different. That's no different as putting a notification for that type of exposure is no different than having a guard boat sitting on top of it. It's the same thing. So you've got an exposed cable, you put a guard boat on top sometimes if you have to. So, yeah.
And we end up with the maybe divergent views from industry, that we have some members who want to notify, and we heard from Ross earlier from Brown and May saying there's an obligation to chart cable exposures for liability and risk perspective, but there's also a risk that comes with that, and there's also the question of what is an exposure. Is it shallow buried? Is it exposed? Is it suspended? At what point do you consider it to be a hazard to navigation? So maybe Howell so Matt maybe wants to talk about incomplete data sets, and Howell maybe about when is a cable exposed.
Yeah, just in terms of what we receive, so we received areas where operators are telling us these are sections that are surface laid, and or maybe there's a cable span, but also there's other operators that will say there's a shallow depth of burial. So it does depend on the thoughts of the operator, I guess the appetite of risk maybe. But yeah, we're not strict on that either. So if somebody wants to submit something and raise the awareness of that, then that's not us to set the rules in those terms. So essentially, if an operator feels as though a cable is particularly either vulnerable or at risk, then the bulletin is the right place for that. Again, in terms of longer-term mapping, we're happy to explore ideas and how to depict those, how to show those, emphasise their importance on plotter files. Not quite sure where it would seem to fit nicely with Orca as a supplementary data set, but I do appreciate the sensitivities with that. Again, this might not be helpful, but historically, we're talking 15 years ago, Channel Islands Electricity did supply burial data, and the project did alter colours along the route of the cable to indicate which areas were buried and which areas were less buried or exposed. So there's a bit of history there, but that was removed quite quickly, and I'm not sure why that was down to. But there's probably ways we can try and depict cables and show that those exposed sections are vulnerable sections.
Yeah, this is something we're continuing to debate internally at Ørsted. You can argue it either way, that whether you should or shouldn't report. I think we've reached a position where we do report on known or identified exposures, but when it comes to shallow buried sections, the easy thing is or one argument is not to start trying to open up promulgation on that front. The counter argument to that, though, is you could have a very long, shallow buried section that presents more of a risk to fishers and more of a exposure risk to your asset than a very short known exposure. So I'm afraid I don't have an internal position on that yet. It's something we're still grappling with.
And I think that's fair to say here as well. We still don't have a landed position from industry, but I'll look to our audience now to give some thoughts, because I know there's divergent views on these. So I'll come to Glenn first.
Hiya. I think I'd support the position of the UKHO, and everyone who knows me knows I do, is don't fish over cables. Years ago, in previous job, we were put under a lot of pressure by a licensing authority to put RAG status on applications for cables. So to identify areas where it was buried to a good depth where it wouldn't come into interaction with fishing. Medium amber status was where it could, and red was obviously surface laid. I mean, we pushed back quite strongly on that because we saw it as we're potentially setting ourselves up for a fall and liable for any claims. One of the kickbacks they gave was that the oil and gas industry gave safe gateways. They charted safe gateways for areas over pipelines where you could fish over those pipelines, which, again, we sort of strongly push back because we think the liability there, and I think Pete touched on it there, is you're setting yourself up. The cable status is there from day one. It changes. And if you start charting that to put in there and safe areas to fish over, if that changes, you're potentially leaving yourself wide open from a liability perspective. So I think I just appreciate people's thoughts on that potential outcome. If we start going down this road, we could end up where it is becoming in marine licensing where they're going to ask you to prove the burial status, and if you can't, and that might be by route choice, then you might get licenses bounced back or objections against them. So just appreciate people's thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think charting is difficult, and I think we're looking to work with Matt to see if there's any other way of getting information out there. Charting is problematic. I don't know if the requirements we have in our marine licenses aren't specific in that we have to necessarily put it on the KISS Orca chart, for example. So there may be other ways that lend themselves to sort of avoiding a false sense of confidence. That's our main concern.
Without trying to speak on International Hydrographic Organisation's behalf, I think from my perspective, a chart is a tool for safe navigation and surface navigation mainly. So therefore, showing safe corridors for trawling isn't really the tool that it's for. We're always quite reluctant to add a lot of things to charts because it's a tool to identify your safe route of passage. So therefore, we try and avoid putting too much clutter on them. And I think adding safe corridors could potentially be heading down that route.
Yeah, it's been a conversation topic for some time about having over trawl surveys and things like that, where you're basically saying to a fishing person, it's safe. We've trawled gear over this area this cable is, and nothing happens, so it's safe to fish over. But that's not the case, like we said before. In one of the earlier presentations, the marine warranty surveying presentation, he talked about Schrodinger's marine warranty surveyor. Well, subsea cables is like Schrodinger's subsea cable. A subsea cable is both buried and exposed until observed. So, and that's the way you should approach it.
Yeah, hi. This topic obviously has been well spoken about in the MSG, and I think, unfortunately, we've got to remember, whether we like it or not, the requirement to notify known exposures is now being part of licence conditions. So the question is really, do ESCA wish to sort of get ahead of the curve on that and be advising our members on how it's best practice to do that and facilitate that through either a location on the Kazorka website or potentially a second page on the bulletin? I don't know. But I think that is also the question almost isn't should you, it's almost how do we? How do we best do it? Unless we want to then go back to the regulators and say this license condition is actually sort of a negative in the way that it promotes a negative message that there are areas that are supposedly sort of unsafe, and therefore there are other areas that are safe to fish over or trawl near. So I think we need to sort of remember that context on those things, and hence why we've come up with various suggestions for how we could do it. We could also leave it as the status quo, which is one option, and that's really where we need to sort of gauge the feedback from all the members here to be guided on what we wish to do. Thanks.
I'll come to Richard first.
Hi, Richard Hill, Waves Group. So how does the panel think charting cables relates, certainly in the telecom sector, to the legislative position where recompense for faults is claimed through Submarine Telegraph Act, where willfully damaging is a culpable offence?
Yes, as you know, I have had some experience in that recently. And there's a court case ongoing, and I'm expecting a judgment from the Irish courts later this month. There is an argument to be made that if your cable is chartered and a fisherman goes against all advice from the UKHO and things like that about avoiding fishing over a cable, and they still do it and they still damage it, then are they being culpably negligent in doing that? And that's certainly the position we take as a cable owner. Fishermen will take the position that they fish these waters for so many years and they're being squeezed out and things like that. But we have taken legal action against several fishing boats, and we have settled on all of them but this one. This is the one that's only got to court. So it'd be very interesting to see what the judge makes of it, and that'll come out in a few weeks' time.
Barry Howarth, Isle of Man. Speak for power cable that's been in service 25 years. We have a different philosophy. I think we attempted to bury that cable as good as we could right from the start, notionally 1 metre deep along the route. That was the target depth. We do know, though, and we knew fairly on that we had an inshore section that they never achieved that. was lying on a rocky outcrop. So we did do a lot of work. We did meetings with the Fleetwood fishermen to tell them that cable, the status of that cable. I'll admit it's a debatable subject about, I think our cable, through Kingfisher and that, can you indicate if you know a cable is exposed? I can't remember now. Yeah. But I think we did say that cable, the rest of it, we're pretty comfortable is buried, but what do you say? The other thing I'll add here is that if fishermen are catching fish, my opinion is they'll go and fish there, whether your cable is exposed, buried, or whether it's on a chart or not, because that's just the nature of the game, and you've kind of got to be realistic. And it did come home in one of these meetings. The fisherman wouldn't admit in the meeting, then he came to me outside the meeting and said, I think I bumped into your cable when we were fishing, you know. But also I think we've got to try and communicate better and improve. And also we have a very robust fishing liaison regime. We also have an emergency number that if a fisherman does think he's fast on our cable, then he can ring a 24-hour manned place and take advice, and they'll say, cut your gear. We'll take that approach, yeah.
John, is it worth just mentioning that in terms of the bulletin, so if you do, the right thing to do in the short term is put a bulletin notice on there, and the new system now gives you that audit trail of when you submitted it, when it was approved, how long it's been live for, and when it was taken down again potentially, and then when it cropped up again. So you could potentially say 3 months later you put it back on again. So if that gives operators, if that's valuable to you guys in terms of any court cases or discussions with operators or fishing side, then that can be requested, and you can actually see that from your notice as well. So the details there.
But again, I suppose that relates to the philosophical question about whether the bulletin is the right place long term for that information. So it can be notified there, but of course, watering down the safety message of the bulletin is a key concern. And as Rhys said, you know, it is a licence condition now to notify of known exposures within a certain time frame. So if the industry doesn't do something, is there a risk of someone else doing something to fill a void? So there's an ongoing tension there potentially.
Mm-hmm. Hi, I just have a quick sort of observation as well as a point, which is that being involved in a cable where there was a known exposure, it was notified through the Kingfisher Bulletin Service with a plan to remediate that lack of burial. But because of permit constraints, rather than being the weeks that you'd hoped for, it turns into months or years to get that remediation done, which can drive, you know, what would be a great service and would work well to being a service that is not appropriate, or a scenario that's not appropriate for the service we have. And I don't know whether that can be addressed in a different way or how it fills in.
Yeah, it might be that falls into the charting element of this, but just in terms of how flexible we can be in Seafish is that we don't set any hard deadlines on it. So again, if you've got special circumstances, something's been delayed, then again, talk to us, extend the notice, and generally we'll do that. But we don't take many things off. We'll generally just have a discussion with the submitter of the notice and discuss whether it's the right time to take it off, and then maybe resubmit it again in so many months.
Thank you. I'm going to give away my age here, but when I sat my tickets away back to become a skipper in 1979, part of your exams were chart abbreviations, and there was always 2 questions or 3 questions in your chart abbreviations on cables. And I wonder, going forward, if ESCA has ever approached the training colleges, because I board quite a lot of boats and I speak to a lot of skippers and that, and there seems to be a lack of knowledge sometimes about cables. Do you think it's worth approaching the training colleges, and when they're training the young skippers or the future, just to make them aware of the obligations and the laws concerning cables?
It's not my area of expertise really, but in Seafish there's a training team and there's a training sort of courses that they deliver. They're non-mandatory, but there is like a syllabus essentially that covers offshore hazards, and there's an element that covers cables. it's probably worth reviewing that material to see whether it's appropriate, whether it's written in the right terms, and whether it's strongly emphasised enough, and also maybe just reviewing how frequently it's rolled out and how frequently it's delivered as well. But I know there is material, but it's a long time since I looked at that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not my expertise, but I don't know what qualifications. I mean, I don't know what qualifications you need to be a skipper, if any.
Well, it depends on the size of it.
Yeah.
And that's got much training.
I can take that away, Aaron. I think it's a good point. We've got people in another team who will know more about that and see whether actually it's been used or whether it's just been like signposted to skippers on a certain course. It might be that they mention other materials that are available to them, and I think it's probably in that category at this stage. So it's probably not been actively taught, but it's just been referenced during other courses. So we can maybe see whether we can up that a little bit. But yeah, I'll take that away. Thanks.
Hi there, I'm Catherine McKinnon, Crown Estate Scotland. I'm just thinking about future developments, and I'm involved in renewables and offshore wind, and obviously, as we've heard earlier from Leonor, future offshore wind is in the floating sector largely, and by design, obviously, the cables for inter-array cables, they are exposed, they're dynamic cables, so, and granted that these projects are further offshore in deeper waters, but indeed, I know that the fisheries are already concerned in terms of these large areas, obviously with cables exposed there. So just curious to hear some views on how can we, at this stage, kind of address some of these future challenges and make sure that we do things right for the floating sector. Thank you.
That might be, we're running out of time a little bit, because I know we're up against a deadline to get out by 5, so that might be really good wrapping up closing remarks for each of our panellists to have a think about. So maybe start with Howell, because it's talking about offshore wind.
Sure, yeah, it reminds me of something we do with our fixed foundations, which is you do get exposures quite frequently close to fixed foundation structures as extra scouring around there to try and provide a running commentary on the exact meters of exposure there. You know, there's a large number of them, they're changing all the time, it just wouldn't work. So what we'd like to do is put a 50-metre radius around them and put a message out to the effect of there be dragons, don't fish within there, because there's a highlight a heightened risk versus the standard risk. And I imagine something similar might apply to fully exposed dynamic cables that you have around floating offshore wind turbine generators.
I think as offshore wind gets into deeper waters and further offshore, we'll end up covering them from a charting perspective more like we do the oil and gas structures at the moment. So they've been charted for decades, so we're not seeing any complications coming that way. Scale of charts make a big difference in terms of what we can and can't show, because as I mentioned earlier, we don't want to clutter up charts. I suspect some floating wind mooring systems might cause more of a problem, because I think we'll have catenaries in the water column that deviate further out from the structures than we're maybe used to with oil and gas structures, where we don't have large numbers of concentrations of them. But yeah, I think to sum up, we would just chart them as oil and gas structures.
Yeah, I mean, floating wind is outside of my area of knowledge. I just know that I think floating wind for the fishermen is going to be even more restrictive, because they won't be able to get in and amongst the turbines as they can do now with the fixed wind farms. But I think to end, you know, we're in this position, and we've been in this position for as long as I can remember, in the fact that it's not illegal to fish over a cable. A fisherman will always tell you it's not illegal to fish over a cable, and that they think they should be buried. And our argument is, well, all advice tells you should avoid fishing over a cable because we can't guarantee that it's buried. And that is the status quo, unfortunately, and always has been. And unless something happens legislatively or otherwise that changes that dynamic, this will always be the argument that we have. And I don't see it changing unless something else changes it.
Just quickly going back to the floating winds, I think it's a good opportunity to review practices. We spoke yesterday about potentially using the MSG committee to review Orca and how it does things and whether we can bring any modifications or advancements in that area. Maybe floating wind's worth reviewing as well, how we chart that. But we've got high wind on the data at the minute, and we're showing the catenary anchors there and the moorings. And it might be that we can review how we display those, so we can try and suggest or make a clear picture to the fishermen that actually something is mid-water potentially, rather than just like along the seabed. So I'm not quite sure how we do that, but again, it's worth reviewing.
And I think that wraps us up quite nicely, and I think we're out of time. So maybe we can ask all of our audience, all of our members, to think about this a bit more deeply. And if you have any ideas for suggestions or solutions, or whether everything is fine, please do send them back to Rhys, not to me. So he'll welcome them as the MSG co-chair. So thank you to all of our panelists, and thank you for staying with us. Yeah, a round of applause for joining.
Thank you for that. Before we close, we've got 10 minutes. I'd just like to pass the mic to Steve, our chairman, for an announcement. I didn't know what else to call it. But
as you know, ladies and gentlemen, some of you have realised I've been around the industry for quite a long time. I think I'm just over 42 years in submarine cables, and I have decided that I'm going to retire later this year, so this in fact will be my last plenary session. We've discussed this at EC. I will stand down later on in the year, provide a handover period, and Clive will tell you how we're going to go forward with selecting my replacement. Although I was told there was a golden ticket in one of these tea towels, so you're it, you got it. Ready?
Do you want me to mention July?
No.
Okay. Okay, I won't put that up because it's got some information that's not relevant. Yeah, well, when Steve does indicate his planned retirement date, we then need to obviously have an election process for a new chairperson, man or woman, of course. It can only be a full member that can be chair, and the process would be that, as I say, after Steve indicates the date, then we have a sort of a couple of months worth of firstly asking members to express an interest in the role. If they need to seek approval from their companies and it goes beyond the deadline, then we can possibly extend it. Then we run the election process, and hopefully, we run the process in line with, say, giving Steve a few months or 6 weeks to do a little bit of a handover, depending when it is and if it's convenient. The election can be online. It will be one vote per member. And we will implement a voting system on the website to make it as easy as possible. We will also draft terms of reference for the chairman, chairperson, say, to highlight the roles, responsibilities, and make sure the organisation stays on track. So there's a smooth handover, and we'll circulate that by given date to all of you. Because the vote is open to every member, but it can only be a full member that you're voting for. So that would be the process. But in terms of Steve and his time in ESCA, it's been a pleasure. You've done wonderful things for ESCA, and I'm sure we all appreciate the hard work you've put into the role of chairman. So, on behalf of everyone, I thank you. Biggest clap of the day, that.
You're glad I'm going.
Okay, so to be advised in due course in terms of the date, but thank you, Steve. Okay, we're 5 minutes from being kicked out. To remind you, it's 7 o'clock is a drinks reception. You will be offered a sort of Prosecco or a bottle of beer as part of our drinks package, but I'm sure that you could also ask for something else from the bar if you don't particularly want that at the time, if that's okay, Alan. So 7 o'clock, and then we sit down, or they start trying to get us to sit down at 8:15. Serve the meal probably about 8:30. You should have, when you come in, there should be a board with the different table numbers and the people that are sitting where. I think we have to leave by 11. There should be, the drinks package is on the basis of half a bottle of wine per person, but from experience that doesn't necessarily last long. So if you need any more wine, then feel free to ask, and I'll tell the staff that that's okay. Or if you don't like wine and you want a non-alcoholic drink, obviously just please ask behind the bar, or any other drink like soft drinks. And hope you have a lovely night. I'm sure we will. Okay, and it's 9 o'clock in the morning start. Okay, thank you.